29. Because of the car, and because he was still a suspect in the disappearance of Rosalie Marshall, and therefore a person of interest to our inquiry, I went to Brighton the next day to search Paul Lavender's flat. In the passenger seat, Georgia, who was wildly overexcited to be getting a trip out of the office. It was just the two of us, because Una Burt was playing a constant numbers game to try to cover our workload. I had hoped for Liv, but she turned me down, preferring to stay in central London in case Sonny needed her. "Isn't this the perfect opportunity to show you still loved the job?" I whispered. "Didn't you want to prove yourself?" Her eyes narrowed, and she stood very straight, as if that would add enough inches to let her look me in the eye. "I prove myself every day." "I know that. I miss you, that's all. I was looking forward to spending the day with you." I pulled her in for a quick hug, which made Pete Belcott whistle appreciatively from the other side of the office. "At last! Do you know how long I've waited to see you two getting physical with one another?" He broke off as Chris Pettifer put a meaty hand over his face and held it there, muffling his words, so all that came out was inarticulate honking. Chris nodded to us. "You're welcome, ladies." And so I had Georgia. She was buzzing with happiness, having received permission from the CPS 2 days earlier to charge someone in the stabbing she had been investigating, and she wouldn't shut up about it. I mean, I thought the evidence was all there as far as it went, but he didn't confess. And you know, there are no guarantees with the CPS. Even if you have loads of forensic evidence and eyewitnesses, you can't be sure you're going to be able to convince a jury. But I know he did it, and I was absolutely bricking it in case the lawyer said no. I think I sounded too surprised when he said yes, because he laughed. "Was that the first time you called the CPS yourself?" I couldn't believe she had been a detective for so long without doing a fairly ordinary part of the job. On second thoughts, I could absolutely believe that someone else would have intervened to do it every other time. I'd done it myself. Josh said it was my case and my responsibility, so I should make the call. My hands tightened involuntarily on the wheel. I hadn't spoken to him since the night before, only seeing him in meetings, looking focused and professional. I put a £10 note on his desk before I left for Brighton. It seemed like the best thing to do. Of course I didn't take it seriously when we were talking on the phone. Of course I was just playing along. Of course I wasn't shaky with desire when I hung up. And of course I didn't spend the whole evening and most of the night thinking about you. The flat downstairs had bare floorboards in most of the rooms. I had heard him walking up and down for hours, pacing like an animal looking for a way out of a cage. In a way, it was a blessing to have Georgia there as a distraction. She chattered all the way. I managed to make it seem I was interested in what she was saying, while my thoughts spun in circles. Derwent, Rosalie, the Marshalls, Paul Lavender. Derwent. The reason Derwent had stayed in London, as far as anyone else was concerned, and perhaps it was the truth, was that he needed to supervise the interview that Chris Pettifer and Colin Vale were currently conducting with Paul Lavender. Paul was spittingly angry about us going through his things, which made me feel that it was worth the effort. Derwent, I had heard from Pettifer, thought men would be more effective when questioning Lavender, given his propensity to flirt with women. I wondered if that was true, or if I'd been dispatched to Brighton deliberately, out of sight, out of mind. It wasn't working that way for me, whatever about Derwent. My phone rang just as we came into the city centre, and I glanced at it to see, inevitably, Derwent's name on the screen. Georgia reached across and grabbed the phone before I could stop her. "Hello?" A brief silence as she listened, biting her very perfect bottom lip, while I floated on a sea of rage. Why had she picked the phone up? Why had I let her? What was she saying? What was he saying? Yes. No, she's driving. You can tell me if you... Oh, really? Okay. I'll pass it on then, shall I? She looked at me and rolled her eyes. Yes, she's fine. We're almost there. Yes, when we're finished. Okay. Bye. She hung up. What did he want? It came out as a croak. He just said we should look for anything that connected Lavender to Rosalie. Which, I know. He never trusts me, does he? Just points out the obvious in case I've missed it. I thought of 100 things to say in response to that, and discarded them as being too mean. It's my phone. He was ringing me. Oh, yeah, I forgot. She looked out of the window, humming under her breath, and I wrestled with myself. She would have mentioned if he'd sounded different or said anything unusual, wouldn't she? But I couldn't just leave it, I discovered. Did he know it was you who answered the phone? Straight away. You do have a very distinctive way of saying hello. I do. She grinned happily. What exactly did he say? He asked where you were, and I said driving, and he said to look for items that relate to Rosalie, like press cuttings or pictures, and I said yes, and he asked how you were, and I said fine, and he said you should call him, and I said later when we're finished, and then he said goodbye. And that was it. No drama, just him being a moody git. He sounded moody. No more than usual. Georgia slotted the phone back into its holder and brought up the sat-nav again. Maeve, we've gone completely the wrong way, look. We'll have to go around again. I had got lost, I realised, and dragged my mind back to focus on the route, concentrating like a learner driver as we threaded our way back to Paul Lavender's flat. He had phoned me. He wanted me to call him. Forget it. Concentrate. Concentrate. I had warned Georgia about what she could expect, but the full horror of it didn't sink in until we arrived and I ushered her inside. Oh my God! And you were pleased to be sent to do this? I pulled a mask up over my mouth and nose. The sun was streaming in, which really brought out the stale food and body odour undertones of the atmosphere. I don't think housework has been a priority for Mr. Lavender since he moved in. Georgia was looking around, dismayed. I don't even know where to start. We need his computer and any external hard drives. That's a priority. And then go through the rest of the place. Including all the books? Yep. I scanned the shelves. They were crowded with books and papers, folders and files. You know, when we were here before, Lavender was able to find exactly what he wanted as soon as he looked for it. There has to be a system. But if there's something to find, it's going to be hidden, so it's not going to conform to the system anyway. Georgia reached up and took down a handful of papers. So we might just as well go for it, instead of wasting any time trying to work out how everything is shelved. She was right. I took the papers from her nonetheless. I still didn't totally trust her. Why don't you do the kitchen and bedroom, and I'll do the bathroom and the shelves? Have you seen the bathroom? Because I glanced in, and God, I wouldn't volunteer to do it. I have seen it, but I've also seen the kitchen. I patted her arm. Let's see how quickly we can do this. For the next few hours, we searched. I opened the windows to make it bearable, and the salt-laden air blowing off the seafront was a bonus. The shelves yielded various bits of paperwork relating to the period of Rosalie's disappearance and Lavender's journalism, but nothing that linked him to her. I had no doubt that he was a connoisseur of the darker corners of the internet, legal or not, but it was all hidden on his computer, and it would be someone else's job to search that. Georgia also came up empty-handed in the kitchen, giving me a running commentary on the horrors she found in the fridge and larder. This is 4 years out of date. 4 years! If I don't throw it out, could I be done for attempted murder? And then the bedroom, where all I heard was the occasional cry of disgust. Having dealt with the bathroom, I went to join Georgia. She was lying face down on the floor, shining a torch under the bed, and she looked up at me with reproachful eyes. I wish I'd done the bathroom. No, you don't. I indicated the wardrobe. Have you gone through his clothes? Not in there. I went through the chest of drawers. She got up. Help me lift the mattress. Together we wrestled with it, finding only the bed's stained base and a condom wrapper. Georgia let the mattress fall back. Ugh! Imagine coming into this flat and deciding, yes, that's a man I'd like to have sex with. I'd rather not. I was thinking Lavender's soft white flesh would have been enough to put me off long before I'd climbed the endless flights of stairs to his lair. He teaches English as a foreign language. Do you think he ever invites students here for extra coaching? Definitely. We should mention it to Josh. They can hint at it in interview and see if it gets a reaction. I turned my attention to the wardrobe, a pokey space built in between 2 support beams. The base of the cupboard was about a foot lower than the floor of the room by some quirk of architecture, and I hoped I wouldn't have to climb into it. Because it was narrow and deep, a bar ran from the front of the cupboard to the back, rather than from left to right, which meant that I would have to lean right in to reach all the clothes that hung on it. Every fibre of my being wanted to refuse. I started at the front, taking every hanger out and going through the pockets of trousers, shirts, and jackets at speed. You're so fast at that. Georgia had stopped to watch me. Practice. I whipped through the 6 or 7 hangers that were loaded with multiple items of none-too-clean clothing, wrinkling my nose at the smell of body odour that was making its way through the mask, and found nothing but rubbish and a couple of crumpled banknotes. When I'd taken out the last of the hanging clothes and folded them at my feet, I shone my torch into the space, catching glints from wire hangers that had fallen to the floor at some point, and a few coins that had slid out of pockets, and a button shank that proved to be attached to a leather button, which was sewn onto tweed. It was, inevitably, right at the back. Hang on. I stepped into the cupboard, cursing quietly. It was a jacket, crumpled and dusty, and as I shook it, the empty casings from moth larvae floated down to the floor. Gross. I backed out carefully and examined my prize. The label and the lapels suggested it was from the 1970s, and at one time it had been an expensive piece of clothing, with a silk lining. The lining was now fraying and stained, and the moths had feasted on the creased tweed so that it was only fit for the bin. That's disgusting, Georgia said, and I agreed. I made myself check the pockets, discovering a dry, dead roll-up cigarette, and a folded piece of paper that had slipped into the lining through a hole in one pocket. What is it? A child's handwriting, straggling on a diagonal across the page. It's a story. What kind of story? Medusa. I looked up at Georgia. I wonder if we have any samples of Rosalie's handwriting. 30. When we had finished searching the flat, I took out my phone to call Derwent, steeling myself to sound normal, casual and focused on the case. All the things I was not. What are you doing? George's voice was edged with unease. Calling Josh. I want to tell him about the story, and that idea we had about Lavender taking advantage of his students. No need. I texted him already. I blinked. You did what? Texted him. I sent him a photo of the story. I thought it was better to let him know as we went along, so he could feed the information to Chris and Colin during the interviews, if they decided it was relevant. You thought that. It made sense. I felt as if my skull had been filled with wet cement that was now sloshing around unhelpfully. Well, I thought I was going to tell him. Usually we wouldn't wait until the end of a search to share any useful discoveries. No, but I broke off. That Georgia had acted on her own initiative was good, really, and it was just that I hadn't thought of it. I should have thought of it. I was not going to blame Georgia for my own shortcomings, I decided, and tried very hard not to feel blazingly angry with her for doing what I should have done. Well, thank you, but Josh wanted me to call him back anyway. Maeve, she put her hand over my phone. Don't. What do you mean? A flicker of something that might have been pity. Look, you know a lot more than I do about investigating murders. You're a much better detective than I am. I'd never tell you what to do if this was work. But I know men, and I know you shouldn't call him. I welcomed the surge of rage that swept through me, lighting up synapses in my brain. Why the hell not? You'll just get hurt, she said softly. He's a married man, Maeve. They're not married, actually. I corrected her, without thinking about how that sounded, and her face fell. Definitely pity now. He lives with her. She's his partner. None of this is news to me. Yes, I know, but I think you haven't thought about what that means. He's not going to leave Melissa for you. The only thing that will happen if you get tangled up in a relationship with him is that you'll lose your self-respect. I think you should mind your own business. She folded her arms, uneasy. I'd like to, believe me. I'd prefer that. But I feel like you need someone to stop you from making bad choices, and it seems to be up to me to do it. You are very much mistaken about that. Ordinarily, my tone would have made her shrink and scuttle away, but she stood her ground. Who else is going to intervene? Liv? For what it's worth, she thinks it would be disastrous too. And if she was here, she'd be saying the same thing as me. Oh, you've discussed it? Of course. Georgia blinked, earnest. We worry about you. And you were the one who dragged us into the situation. I absolutely did not. You did. Last summer. You invited me to stay with you when Josh left unexpectedly. That wasn't my choice. It was the boss who sent you. A wave of her hand. It wasn't important. Which was after something happened between you. Which I know, because you called Liv looking for a shoulder to cry on. She tried to warn you that he wasn't being fair to you. A shrug. I totally get that you didn't want to listen, by the way. The two of you there on your own, it must have been impossible to resist him. There was nothing to resist. I swallowed, my throat suddenly tight. You said that yourself. No romance, all professional. You told the others that. Yeah, because I was looking out for you. I said the same thing to everyone who asked, but you and I know it's not true. What makes you say that? I managed. Maeve, I have eyes. I should have known, I thought bitterly, that Georgia, who was oblivious 99% of the time, would have picked up on the slightest hint of sexual tension between me and Derwent. And it had been more than a hint. Even I had to admit that. But don't get too excited. If you and Liv have talked it over in detail, she'll have told you it was nothing. Not even a proper kiss. Yes, but I think that's worse. It makes it more exciting, not less, that nothing really happened. If you'd had sex, it would be an embarrassing memory by now. But you didn't. She tilted her head, all sympathy. It feels like love at the moment because he's unattainable. And because he's Josh Derwent, obviously. I wouldn't say love. I stopped, tripped up by a wave of unexpected emotion. What would I say if I was trying to explain it? How did I feel? I couldn't even name it to myself. I'm really sorry, Maeve. She sounded it, too. But this only ends one way. With you on your own, hating yourself. There's no happy ever after. My knees felt weak. I sat down on the edge of poor Lavender's bed and put my head in my hands. Well, obviously I don't want that. The mattress dipped as Georgia sat beside me. She put her arm around my shoulders. What do you want? If you could have anything you wanted in the whole world right now, what would it be? The answer came surprisingly easily. I'd want to find out what happened to Rosalie. You would. She was smiling when I looked at her. But it's not a bad idea. Throw yourself into the case so you don't have to think about your love life. You never know, I said. It might even do some good. By the time I got back to London, I had endured almost 2 hours of intensive emotional support, including a hands-free chat with Liv, who backed Georgia up. They had clearly bonded over the Josh situation, as Georgia insisted on calling it, and I was mordantly aware that the next thing they'd suggest would be a karaoke evening à trois with tequila shots and a hangover worthy of commemoration in an epic poem. I nodded and said all the things that they expected me to say before I dropped Georgia off at the office, ended the phone call with Liv, and drove back to the flat. I hadn't gone into the office, even to find out how poor Lavender's interview was going. Better not to see Josh, Georgia and Liv had urged me. Better to leave it for today. You need some space, some time, Liv had counselled. Georgia had agreed. And another man to take your mind off him. My mind wasn't on him, I assured myself, glancing at the windows of the downstairs flat as I parked on my street. The lights were off. No one home. Not that it mattered to me. In the silence after the engine stopped, there was nothing to distract me anymore. I had been stupid, I thought. Liv and Georgia had spotted it, and I hadn't. Derwent had known too, carefully avoiding me, blaming Una Bert and Melissa for the distance he felt he should keep from me. And I had been oblivious, stubborn, trying to persuade him to come closer, instead of realizing he was making every effort to stay away. And why? I could say lots of things about Josh Derwent and the way he behaved, but one of the truly consistent aspects of his nature was that he always wanted to do what was best for me. And the previous night, on the phone, all he had asked me was whether I was in bed, which could have been for 100 reasons. I was the one who had turned the conversation into something different, something that still made my body hum with unfulfilled longing. So he had gone along with it. That meant nothing, really. That was Josh as I'd known him first, when he was relentless in his pursuit of women. That side of him was hidden, not gone. I'd drawn it out of him, which was nothing to boast about. I put my head down on the steering wheel and sighed. I needed to make it right, and I wasn't sure how to start. 31. The following morning, we had 2 hours left of poor Lavender's company before we had to charge him with something or let him go, and the interviewers had made no progress. I steeled myself and went to find Derwent, who was watching the live feed from the interview room. He was sitting on his own, scowling at the screen, his arms folded. I stopped in the doorway. "Hi." "What do you want?" "Time to let me have a go." A minimal shake of his head. "He'll run the clock down bullshitting you." "As opposed to what he's doing now?" I watched the interview for a few seconds, assessing the body language. Lavender was relaxed, his head tilted to one side, his expression supercilious. Pettifer's shoulders were up around his ears, and Colin Vale seemed to have shrunk into himself. They're not getting anywhere. I don't think it's worth changing our tactics at this point. He'll know we're desperate. If he can tell the time, he should know that anyway. Derwent rubbed his eyes with the heels of his hands. "You're right. I know. Look, it can't do any harm to let me try. There's something he's not telling us. Even if I can't get him to talk, I might be able to work out what it is." When I walked into the room, I got my first proper look at poor Lavender since he'd been in custody. He was slumped in his chair, his eyes swollen and red from lack of sleep, even though we had been punctilious about giving him breaks. But he didn't seem cowed. "Sending in reinforcements? Did I break the other two?" I waited to answer until the digital recording was running and I had explained who I was, careful to follow the rules. I asked if I could have a turn. "Really? Couldn't stay away?" He gestured at the room. "I've had better locations for first dates, but we might be able to make it work." "I asked if I could interview you because I wanted to ask you about this." I slid the story across the table, sealed in its evidence bag. "The others already asked me about it." His voice was rough, and he took a moment to sip some water. "I told them I don't remember anything about it. I didn't know it was in the flat." "I was the one who found it." He stopped, with the plastic cup a few inches from his mouth. "Oh? Does that mean you've been through my things?" "Yes." "You didn't find a set of keys with the hippo keyring, did you? Only I lost them a while ago, and I've been hoping they'd turn up." "Sorry." I tapped the story. "Tell me about this. Tell me about the tweed jacket." "The tweed? Oh, Lord. Is that where it was?" He did a convincing job of looking surprised and a little embarrassed. "I hadn't cleared out the pockets, obviously." "It was a good jacket." "My father's." He leaned back in the chair, clasping his hands behind his head and narrowing his eyes at me. "Lovely thing to wear when it fitted me. They don't make them like that anymore." "Were you wearing it when you went to interview Helena Marshall?" "Probably." He sniffed. "I must have been, I suppose. It was the only decent jacket I had at that point in my life. I tried not to turn up in an anorak when I was interviewing people. I was young. They underestimated me anyway, which was useful, but the jacket made me feel respectable." "Was the story really just shoved in the pocket?" It had slipped into the lining. Ah. Was it Rosalie's story? I asked, knowing that he had said he didn't know when Pettifer asked. I had emailed a photograph of the story to Ivo and Magnus, asking if they recognised Rosalie's handwriting. There had been no reply from Magnus, which didn't surprise me, but a cautious possibly from Ivo. It was the kind of thing Rosalie had written, he confirmed, and it might have been hers, but he couldn't say for certain. Lavender drew it towards him and read the first page. Yes, she wrote it. I remember it. Perseus was very handsome, but he was braver than handsome and cleverer than brave. God, you can't deny she was a bright little thing. If you fixed the spelling, I'd be happy to write that sentence now, let alone at the age of 9. Why did you tell my colleagues you didn't know if it was hers? It doesn't mean anything, does it? I said I didn't know because I didn't like them, and I had forgotten about it. Then I remembered shoving it in my pocket. I didn't dwell on it. I wasn't obsessed with her. I was just interested. She was unusual, and she seemed to be having a pretty miserable life for herself, and it all made me curious. He leaned forward. You strike me as the kind of person who understands being curious. I do. It's part of my job. And at the moment, I'm curious about you. I closed my notebook as if the interview was about to be over, subtly indicating that Lavender could relax. I know you haven't told us everything. I know you're hiding something that you don't want us to know, because you don't think we'll find it out ourselves. He blinked. Like what? We went to the house to get the lie of the land. I wanted to imagine what it was like when the Marshalls lived there. I spent some time looking out of the windows. During the investigation into Rosalie's disappearance, Helena described seeing a car at the house, repeatedly in the previous weeks. That car matched the car you were driving down to the last details. But it wouldn't have been possible for her to see the car, not as she described it, glancing out of an upstairs window. Helena lied about it. So what? Lavender shrugged. Helena lied about a lot of things, darling. If you haven't worked that out yet, I don't hold out much hope for this investigation. Lots of people lie to us, Mr. Lavender, I said, unruffled. You've lied in this interview. What's interesting to us is why people lie, and what they lie about. There was no need for Helena to mention your car at all, was there? She didn't tell the investigating officers about your visit to the house, the one that went so badly. She didn't name you. If she didn't want them to find you, her best approach would have been to suppress any mention of you. I don't know why she talked about it. You're asking me to speculate about someone else's thought processes. I can't see the point. You're right. This is just speculation. I smiled. Indulge me, just for a couple of minutes. I think Helena was worried about you. I think she was concerned that you were involved in her daughter's disappearance, and I'd like to know what prompted that. She saw your car. We know that. She noted certain details of it, like the broken number plate. She remembered it. Something about it worried her. I leaned across the table. What did you do that worried her, Paul? I was there. I saw how she treated Rosalie. I suppose I was a loose end. Were you there more than once? He pressed his lips together and shook his head. Not, no, I wasn't there, but, no, I'm not telling you. Cards on the table, Paul. We haven't found anything that ties you to Rosalie except for this story and the description of your car. So I think you're probably going to drop down our list of suspects. My personal opinion is that you're more important as a witness. You saw Rosalie. You spoke to her. You aren't a member of the family, and you weren't influenced by any fondness for the Marshalls. So stop thinking about when you can leave and start helping us. What haven't you told me? I put my notebook and pen on the table and folded my arms. This is just a chat, a walk down memory lane. What happened when you went back? Silence for a moment, and I thought I wasn't going to get anywhere with him after all. What I've always wondered, Paul Lavender said quietly, is whether I made a bad situation worse. I did go back to the house. Just once. I didn't go in. The gates were closed, and I pulled my car in off the road. I was curious. Concerned. I wanted to know that Rosalie was all right after what had happened. I thought Helena might have taken it out on her after she found me in Rosalie's room. What happened? Rosalie was in the front garden, playing on her own. There was no one else around. She was messing about, and I called to her. I said, "Hello." He swallowed. I never went into the garden. I never touched her. I just asked her if she was all right. I told her to keep writing, I think. Encourage the young. That's why I like teaching. You can make a difference. What happened then? Helena came out of the house and saw us. I ran. A fully grown adult man, and I scurried away as if I'd done something wrong. He shook his head. Twice. I ran and left Rosalie behind to deal with the consequences. And then she disappeared. I've always felt guilty about it. I could run away, but Rosalie couldn't. And I've always worried that I was the reason Helena lost her temper with her for the last time. You think Helena killed her? I think she was capable of it. His chin was trembling, and his eyes were wet. When Rosalie disappeared, I wasn't surprised. The only thing that surprised me was that Helena never got arrested for it. I tried to help that little girl, and I think I was the reason she died. 32. It was a wonderful place to live. We were all so happy there, such a community. I was glad I was on the phone, so Samantha Mogel couldn't see me. I had started to slump over onto my desk from sheer despair, 10 minutes into the call, when she had repeated the line about being so happy there for the third time. The miracles of modern technology. Mrs. Mogel now lived in Florida, but the line was clear and crackle-free. I could hear every single word she was saying without any difficulty. Unfortunately, none of it so far was worth hearing. There were the Marshalls, and the Hoods, and the Speaks, and Nesta Campbell, who was an impresario and always had interesting guests, and one or two other people who were in our gang. We socialized together and shared advice about cleaners and workmen and so forth. And Dr. Fuller was wonderful with the children when they had health issues. And Emery Speak was a solicitor, so he was the go-to man for conveyancing and wills and divorces. Everything was easy. Also, it was lovely to be by the river. Lovely, I repeated dully. I have such happy memories of being there, Mrs. Mogel droned on, as if the sun was always shining, which, I know it wasn't. How could it have been, in London? A tinkly laugh, and a sigh. But in retrospect, we were all so happy. So happy. Paul Lavender had walked out half an hour earlier, a free man, threatening us with legal action of an unspecified and unlikely nature. Go and chase up any loose ends you can think of, Derwent had ordered, his jaw tight with anger, as his case came apart around a suspect who simply wasn't suspicious enough. Anything you have on your action list, now is the time to get on with it. If we can't find any evidence against Lavender, he gets away with murder, or he's not the one we're looking for. Either find me something to throw at him so I can arrest him again, or find me a new lead, because at the moment we've got nothing. Mrs. Mogel, I tried. Oh, you can call me Sammy, dear. And you should know that I've divorced Jacques Mogel. I'm Sammy Hillard again, for the first time since I was in my 20s. But never mind. You were asking about the Marshalls. They were wonderful neighbours, such good friends through all my ups and downs. I moved in as a newlywed with my second husband, Christian Rothwell, but I already had my son from my first marriage. I was so relieved that Helena had boys too, even though they were younger. I thought they would be company for one another, but of course there was always a huge gap between them, being 5 and 7 years younger than my boy, and it makes a big difference at that age. But then, at that stage, I thought I would be living happily ever after, and that was wrong too. Christian was unfaithful from the very start. It absolutely broke my heart. Of course, I behaved badly too, to retaliate. He was a gentleman, though. I got the house when we divorced, which was wonderful, because my son was settled in school, and I was happy there. And then I met Jacques, and he seemed like heaven on earth, and he wasn't around much because he was working in Dubai, so I suppose I was able to keep my illusions about him. But he was really a liar and a cheat. They all were. Tony, Christian, and Jacques. One disaster after another. And here I am on my own again. Although I will say that I date a lot. Another giggle. She was sliding back and forth between sorrow and glee with dizzying speed. So, who lived in your house at the time that Rosalie disappeared? I'm trying to get a full list of everyone in the neighbourhood, I explained. Just me, most of the time. I'd divorced Christian when my son was 10. And then it was the two of us. Then Jacques was only around a few weeks of the year, Christmas and Ascot and so forth. I used to go to Dubai to stay with him whenever I could, which I loved because he had staff and such a lifestyle and the heat. Well, it's no accident I've ended up living in Florida, where it's warm all year round. I could never live in the UK again, never. The cold just seeps into your bones. I rubbed my forehead with the heel of my hand, trying to ease the headache that was gripping me around the temples. So it was just you and your son? No, not then. I remember, because it felt like such a shock. I had been bracing myself for the empty nest and crying over the fact that my boy was heading off to university, though of course I was so proud. But I had thought we'd have the summer together. But he was just gone. He never came back, in a sense. I mean, I saw him occasionally, but he never lived with me again. He grew up that summer. He'd started to pull away, changing his hair, wanting to be called J instead of JV, which was what I'd always called him, unless he was in trouble, in which case it was his full name and he knew I meant it. That's what he does, you see, when he wants to change his image. The name goes along with everything else. I mean, honestly, it's hard to keep track sometimes. But then he had this moment of madness and packed up his things, and that was that. He was gone. And as I said to Helena, she had a terrible shock when Rosalie disappeared, but she also had 2 other children. I was on my own, without warning. The idea that it had been worse for her was breathtaking in its self-centeredness, but I let it go. And JV was what age when he left? 18? Almost 19, actually. His birthday was in August, but I'd held him back a year, so he wasn't disadvantaged by that. And, forgive me, I'm being stupid, he left before or after Rosalie disappeared? Oh, before. He went off backpacking, or fruit-picking or something. He had been tutoring Magnus, so he'd built up quite a little pot of money, and I suppose that was all he felt he needed. He barely said goodbye. Rosalie disappeared about a week later. A sniff. It felt as if I'd spent the whole summer crying. When Helena wound up in hospital, I almost envied her. I had to keep going, you see. I couldn't just give in to my feelings. Unlike selfish old Helena, who had indulged herself with a suicide attempt that had left her brain damaged. I was sitting up straight now, trying to concentrate on the thread of interest that ran through the acres of flannel that Sammy Hillard was wadding into my ear. So JV left unexpectedly? Well, yes. That's what I've been telling you. For the first time, she sounded irritated. The plan was to spend the whole summer together for the last time. The two of us were so close. Jacques was busy in Dubai, and it was too hot to go out in the summer, I thought. I was going to go in September and stay for a couple of months, rather than rattling around the house on my own. I have never liked being on my own much. Another laugh. I suppose that's why I keep getting married. Let me just see if I've asked you everything I wanted to know. I stared at my notes. I was playing for time. It was essential that none of that urgency and excitement I was feeling crept into my voice. Ms. Hillard, I mean. I've been through the files, and I don't think JV was ever interviewed about Rosalie's disappearance. No, he wasn't. He had already left then, as I said. What could he have possibly contributed to the investigation? Oh, absolutely. He wouldn't have been on anyone's list at that stage. It's just that, given that he was in the house so much that summer, tutoring Magnus, I think it would be helpful if I could speak to him. We're trying to get a full picture of who was there and what the family dynamic was like. After so long? Because of what's happened to Mr. and Mrs. Marshall. In case there's any connection with what happened to Rosalie. I had explained this already at the start of the phone call. Oh, yes, of course. So sad. Well, I'm sure JV will want to help if you think it's important. There was a scuffling sound. I have his number here on the fridge. He lives in London now, so you're in luck. Not dead. Not on the other side of the world. I was liking the sound of JV more and more. Here it is. She read it out, repeating various parts as she lost track. No, 1431. And I read it back to her a couple of times, making sure I had it right. The number looked familiar to me, and I puzzled over it for a moment, confused. Where had I seen it before? Or was it just reading it out 2 or 3 times that had made me think I remembered it from somewhere else? Someone was standing beside me, looking over my shoulder. Derwent, I knew, before I glanced up. He was focused on the number I'd written down, frowning at it with the taut concentration of a hunting dog. So it meant something to him, too. Miss Hillard, I said into the phone, what is JV's actual name? What's his surname? Is he Hillard or Mogel or... He has my first husband's name. He's John Victor Grant. JV to me. J to his university friends. But these days he goes by... Tor Grant, I said. My eyes locked on Derwent's. Yes, Sammy Hillard said happily. How did you know? 33. After I got off the phone, I looked up at Derwent. His expression was as bleak as I'd ever seen it. We couldn't have known Tor Grant would be a person of interest. Except that I said he'd turn out to be our murderer. He shook his head. I fucking said he was. I knew it. No, you didn't. I said it first anyway. And we still don't know that he killed the Marshalls. Okay, that's fair. If he killed them, it's hard to see why he would come back and draw attention to himself by breaking into your car. Unless he was looking for something that would otherwise incriminate him. The note from down the side of the chair. I had a copy of it taped to my computer monitor, and now I looked at it again. BDK ? How? Check dates. The dates? Maybe Bruce wanted to check when Tor left for university. Maybe. Derwent grimaced. He has to be top of the list now for Rosalie's abduction. He never came to the attention of the original investigation because he wasn't around when she disappeared. But he knew her. His behaviour changed that summer. He also changed his plans unexpectedly. He left before she did, as far as anyone else knew, but he could have come back to take her. Why would he want to make a podcast about it if he was the one who took her? Derwent raised his eyebrows ironically. You think there's ever going to be an actual podcast? Yes, I do. He's got a website for it. Social media accounts. If it was fake, he went to a lot of trouble to publicise it. I had been typing, and now I showed Derwent my screen. A comprehensive list of results for Who Stole Rosalie? Broadcast date to be confirmed. Derwent shrugged, changing tack effortlessly. If I wanted to control a narrative, if I wanted to point the finger at anyone but me, and suppress any evidence that might get me in trouble, I might decide to make a podcast. He was worried about someone else doing a podcast about Rosalie, I said. Maybe he thought they'd focus on him. If he claimed his was the definitive one, it would put off other podcasters, I suppose. Derwent closed his eyes for a moment, looking exhausted. We wasted time on poor Lavender. Maybe, I said, troubled. But what he told us feels like part of the picture. I just don't know how it fits in. It doesn't, in any meaningful way. I have to go and explain all of this to Una Burt now, including the fact that we had Tor Grant in custody at one point. You can try to convince her that it's good news. We've had contact with him already, and recently, so we should be able to pick him up relatively easily. Or we had our chance, and he slipped through our fingers. That would be bad luck, I allowed. When have we had any other kind? Try Grant's number and see if you can talk him into coming in. But get response to go round to the address he gave us too. See if we can pick him up quickly, before he has a chance to slip away. He turned, scanning the room. Colin, Liv, dig into his background. I want to know everything about him. If he's been arrested before, if he's ever been charged with any crimes, what jobs he's done, where he's been living, everything. I want to know more about Tor Grant than his mother does by the time he's sitting in our interview room. That might not be difficult, I said. I don't think his mother has the least idea what he does or where he is. She just has that mobile number for him and... Derwent groaned. Don't tell me. I held out the phone so he could hear the recorded announcement. This number is out of use. Please dial again. In one way, we were back to square one. But it helped that Tor Grant felt like a promising lead for the first time. Una Burt was brisk. She wasn't given to "I told you so" unless you really deserved it. Well, it's a shame, but you couldn't have known. Oddly, I thought, Derwent would have preferred a proper bollocking instead of Una Burt's pragmatism. If she wasn't going to beat him up, he would have to do it to himself. Grim-faced, he shut himself away with Chris Pettifer to work on the questions they would put to Tor Grant, also known as J. Grant, also known as J.V. Grant, also known as John Victor Grant. And who knows if he ever borrowed a surname from one of his stepfathers, Liv said. That gives us another few options for pseudonyms. Split the list with Colin, I suggested, reaching out for my phone, which was ringing. Maeve Kerrigan speaking. Yes? Right. That's a shame. No, it's not a surprise. We thought he might be... Oh, really? Thanks anyway. Tell me that was good news, Liv said as I hung up. That was the response PC. He moved out 2 days after he was arrested, according to the landlady. Took everything, didn't leave a forwarding address. She thought it wasn't the first time he'd done a runner like that. I had one eye on the meeting room door. I would need to interrupt Derwent to give him the bad news, and I wanted to choose my moment. Preferably that moment would be when I was a long way away, so I could avoid the worst of the explosion. Liv leaned closer. How are things going with Josh? You seem stressed. Why don't you discuss it with Georgia? She bit her lip. Ouch. Yeah, well, imagine how I feel. I never thought you'd talk about me behind my back. We were worried about you. Liv's eyes were shiny with concern. It's just a toxic situation for you. Living with him again. I'm not living with him. He's in the flat downstairs. That's a technicality. What did you think was going to happen if he moved in with you? I couldn't look at her. He needed somewhere to stay. He could have gone anywhere. He could have stayed with anyone. Why you? Why not me? Maybe a better question is, what did you want to happen? I was familiar with that silky tone of voice. I'd heard it in enough interviews when she landed the killer question. Seriously, Liv, it's not a big deal. That's not what Georgia said, you said? My phone rang again, and I snatched it up, glowering at Liv the while. Georgia? Seriously? Maeve Kerrigan speaking. You said I should call you if I thought of anything else that might be relevant. Magnus's voice was loud and immediately distinctive, which was just as well, given that he hadn't bothered to say who he was. You sent that story to us. You didn't reply. I knew Ivo would. Did he say it was Rosalie's writing? He said he thought so, but he wasn't sure. Magnus snorted. Typical. He never paid any attention to me or Rosalie. We were insignificant as far as he was concerned. It was definitely her story. Her writing. Unmistakable. Okay. Thank you. Was that all? You don't seem very excited. Well, the investigation has moved on since I emailed you the picture of the story. And someone else had already confirmed it for us. It's still helpful to know that you think it was her work, but it's not where our focus is. Where is your focus, if you don't mind me asking? Look, I can't talk to you about the investigation. We're making inquiries about an individual, and I can't say any more. For fuck's sake! A horn blared so loudly it must have been next to him. A double beep from an irate moped. I twisted to look at the open window behind me. I heard that. The horn. Yeah? He sounded uninterested. It was loud. I mean, I heard it through the window, not down the phone. Are you somewhere near my office? I wanted to talk to you. I told you I thought of something. I don't know if it's relevant or not, but you wanted to know if I remembered anything. The address of your office is on your card, and it's not far from my work, so I thought I'd come round. Your speciality is turning up uninvited, isn't it? I grabbed my bag. I'll come down and meet you outside. We can get a coffee. You're buying? Of course. I hung up and caught Liv's eye. What? Making a getaway. Am I supposed to break the news to Josh about Tor Grant being in the wind? You could. I was edging away. If he comes out of the meeting room. If he asks. Maeve. I have an important witness to see. Maeve. You'll handle it better than I would. I checked. The door was still closed, thank God. I'll be back soon. Good luck. I won't forget this, she called as I slid out of the office, barely daring to breathe until the door was safely shut behind me. Magnus was leaning against a wall outside the building, smoking, all floppy hair and privilege, in a blazer and chinos. He made to throw the butt away when he saw me, but stopped himself. You're not going to arrest me for, littering, are you? In a heartbeat. I have nothing better to do. He grinned. Cute. Find a bin. I took him down the street to a small and pretentious coffee shop, instinctively feeling that I'd get more out of him if I kept him in familiar territory. He gave the barista a detailed and complicated coffee order that I only half understood, and smirked when I ordered a flat white. The Fiat 500 of coffees. All the girlies love a flat white. I bet you don't even know how they make it. I bet I don't care, I said evenly, and paid, and followed him to a table at the back. The decor involved a lot of brass, mirrors, and taxidermy which I could have done without. Our table was watched by an owl in a glass case, one withered set of talons wrapped around a mouse. "This is nice," he commented. "Not what I was expecting from the old Bill. I'd have thought a greasy spoon was more your cup of tea." "What did you want to tell me?" "Straight down to business." He took his time, sipping his coffee and making an appreciative noise. I resisted the urge to fidget, knowing that he would take longer if he knew I was impatient. "Okay. Well, I was thinking about the gun." "Go on." "When I knocked it down, I wasn't on my own. I'd forgotten. Rosalie was there." His voice softened when he said her name. "Rosalie? You're sure?" "She helped me find the bullets. I was lying in bed the other night, and I remembered there was one that had gone under a cupboard. I couldn't fit my arm underneath it, but she was tiny. She was holding the bullet when Dad came in and found us." "Did she get in trouble?" "Not with Dad. He was always nice to her. He told her it was very important and precious and dangerous, and she promised she'd never touch it. Then he must have let her go because I don't remember her being there when he leathered me to within an inch of my life." As I considered this new piece of information, I accidentally made eye contact with a screaming weasel, frozen on a branch in a glass case behind Magnus, and looked back at him in a hurry. He was a more pleasant sight than a dead weasel, but only just. "Okay. And no one else saw it? Ivo?" "Not that I recall." He sat back. "I thought you'd be more pleased." "I'm ecstatic. I'm just thinking, that's all." I turned the spoon over in my saucer. "What about anyone else who might have been in the house?" "Like who?" "In for a penny." "What about your tutor?" My tutor?" Magnus frowned. "You mean JV?" "Yes." "Why are you asking?" He broke off, and his eyes went wide. "You think JV was involved?" "It's a line of inquiry." I leaned across the table. "Please, Magnus, keep it to yourself. We're at an early stage, and he was gone. He'd already left. When Rosalie... He was gone." The flush had faded from his cheeks. He had turned a shade of green that I associated with extreme seasickness. The smooth drawl had become choppy, incoherent, panicked. "Are you okay, Magnus?" "No, but..." He ran a hand through his hair, and I saw his fingers were trembling. Sweat glinted on his forehead and upper lip. "If it was him, I thought... He was gone, so I didn't..." "You didn't what?" "Tell the police about him." All the cockiness had gone, leaving raw honesty. "I should have. I didn't. I was just a kid. But I should have. He hurled himself towards the door of the cafe, cannoning off chairs and tables, and when I followed him outside, I found him bent over, throwing up into the gutter, as if he might never stop. 34. I feel as if I've been split open and emptied out. I mean, there are places where you'd have to pay for that. Magnus was back on form, regrettably. I led him through the lobby, heading for the main door of the building. I had waited for him to stop vomiting, which took longer than I expected, and then dragged him back to the office and a quiet interview room. I sat opposite him with a notepad in front of me, recording the entire conversation on my phone in case I missed a detail. Tell me everything you remember about JV. Absolutely everything. To give him credit, he had done his best to do just that over the next 2 hours, digging deep into his memory. The shock of hearing JV's name in the context of his sister's disappearance and his parents' murder had been enough to jolt him out of his habitual drawl and belligerence. And I found myself warming to him as he talked. For the first time, I could see the nice little boy that D.I. Howlett had met, the brother who had been devastated when Rosalie disappeared. I hope it wasn't too traumatic, I said now. I know it's hard to revisit a painful time in your life, but the information you've given me might be really useful. Are you going to arrest him? Yes. If we can find him, I didn't add. Good. He blew out all the air in his body, relief softening his expression. You know, I do feel better. This is why people go to therapy, isn't it? It's one reason. I hesitated. Look, Magnus, I think it might be an idea for you to get some proper counselling. All of this stuff about Rosalie and your parents, it's a lot to sort through by yourself. We should have had counselling at the time, me and Ivo. My folks didn't do anything to organise it. He winced. I mean, really, what chance did we have to be normal? You don't get on with Ivo, do you? I think in an ordinary family, the gap between us would have narrowed as we got older. But that didn't happen for us. We were frozen as we were when Rosalie disappeared. He didn't have any interest in me, and I resented the fuck out of him. And that's how it is now. Childish, but there we are. Maybe it's time to get to know each other, now that it's just the two of you. It's too late. It's never too late. Unless one of us dies. Magnus gave me a twisted little smile, and I remembered that he had just lost his parents, shockingly, and that, no matter how old you were, or how distant you might feel from your parents, losing them meant something. Yeah, that's pretty final. So don't let it happen. Sometimes you have to make the first move. Let go of the anger first. It's not doing you any good to hold on to it. He tilted his head back, looking down his nose at me, all arrogance. Why do you care? I think you've missed out on enough, that's all. I have a brother, I found myself saying, slightly to my surprise, and I don't see much of him, but I know he'd be there for me in a heartbeat if I needed him. A raised eyebrow as his chin came down. You're a bit of a sweetheart, aren't you, Sergeant? Don't tell anyone. I won't. And I promise I'll think about therapy. And my brother. He's all I have left, after all. So, thanks. He leaned over and kissed my cheek, his expensive aftershave covering any hint of vomit or sweat. That was Magnus all over, I thought, keeping the real version of himself hidden. It wasn't for me to convince him to change, but I hoped he would. You're welcome. And if you think of anything else, I'll be in touch. He waved and headed for the door. I watched him until he was out of sight. Who was that? Derwent came to stand beside me, his expression dark. I started one hand to my chest to keep my heart from leaping out of it. "You have got to stop creeping up on me." Derwent snorted. "Maybe if you hadn't been staring into your new boyfriend's eyes." "Let me stop you there. That was Magnus Marshall." He had the grace to look embarrassed. "Oh, sorry. I didn't know." "Evidently not." He wanted to tell me that Rosalie also knew where the gun was in his father's study. "Huh. What's the significance of that?" I shook my head. "Not a clue. It might not matter at all. I suppose she might have told someone. But get this, I asked him about Tor Grant. Magnus went to pieces. He said he didn't talk to the cops about Grant when the original investigation was taking place, and he didn't think it mattered, because he knew Grant had already left home when Rosalie disappeared. But somehow it had always bothered him that he didn't say anything." "About what?" "He said Grant was a creep, his word. He asked Ivo and Magnus if they'd ever done anything with girls, and tried to get them to look at a nudie magazine once when he was babysitting." "Grooming them?" "Possibly. Magnus was adamant that nothing happened, but Ivo must have said something to his mother, because when Rosalie arrived, there was no more babysitting work for JV. He wasn't around much after that until Magnus started struggling in school and needed a tutor." "Did anything happen?" "He's not sure. He remembers a day when he left Rosalie alone with Grant, in Magnus's bedroom, right at the top of the house. Rosalie wasn't with Grant when he got back, but she was upset, Magnus thought." "What upset her?" "Magnus never found out, but when he went back to his bedroom, JV was there sitting at the desk, masturbating." "That fucker," Derwent said softly. "What did he do to her?" I shook my head, trying not to imagine the details. Magnus was relieved that JV never came back to the house after that day. He never told anyone that he'd caught JV, even after Rosalie disappeared, because he was embarrassed about it, and he felt guilty. He assumed that JV went away because he was mortified and couldn't bear to live next door to him anymore. Which might be true. There's nothing as sensitive or self-conscious as a teenage boy, especially when it comes to sex. Or he did something to Rosalie, and he was afraid she would tell her parents. Or that. That might be more likely. I shivered. Whatever happened in that room, JV found it exciting. I'm not making excuses for him, but you know, boys that age spend pretty much every spare moment wanking. They don't run away from home afterwards, though, as a rule. You can still have him as a suspect. Derwent grinned. I want to see you asking him about it in interview. Nothing would give me greater pleasure, I said with feeling. I take it there's no sign of him? His expression darkened again. Not at the moment, but we'll get him. I know. Coming up. He started towards the lifts, and I followed. You usually take the stairs? He pressed the button. I must be tired. The lift doors slid open obediently, and he stood back so I could go in first. I let him press the button for our floor, and the doors closed, and we were alone. He leaned against the other side of the lift, his hands in his pockets, his eyes fixed on the floor. It was late in the day, and his shirt was limp, crumpled, the sleeves badly creased where he had pushed them halfway up his forearms. His tie was askew, and I longed to reach out and straighten it. But I pressed against the wall behind me, the maximum distance between us, the air charged with things unsaid. Or completely normal, if your mind wasn't running along the same lines as mine. He would be thinking about Tor Grant, I thought. He would be concentrating on the case, on our next moves, on what remained to be done before we could leave for the day. He looked up, and our eyes met. I felt the shock of it run through me like a current. Are you okay? Why wouldn't I be? I said. And he made a tiny movement, instantly arrested, that I recognised as frustration. Well, if he wanted to ask awkward questions, I could do the same. Why do you always take the lift with me, Josh? Always the stairs on your own, always the lift with me. He moved to stand in front of me, his hands still trapped in his pockets, his feet wide apart, his face inscrutable. And the lift stopped with a self-satisfied jounce. Our floor. I stepped out ahead of him, outwardly composed, inwardly trembling. He was right on my heels, as close as a shadow, and his voice was a slow, honeyed murmur only I could hear as we walked along the hallway to the office, for the last few moments that we were on our own. I might have fainted from sheer longing if I hadn't been listening to what he was saying. You get winded on the stairs and pretend you're not. I feel like I'm in a documentary about the death zone on Everest. His breath against the side of my face, like a caress, as he leaned closer. I might as well be watching a middle-aged tourist preparing to die in the most expensive way possible. If they ever install oxygen and hire some Sherpas, we'll start taking the stairs together, all right? Until then, the lift. He got to the door ahead of me and held it open, smiling sweetly as I walked past him, my face flaming. God, I was such an idiot. Georgia looked up when we came in. She instantly spotted the colour in my cheeks, her expression changing to horror. I shook my head at her as discreetly as I could. Did you talk to Magnus? Liv asked, and I filled her in on what he had told me about Tor Grant. Wow, it would have been helpful to know that for the original investigation. He was just a kid, I said. I can understand why he was too shy to speak up about what he'd seen. Don't be rude about Magnus, Derwent warned Liv. Maeve likes him. What's that supposed to mean? I asked, stung. Nothing. Just that, as usual, you're determined to see the best in someone who doesn't deserve it. Derwent's mobile rang, and he answered it with his eyes on me, bright with mischief. He was enjoying teasing me far too much, I thought, trying to remember how I had coped with it before. I hadn't minded then, that was the problem. Now I minded all too much. I turned to go back to my desk, and he reached out to take hold of my arm. Wait, Derwent said to me. Serious now. And into the phone. No, sorry, go on. You were saying? I stood beside him, watching his face change as he listened, trying to guess what had happened to make his eyes narrow and his mouth tighten. Yeah, of course we will. As soon as we can. Thanks for letting me know. No, definitely of interest. I can't quite believe it. A short huff of amusement, the release of tension. I bet you couldn't either. One where you checked the results again. Yeah, twice over. Absolutely. I'll let you know our ETA. This number good? Okay. See you soon. He ended the call and stood completely still, processing whatever he had just heard. What is it? I asked. Bad news? He looked at me as if he'd just woken from a dream, coming back to himself slowly. Yes. Maybe. For someone. 35. The car was silent as we drove through empty, still streets in the blue light before dawn. My eyes were sore from lack of sleep and the early start. I thought back to the night before, when Derwent had wanted to leave for the Lake District straight away, but Una Burt intervened. It's what, 6 hours on the road? At least. And it's getting on for 8 in the evening now. You'll get there in the middle of the night. Nothing will be open, and the locals won't want to stay up waiting for you, and there's no point in visiting the scene in the dark. Go in the morning. Is that an order? Call it an order if it makes you happy. You can leave early. If we get on the road at 4:30, we'll be there mid-morning, Derwent said to me. Probably not worth trying to do there and back in a day. We'll need to book a hotel. Nothing fancy. I phoned a budget Keswick hotel to make the reservation and hung up to discover Georgia was at my elbow. How many rooms did you book? 2. If you give me the number, I'll call them to book an extra room. She beamed. I'm coming too. Whose idea is that? My voice was sharper than I'd intended it to be, and she actually took a step back. The boss. Josh. Una. I felt myself relax a fraction, but not completely. Why is she sending you? She didn't suggest it. I asked if I could go. It sounds interesting. Interesting, I repeated, and looked across the room to where Liv was watching us. She turned away, pretending to read the piece of paper in her hand, a little too self-conscious to be for real. You cooked this up with Liv, didn't you? Just in case being alone with him was too tempting for me, and I did something I shouldn't. No, that's not it at all. She didn't sound convincing, but I didn't have the heart to pursue it. Anyway, I wasn't entirely sure she and Liv were wrong. Did you sleep? What? Derwent glanced at me, the angles of his face silvered by the white glare of the streetlights. Did you manage to get any sleep? You were up late. A couple of hours. Sorry if I kept you awake. No, you didn't, I said quickly. I wasn't sleeping, and I looked out of the bedroom window. I could see the lights were on downstairs. Lozenges of golden light, framing patches of grass, glassy with dew, unsettling in the blackness. I had stood and watched for a shadow, a hint of where he was or what he was doing, until I realised I was shivering with cold. You can have a nap now if you want. He checked the rearview mirror. George is out of it. I turned to check, half suspecting she might be faking to see what we would talk about without her supervision. But her head was tilted back at an awkward angle. There was no way she would have allowed her mouth to hang open like that if she'd been conscious of it. So we were effectively alone. What I chose to say, now that no one else was listening, was the supremely romantic, "We should make good time. I'll take over from you in a while. You don't have to drive the whole way. I don't mind. It helps me to think." A pause, especially if no one is talking to me. I folded my arms and stared out of the window, mock outraged. I can take a hint. Sandbach Services is roughly halfway. I'll stop there. We'll need fuel and a pit stop. You might as well sleep between this and then. Instead of arguing that I couldn't, I wouldn't, that I would much rather talk to him about anything at all. Not the case, necessarily, if that was off limits, but ordinary conversation about this and that, and nothing in particular. I shifted position until the headrest was doing its job properly. It was an opportunity to think uninterrupted, as Derwent had said. I needed to try to make sense of the new information, which was what had kept me awake all night. I shut my eyes. Even if I didn't sleep, Maeve? What? I struggled upright, peering out at petrol pumps and trees starting to come into leaf and a clear blue sky. Where are we? Services. George has gone to get food. Do you want anything? Derwent had the car door open. I'm going to fill up. Okay. I rubbed my eyes, trying desperately to come to full consciousness. Fine. After a trip to the bathroom in the filling station, I felt a lot more like myself. The wobbly legs and stiff neck had worn off a bit, and I was glad I'd slept. I came out to find Georgia settling into the passenger seat in the front. What are you doing? Getting ready to leave. She pointed to the cup holders. Tentative now. I got us all coffee. Thanks, I said, automatically. But why change seats? Josh suggested it. She looked past me. Here he comes. You can ask him. I wouldn't, I thought, and he didn't volunteer an explanation. And before I had driven us a mile down the motorway, he was asleep himself, sprawling on the back seat in total exhaustion. Georgia maintained a constant flow of trivialities and observations all the way to Keswick. Which is near Derwentwater, isn't that funny? There, she switched into map-reading mode with surprising efficiency, directing me away from the town on a narrow road that climbed sharply to higher ground. The mountains lifted around us, and I felt comforted, in spite of our reason for being there. In spite of everything. The sky was wide, filled with plump white clouds scudding across the horizon, and the ground on either side of the road was bright with spring grass. White water veined the mountains in the distance. I longed to pull the car over and stare, instead of snatching an opportunity to look at the view now and then. I turned onto a road so tight it made the previous one feel like an avenue. Grass snaked up the centre, breaking through the tarmac, and the view was of patchworked fields stitched together with dry stone walls. After a couple of bone-shaking miles, Georgia pointed across me. There, on the right, that gate. They said there'd be a marker. A strip of police tape fluttered from the top bar, dancing in the wind. Derwent got out and opened the gate so I could drive through, and I waited for him to jog back to the car, watching in the rearview mirror as he closed the gate. There are 6 more gates between us and the house, Georgia announced as he got back into the car. I can't see it yet, can you? I shook my head. Fields, yes, and the bare flanks of the mountains, and an endless sky where birds flirted and dipped in the crystal-pure air. But no house. There was no habitation of any kind. I wouldn't have a clue we were in the right place without the directions and the police tape, would you? No. They said it was isolated, but... She trailed off. Even Georgia was capable of being silenced by the magnificence of the mountain scenery, I gathered. It seemed impossible that this existed in the same country as the grey streets we had travelled a few hours earlier, where the natural world was represented by a scruffy fox prospecting for an unsecure bin, or a spiky stand of rosebay willowherb on a patch of waste ground. A long way up the track, we came to the first police vehicle, a Toyota Hilux that was blocking the way. The driver got out and watched us approach, his face impassive. I pulled in where he indicated, on a small patch of grass to the side of the next gate, and we climbed out of the car to stretch. Morning. I need to ask you to transfer to this vehicle, please. That one will get stuck in the mud on the way to the house. Is it much further? Georgia asked, eyes wide, and he smiled at her, his stiff manner evaporating. Whatever he'd been expecting, it wasn't the Pollyanna of the Met. Not too far, but it's like the Somme. You'll see. You'd get bogged down straight away. We've already had to tow the boss out. The boss was standing outside the house when it finally came into view. A dark figure in an overcoat that whipped around his knees as the sharp wind caught it. The house looked forbidding behind him. Heavy grey granite, symmetrical windows, 5 across the top and 2 on either side of the front door. Windholt House, the driver announced. Whoever built it really wanted to get away from it all, Derwent commented. They like their own company, the police officer confirmed, driving through a massive puddle that sent wings of muddy water arcing out from both sides of the vehicle. He stopped on gravel in front of the house, and the boss walked across to greet us. A tanned, tall man with a worried expression, and no more than a suggestion of hair left on his head. Superintendent Parker. Derwent shook his hand. Josh Derwent. Good to meet you. He nodded to each of us in turn as Derwent introduced us. Found the place all right, then? Thanks to your directions. It's not exactly easy to find, is it? Deliberately so. No one comes up here from one end of the year to the next. Most of the gates were padlocked when we got here. The homeowner used to collect his post in Keswick. No deliveries, no tradespeople. When we spoke to the local press, we appealed for anyone who'd been in the property during the last 12 months to come forward. And no one did. It was the talk of the town, so anyone in the area would have known we wanted to trace visitors to the house, or even just to the farm. Windholt House was completely cut off. What do you know about the homeowner? Derwent asked. I knew he wanted to get into the house, to see the crime scene. But I also knew that he would follow Superintendent Parker's lead. And Parker seemed to need to talk first. Piers Wilmington, age 39. He lived here all his life. This place was in his family for generations, I gather. And the estate consists of a few hundred acres of good farmland, in addition to the house, by the way. He was an only child. Got the lot. The Wilmingtons always had money, and they didn't like spending it. What did he farm? I asked, looking around at empty fields that stretched away from the house, ribbons of grass rippling in the wind. Sheep, largely, but he'd sold them all. He'd stopped everything over the last few years. He even sold some land over on the edge of his property. Got a good price for it, enough to live off for a while, especially given that he was frugal. Not the brightest, according to the people who knew him, but decent. And now he's dead, I said. And now he's dead. Very. Superintendent Parker moved towards the side of the house. Come on, I'll show you what we've got. 36. They used this door as the main way in and out of the house, Superintendent Parker said over his shoulder as he walked through a filthy cobblestoned yard. He was making for the back door, which stood ajar. Specks of maroon paint flaked off it, and the glass window set into it was grey with dirt. Very common around here not to use the front door, so when the contractor from the council came round, he went straight to the back of the building and found the door open. No one knew he was coming, I take it. Derwent held out a hand to me as I slithered on a particularly slick bit of mud and hauled me to firmer ground. No, it was emergency repair work. Some power lines had come down thanks to high winds. He'd gone to sort it out, but the access road was blocked with a chained gate. He needed to get to the affected area, so he came to the house to see if there was another way there, or if the gate could be unlocked. We stepped into a stone-flagged corridor. It was icy, and I shivered. No heating left on? No heating at all. The boiler is an antique that could just about cope with making hot water, but not much of it. There's a range in the kitchen, and fireplaces in most of the rooms. Parker walked ahead of us, gesturing at open doors. Parlour, dining room, kitchen's the other way. It's like a museum, Georgia said in awe, peering through open doors. In the dining room, a linen cloth covered the table, and a big brass-bound family Bible stood on a lectern. I imagined the Victorian residents spending their Sundays reading improving texts from it, and how boring that must have been, and how there had been no escape in any direction. You're right there. Nothing has changed here in 100 years. More. All this furniture went in when the house was new. Imagine them hauling it up here by cart. Parker started up the stairs. Watch your step. Some of the treads are rotten. What's your best guess for when this happened? Derwent asked from behind me. Good question. We know Piers was in Keswick in January, because the post in his P.O. box goes back to the 15th of that month. If he paid any other visits, he didn't pick up his post. A lot of people in remote parts of this area would only go to town once or twice a month, so maybe it happened in January, maybe February. There was some food in the fridge that had been bought mid-January, but not much, so it could be that he'd eaten a lot of it over the following weeks. What about the body? I said. Doesn't that help? The body wasn't in a good condition at all, even though it's like a fridge in here. There were, vermin. Georgia made a tiny noise of pure revulsion, and I didn't blame her. They've done the PM. That happened the day we recovered the body. Superintendent Parker continued, oblivious. The pathologist won't give us his best guess until all the tests come back. They're annoying that way, Derwent said with feeling. One thing we haven't found is the van. There was a red Ford Transit registered to this address, but there's no sign of it. We included the details in our initial appeal for information, but no one seems to have seen it. The superintendent paused. You'd need a vehicle to get out of here. No public transport. You could walk, but it's a hell of a long way. He could have sold the van before he died, or scrapped it, Derwent said, with his usual unhelpful logic, and Superintendent Parker sighed. We've thought of that too. At the moment, it feels like our only lead. The van can't have disappeared into thin air. It must be somewhere. No one's seen it in what, 2 months? Derwent pulled a face. Good luck. We had stopped in front of a door at the end of the hallway. On the way down the hall, I glanced through open doors to see bare rooms, almost unfurnished, with neither curtains nor carpet. Cool, pearly light slanted in, filtered through smudged windows. It felt like an abandoned building, down to the Arctic chill that was seeping into my bones. Was he moving out? There's hardly any furniture up here. That was how he lived, Eli Parker said, opening the door with something of a flourish. And this is how he died. In contrast to the other bedrooms, this room was overfurnished with small armchairs and tables full of trinkets littered here and there. The room occupied the entire width of the house from the front to the rear, and it was big enough that I felt it was something of an achievement to make it feel cluttered. Heavy chests of drawers stood on either side of the fireplace and between the windows, and a massive wardrobe filled one wall. Faded velvet curtains hung at the windows, and a 4-poster bed squatted behind the door. There was a smell of old smoke from the fireplace, which was still full of ash, and overlaying that, the unmistakable odour of human decay. I almost gagged at it, but caught myself in time. Georgia reversed sharply, her boots loud on the wide floorboards, fleeing to the safety of the hall again. Focus. It was the damage I noticed next. A fine mist of blood sprayed up one wall, between the windows. A small round table lay on its side, as if someone or something had fallen against it. A large, wavering stain marked the rug in front of the bed, and the mirror above the fireplace was smashed. A spiderweb of damage, radiating out from the point of impact on the right, so that half of the mirror was unusable. What are we looking at? Derwent asked. 2 shots. One bullet was in our victim, Piers. The other hit the mirror. We recovered the bullets and sent them off for analysis, as you know. And the ballistics expert matched them to the bullet that killed Bruce Marshall. The impossible, undeniable fact of it. I had seen the close-up images of the bullets lined up, carefully lit, the marks on the ammunition that were, even to my untrained eye, identical. One dead body in remote rural Cumbria, another, presumably killed weeks later, in central London in a luxury flat. Parker nodded. That was our first clue that this wasn't going to be straightforward. 2 murders, a few weeks apart, in different locations with what seems to be the same weapon. We already knew we had to involve the Met even before the rest. The rest. A nice way of saying the unthinkable. He pointed to the floor. This is where Piers died. We don't know if it was instant or if it took a while. The bullet hit him in the chest and nicked an artery before it lodged in his spine. But he bled out slowly into his chest cavity. A doctor could have saved his life, the pathologist said, but he would have been paralysed from the waist down whether he got treatment or not. So he might have been conscious while he died. But he couldn't move. Derwent checked, and the superintendent nodded. There were fibres from the rug under his nails. He died hard. I caught sight of myself in the fractured mirror. Endless versions of me, all frowning. If the bullet didn't pass through him, where did that blood on the wall come from? Another good question. Not him. This is where we got the second DNA sample we recovered. And there's no doubt about the DNA. Derwent turned to look at Parker, his face bleak. None at all. They've tested it 3 times and it always comes back the same. I knew what he was going to say next, but it still sent a chill through me. Rosalie Marshall was here. Not dead. Not in the river by her parents' home. Rosalie was alive, and an adult, but still lost to us. How old is the blood on the wall? I asked. The lab said it was recent. The sample hadn't deteriorated. Fuck. Derwent's voice was flat. If we find her, are we going to have to arrest her for murder? That's not how I wanted this to go. Maybe she had her reasons, I said softly. The blood? Maybe he was cruel, violent. Maybe he was keeping her here against her will. Maybe she was kidnapped and trafficked and he bought her. It would explain why he didn't want to have any visitors. He certainly took steps to avoid anyone coming to the house, Parker said. But that was only in the last few years, from what we've heard. He'd become reclusive. The nearest neighbours, and they aren't close, said it was 6 or 7 years ago. So, we can guess she was here for the last few years, whether it was of her own free will or not. I looked at Derwent. That's a fair assumption, isn't it? It's a possibility. You can assume it if you like. He was frowning. The gun. How the hell would she still have the gun if she took it when she left home? She was only a little girl. She couldn't have hidden it for 16 years. That's impossible. Derwent shook his head. None of this makes sense. Unless whoever took her kept the gun. Unless they shot Piers, I said, and killed her parents. You might not have to arrest her after all, Josh. There's something else, Parker said slowly, almost reluctantly. Something I didn't tell you yesterday on the phone because I didn't know about it. We were focused on this room and the rooms downstairs as far as forensics went. The Sockos only made it into the other rooms up here this morning. We weren't expecting to find anything of interest. He opened the door to reveal a shamefaced Georgia, who he sidestepped so he could go down the hall. In here. It was another bedroom, this one desolate. A double bed was almost the only furniture. The mattress was lumpy and stained, and there was only a single blanket for bedclothes. There was a small bookcase without books, and a second blanket at the window where a curtain should have hung. The walls, the window, the bookcase, every surface was dark with fingerprint powder that highlighted hundreds, thousands of overlapping handprints. Oh, God, I said under my breath, and Parker gave me a quick, sympathetic look. I know. How many? Derwent's voice was tight. 2 complete sets. Not Rosalie, not Piers Wilmington. They're so small, I whispered. Yes. Children. Parker looked around and shook his head in sheer disbelief at what they'd discovered. There were children here, too. The hotel might have been fairly low on frills, but it had a residence lounge with a fireplace in it. The night manager had been happy for us to light the fire ourselves. Derwent proved to be deft with firelighters and kindling, and Georgia helped, reminiscing happily about her time in the Guides. And none of that surprised me. We drew 3 overstuffed armchairs close to the hearth, the privilege of being more or less the only guests midweek. The options for electric light consisted of a searingly bright overhead bulb, and I switched it off once the fire was blazing. In the dim firelight, the basic country chic decor looked cosy, the warm glow illuminating displays of mounted antlers and old books and copper pans. Our conversation, on the other hand, was not cosy at all. He was violent towards her. She needed to get away. She shot him. She took the children. And she drove away in his car, in a hurry, leaving nothing behind. No note, no explanation. I leaned my chin on my hand. That part could make sense, but it doesn't explain the gun. So why didn't she go to the police for help? Or to a hospital? Why did she go to London? Derwent asked. Because she killed him, Georgia said. She was scared she'd be arrested. And she still had something to do. Derwent stretched out his legs, crossing them at the ankle. Kill her parents. No, I said, I don't agree. She was scared of going to the police because she was brainwashed into not trusting us by whoever kidnapped her. Maybe she thought we'd take the children away. Do we think they're hers? Derwent's face was grave in the firelight. Of course they're hers, I said, impatient with him. She took them away. Piers was abusing her, and she had to kill him so she could leave. That house, those poor children. No wonder she felt she had to escape. Derwent shook his head. I can't help thinking there's a lot of empty space out there in the mountains. If it was January, they wouldn't have lasted long. She couldn't have. It happens. His voice was harsh. I'll believe it when there's some evidence of it, I said. And we don't know that she was the one who killed the marshals either. We know she had the gun, Georgia said. We know someone had the gun and used it in the house where she seems to have been living, I corrected. We don't know it was Rosalie. And we don't know why she used the gun a second time if it was her. She must have known that using the gun would draw attention to her, especially if Piers's body had been discovered. Derwent shrugged. She wanted to send a message. There was no reason to use it otherwise. She could have smothered both of them. Then it wouldn't have looked like a murder-suicide, I pointed out. It fooled us for about 5 minutes. Because you're a pair of geniuses, Georgia said. It would have convinced me. That trick where someone pretends the top of their thumb has been cut off would convince you, Derwent said. But kindly. I couldn't stop myself from grinning. I actually really hate that trick. It gives me a funny feeling in my tummy. Georgia got up. I'm going to my room. I want to ring my boyfriend. Sleep well, I said. She bounced out, her attention on her phone, leaving us on our own for the first time. An old clock on the mantelpiece ticked, the sound heavy and deliberate, like a heartbeat. Derwent raised his eyebrows. Are you okay? Tired. It was a long drive. I'm going to bed in a minute. He yawned widely. We'll go back to London tomorrow. Do you want another look at the house in the morning? I think I saw plenty today. I keep thinking about how isolated it is. You can't see any other houses, or even a road. Just mountains stretching into the distance, like walls. Imagine living there all the time. It's beautiful. Only if it's not a prison. We don't know if she could come and go. No one knew she was there, Josh. Piers never took her to town. She didn't have a doctor or a dentist that the local police have managed to trace. If those were her children, she had them on her own, without medical help. You don't know that she wasn't happy, Derwent said. Maybe Piers was what she wanted. I thought of the picture Parker had shown us. He was handsome, if you like fair hair. Derwent grinned. I didn't think posh boys were your type. If I have a type, which I doubt, it's men I should avoid at all costs, I said tartly. He let it go with nothing more than a slight narrowing of his eyes. There's every chance our pal Piers fitted into that category. Superintendent Parker said he was decent, but decent people don't keep women hostage. Derwent stretched. I feel sorry for him. What a way to go. Completely helpless, knowing he was cut off from civilization, feeling himself getting weaker and weaker. It must have been slow torture. Whatever he did to Rosalie, or didn't do, I can't believe he deserved that. What if she didn't kill him, Josh? What if someone else did, and then took her and the kids away? We don't even know that Piers was responsible for her blood being on the wall. Maybe she tried to fight back and was overpowered. That's a possibility. I'll mention it to Parker in the morning. He got up and put the fire guard in place. Either way, we need to find her. 37. Rosalie Marshall had been missing for 15 years and 8 months, and no one had picked up so much as a trace of her whereabouts in all that time, until now. Before we got back to the office, after our long drive the next day, we had our first lead on where she might currently be. Colin Vale greeted us with a beatific smile. You asked, and we delivered. We found that vehicle that went missing from Windhold House. The van. Already? I said, stunned. Well, automatic number plate recognition software found it, to be honest. The plate pinged for a traffic car in Brentford. I can't believe she drove it all the way to London. When she had done that was the next question, I thought. Derwent clenched his fist, triumphant. Finally! What did we ever do before ANPR? My first nick, I worked with a guy who was like human ANPR. Never forgot a number we got in briefings. He was infallible. Those are the skills that you lose once you bring in computers, even though computers are supposedly more reliable. Like cabbies not needing the knowledge anymore because they have sat-nav. It used to be all up here. Colin tapped his temple. I knew from experience that Colin could go on more or less indefinitely if he was given the chance to compare humans and computers. So, what's our best course of action? We're taking it slowly. There's a unit stationed nearby at the moment, with eyes on, hopefully out of sight. I've just heard from them, and there haven't been any development so far. They must be delighted, I said. That's the kind of shift that makes you question your life choices. Some people like a nice quiet job, Maeve. Derwent's eyes were gleaming. It was a hunt now, not just a mystery, and he had the scent of his quarry. Basically, Colin said earnestly, we've got two main options. We can take the vehicle in for forensic analysis and see what we can find out from that, or we can get a surveillance team to watch it in case she comes back to it and we can pick her up. We've got to go for option 2, I said. She could be anywhere nearby, or she could be nowhere near. The only fixed point we have for her is the ford. Yes, but before you make that decision, you should see it. Colin clicked a file on his desktop, and I leaned over to look at the picture that appeared. A battered red Ford Transit, caked in dried mud. The windows were filthy, and one was rolled down a couple of inches. Some dead leaves had caught behind the wheels. Oh. That looks abandoned, I said, crestfallen. I don't think it's moved for weeks. Colin zoomed in on the image, examining it. What I think is that she parked it there when she got to London, and she didn't move it again. That makes it easier. We should get it picked up. Where is it exactly? Derwent had crossed the room and was looking at the big, detailed map of London that occupied most of one wall of the office. It's parked in a dead end called Goat Wharf, by the river. I went to look over Derwent's shoulder and pointed. There. Not far from Richmond, as the crow flies. Which makes sense if she was heading for home. What's around here, Colin? He asked. Not much from memory, but I haven't been there for a few years. That area's been redeveloped a lot. I had a look on Google. Flats, a hotel. We checked with the hotel. No current guests matching Rosalie's age, with children or without, although she could have stayed there in January or February. I didn't think there was any point in going back too far at the moment, but it's worth a look if we can't trace her through the van. It would be very nice to get some up-to-date CCTV images. Anything, I said, anything at all. A description would be a start. We've asked the local response teams to give us a list of possible places she could be, squats, that kind of thing, and they're putting the word out to anyone who's usually helpful. The local charities, clinics. I was still staring at the map. What is it? Derwent asked quietly. The question for me only. Just wondering why she parked there, if she had the 2 kids with her. It's not near anything much except the river. Why there? She had the river at the bottom of the garden when she was a kid. Yes. I could imagine the pull of the water on her, after years in the spare beauty of the mountains, thread-like streams cutting down the steep inclines. At that point in its journey, the Thames was calm and tree-lined, sedate and lovely. Maybe it reminded her of the house in Richmond. Or maybe she felt she'd reached the end of the road. Derwent grimaced at the thought, but it wouldn't be the first hunt for a killer that ended with a body. What do you want to do? He asked. Go there. The words were unpremeditated. Tomorrow? I turned to look at him. What's wrong with now? By mutual consent, we ditched Georgia. It wasn't about her being irritating, or about wanting to be alone together. She had come back complaining of a headache. I'd found her in the kitchen, knocking back paracetamol, her face pale. She agreed that she needed to go home, and so Derwent and I left the office with her, then continued to the car park without Unabert or anyone else noticing that we were going anywhere on our own. It felt ridiculous to sneak away as if we had something to hide. It was work. That was all. But I had a feeling that tingled at the back of my neck, telling me that this was our chance to find Rosalie. You think we'll do a better job of finding her than the locals, Derwent said, carefully neutral in his tone. He was driving, had insisted on it, and I had given in because I had won the main battle about going to Brentford straight away. I think the local cops have a lot of other things to worry about, and they don't know Rosalie. And we do. I've thought about her constantly for weeks. Me too. He glanced at me. But we know her as a 9-year-old. She's 25 now. She's probably changed a fair bit. I glowered. I had factored that in, believe it or not. He snapped his attention back to the road, his eyes wide, his shoulders up around his ears, pretending to be terrified. "Twat," I said softly. "There she is. That's my Maeve." Another fleeting look across the car, this one filled with affection. I couldn't help the small smile that curved the corners of my mouth upwards. Warmth spread through me. Happiness, I thought hazily, and tried to hold on to the feeling, even as I thought about Rosalie, who might have killed several people, who might have been a victim, or a killer, or both. Derwent peered through the windscreen with disapproval all over his face. "The thing is, they can knock down every industrial building from here to Kew Bridge and build over the land and call these luxury riverside apartments. It's still a shithole. And if you go 5 minutes away from the river, you can't hide it." "Brentford isn't bad," I said. "There are nice areas, and a football team, and the river is beautiful. It's just not posh." "It's not about being posh. It's about knowing I can walk down the street and find a reason to arrest someone within 5 minutes." "There's no one around," I pointed out, which was true. Hardly anyone seemed to be out in the afternoon sunshine. "Don't speak too soon." A stocky figure was walking towards us, clipboard in hand. Kev Cox smiled as we got out of the car. "Come to supervise?" "No, just having a look," I said. "We didn't know you'd be here already." "All right, Kev." Derwent nodded at the van, which had a flatbed truck parked beside it, preparing to whisk it away. "What do you think?" "It'll take a while to process it once I get it back to the garage. Loads to look at. No one's wiped it down, I can tell you that much. Prints and all sorts. DNA, obviously." He beamed happily. "Now, whether that'll help you in any way is another story." I walked to the van, feeling jarred by the reality of it as it sat there. It had come from Windholt House. It was registered to a dead man. It had no business being in London, parked in a street that ended in the river. I moved past it until I could see the water, and beyond it, the red brick of Kew Palace, above the greening branches of the gardens. If I was Rosalie, where would I go? If I stepped out of the van, not knowing where I was or what I should do. I turned, letting the place sink into my mind, trying to see it with the eyes of someone unused to an urban environment. Even if she had been in Keswick, Brentford would be a culture shock. The traffic alone. I couldn't imagine her walking towards the high street, alone or with the children. The hotel, maybe. Back to the river. Why here? I looked right, then left, and I saw it. "Josh?" He was squatting by the front bumper of the van, talking to Kev about some damage to the left side, but he looked up. "What?" "There's an island." "So?" "With a bridge. Pedestrian and bike only. And there's a gate." I had my phone out, zooming in on the map. "Lots 8, it's called." He straightened up. Weary now. "And you have a feeling about it?" "I don't have a feeling. It's a private island," I read from a helpful Wikipedia entry. "There's nothing on it now except a boatworks. Otherwise it's uninhabited, to all intents and purposes. The 2 islands in the river here were planted with alders and willows to hide the gasworks on this side of the river from Kew Gardens." He came to stand beside me, looking downstream at the island. His hands were in his pockets, his hunter's instinct on hold. Interesting from a historical point of view, I grant you, but how is this relevant? "That's smoke," I said, pointing at a faint blue smudge rising from the other end of the small, thicketed island. It's not coming from the boatworks. They're near the bridge. Someone is living there on the island, out of sight. And I think we should find out who it is. 38. Half an hour later, we were standing in the middle of a small clearing on Lot 8, accompanied by 2 large uniformed officers. And I was revising my opinion. Not one person, but several. 7 of them stood or squatted in front of us. Some looked surly, others detached, and 1 or 2 looked frightened. But none of them gave the impression that they were prepared to be helpful. Travellers with matted dreadlocks and piercings and homemade clothes. 4 men and 3 women. They were the sort of people who floated from festival to festival all summer, performing or selling art or braiding hair, and melted away for the winter, finding somewhere to hibernate while they waited for the long days to come again. Someone else had mentioned travellers, I remembered, and waited for it to come back to me. Louisa Stern, huddled in Derwent's jacket, in her delicately perfect house. Here, their shelter consisted of haphazard structures that circled the clearing. A breeze-block shed that looked damp, a square structure made of corrugated metal, and a couple of wood and plastic shacks. Clothes hung from lines strung around the trees, drying, and a small fire, ringed with stones, was at the centre of the clearing. Someone had kicked earth over it at the sound of our approach, but it had been far too late to hide once we were on the island. "Do you really live here?" Derwent's distaste was obvious. "It's a community of artists and creatives." A bearded man with hair to his waist, his chest broad, his hands enormous. He looked like a leader, even though I suspected the true power lay elsewhere, with one of the women. It was that sort of group. "We don't need your approval. We live here together in peace. We're harming no one." "The people at the boatworks can't be happy about you being here?" "We don't bother them, and they don't bother us. They're decent people." His voice was a rumble. "We haven't done anything wrong." "You should go somewhere else," one of the response officers said coldly. "You shouldn't be here." "We're not causing any harm." "Why are you here?" A red-haired woman, her septum pierced with a large silver ring that hung down to the bow of her mouth. She had wide cheekbones, slanting brown eyes, and the strong hands of a woodworker. "What brought you to the island?" "We're looking for someone," I said. "We were hoping you could help us find her." "We don't help cops." That was from a man at the back. His hair was a fuzz of silver, and his eyes were hostile. I eyed the blurry tattoos on his hands and placed him as someone who had been in prison, probably often. "You would be helping someone who needs it. Badly. We're very worried about her. She's a young woman who may have been travelling with 2 young children." No one moved. I felt as if they were holding their breath. "She left her van on the riverbank." I looked around at the clearing, the trees, the gleam of water beyond thick undergrowth. "It's beautiful here, and quiet, and you're kind people. You would look after someone who needed help. You would take them in if they needed shelter." "Fuck off!" The words burst out of the silver-haired man, and 2 of the others jumped. A painfully thin man with blue eyes and curling hair who was clinging to a guitar, and a young woman with long dark plaits who was hugging her knees to her chest. "She's been missing for a long time. 16 years. Since she was a child." I looked around again, making eye contact with all of them in turn. "We know she suffered. We know life was hard for her. We know that she was running away from something or someone that she feared greatly. A movement, instantly arrested, and I couldn't tell who had made it. I'd only seen it out of the corner of my eye. It felt as if what I'd said surprised them, or didn't match with what they had heard. We wanted to be safe. That's the first and the most important thing. Go away. The bearded man spat a gobbet of phlegm on the ground. You're just fishing. You don't know anything about her. And you do, I said softly. He realised his mistake and clenched his teeth. We don't have to talk to you. Yeah. Derwent had been silent at my shoulder while I spoke, but that just meant his rage had been building. We get it. All coppers are bastards. Fuck the police, whatever. You're freemen of the land, and the law doesn't apply to you, blah, blah, blah. You're worried that talking to us would be a breach of trust. Each of you thinks the others in this group will turn on you if you speak up. That's selfish, not noble. He jabbed a finger at the bearded man. And as it happens, you're right. We don't know much about her. Her name was Rosalie when she was kidnapped from her home in the middle of the night. She was 9 years old and she never came back. We don't know exactly where she's been or what's happened to her. But I can tell you this. She probably hasn't known a single day without fear since she disappeared. We need to find her and the kids she was with. And it's not about making an arrest or locking anyone up. She has family who love her, and they've spent 16 years hoping and praying she's not dead. They want to see her. Her brothers miss her. Silence. The woman with dark hair had her eyes locked on the ground. Her face was bright red, as if she was suppressing very strong emotions. I looked around the group, hope fading that we would break any of them. I flipped open my notebook and ripped out a page that I'd written earlier. This is my name and number. And the number below it, that's Ivo's, her older brother. I have Magnus's number too if Rosalie wants it. All she has to do is phone me, and I'll give it to her. And any of you can call 101 anonymously if you want to pass on any information. Just say it's about Rosalie Marshall. We're from the Special Murder Investigation Team in Westminster. They'll get a message to us. I put the paper on the ground and weighted it with a small stone, instead of trying to hand it to any of them. Better not to challenge them if I didn't have to. Helping Rosalie is the right thing to do, even if you don't trust us. I stood up again. If you see her, please tell her she has people who care about her and want her to be safe. Are you fucking off yet? The silver-haired man had folded his arms, and the muscles in his forearms looked like rope. Derwent followed me out of the clearing, the 2 response officers' boots loud behind him, branches hissing across their high-vis jackets. There wasn't a sound from the little group of islanders we'd left behind. Total waste of time, one of the officers said, and the other one gave a hum of agreement. I waited until I had crossed to the riverbank before I turned to Derwent. He was grinning. Nice to see your eyes shining again, he said. Well, you look happy too. It was as if a cord that had been pulled too tight had now relaxed somewhere deep within him. I hadn't realised how worried he had been. I don't get it, one of the response officers said. They didn't help you. They still might. At least the fire was out, so they didn't have a way to burn the paper with my number on it. Doesn't mean any of them will use it. They might not need to, Derwent said. They'll tell her. That's if she wasn't there somewhere, listening. The uniforms were both looking baffled. What makes you say that? You didn't see the washing on the line? 2 little jumpers, side by side. Hand-knitted. Not new. So? "The kids are alive," I said simply. "And they were on the island if they aren't right now." Derwent kept his back to it, as if he was no longer interested, as if every thought he had wasn't about the island and the people on it. "All we have to do is be patient." 39. Patience was not one of Derwent's defining attributes, but if he was setting a trap, he would wait more or less forever. We were sitting in our unmarked car, which he had parked unobtrusively behind a van. We had a perfect view of the end of the pedestrian path from the island to the mainland, and snacks, and no one to interrupt us. As we talked to pass the time, avoiding any difficult subjects by tacit agreement, I found myself laughing more than I had in months. Covertly, I watched the way the creases lengthened around his eyes when he grinned, and the way he tapped his hands on the wheel when he felt the need to fidget. The bright day faded to blue twilight, and I could have sat there for hours without minding it. Georgia's voice floated into my head. "You need someone to stop you from making some bad choices." "I wasn't doing anything," I argued with her silently. "I wasn't choosing anything. It wasn't a big deal." But I knew I shouldn't feel disappointed when a slim figure in a hoodie slipped through the gate and off the path, melting into the dusk. "I'll go." Derwent eased the car door open. "You stay here." He was gone before I could say anything in response. I watched him jog away, insubstantial as a shadow, which was an achievement for someone of his height and build. My attention was on him, so I almost missed the movement in front of me. A couple, stepping through the gate, one in a hood, one wrapped in a shawl. One went left, the other right, at speed. "Shit!" I hissed it, popping the latch on the car door as quietly as I could. Even as I jumped out, another person jogged off the path, moving with lanky grace. He had a hat pulled down over his hair, but I knew it was the curly-haired boy. Nothing could hide his distinctive build. He went straight down the centre of the road, and I flipped a coin in my head. I could stay and watch every single person leave the island without knowing which of them was important, or I could send a message to Rosalie. The curly-haired man's blue eyes had promised me a soft heart. I went after him, at a run, the slap of my trainers loud on the ground. He picked up his pace, aware of me immediately, and I chased him down to the high street, and across it, thanks to a lucky gap in the traffic, gaining on him because I wanted to catch him more than he wanted to get away. When my breathing was beginning to labour, when I was starting to think Derwent might be right about my fitness levels, he jinked sideways into a dark alley. I went after him and ran full tilt into his narrow body with an impact that winded us both. You were following me," he said when he was capable of speech. "Are you going to find Rosalie?" I asked, gulping for air. "That was the idea." I drew him into the streetlight so I could see him, holding onto his arm tightly in case he was thinking about running again. He was looking nervous, licking his lips, his lean face tight with tension. "Where is she?" "I can't tell you. It's important. She might be in danger." "I can't." He looked over my shoulder, yearning to get away. "It's not up to me." "You can't make up your own mind?" "I can, obviously." He seemed to be on the verge of tears, fidgeting with unease, and I leaned on him hard, pushing him to talk, telling him that no one would know, that it was the right thing to do, that he would want someone to help him if he was in a similar situation. He wilted under the barrage, but he didn't give me anything for all that. We went back and forth, getting nowhere, and my prisoner looked more and more agitated, until a car engine hummed, going in the opposite direction from where we stood. I twisted to see, and he caught hold of my arms with surprising strength, his fingers digging in as he dragged me back to face him. "No, keep looking at me. You don't need to see." Is that her?" I closed my eyes for an instant, the realization kicking in. "Did she run while we were following you?" "I couldn't say." My shoulders slumped. "You were a distraction." He grinned, transformed from the frightened rabbit to a confident, slightly languid young man who had never been going to break, no matter what I tried. "Don't feel too bad? You're a good actor." "Thanks. That's actually my real job." I had gambled and I had lost. Not for the first time. I leaned against the wall beside me, exhaustion slamming into me like a truck. Footsteps were Derwent jogging towards us, his face full of concern. I managed a half-hearted wave. "They tricked us." "Yeah, I worked that out." He glowered at the lanky actor. "Did you stay to gloat?" "Not exactly." The actor was looking at me, at the despair that was hollowing out my chest. "You really care, don't you?" "I really do." "I told her that." He sniffed. "It's hard for her." "Are the kids okay?" That was Derwent, anxiety putting edges on his words. "Fine. The kids are fine." "And Rosalie?" "Wait, what do you call her?" "Why do you want to know?" "Because if I find her, I want to know what to call her," I explained patiently. "Ellie." He said it on an exhale, quietly, as if he wasn't sure he wanted to give us any information we didn't have already. "She's been through a lot." "That we know already." Derwent was standing with his feet braced wide apart, his arms folded, glowering at my informant. I wished he would tone the alpha male posturing down a smidgen. It wasn't likely to work on the actor. But then, maybe I was wrong about that. He glanced away, over his shoulder, and then back to us. "I shouldn't tell you this." "I won't tell anyone," I said softly. "If it helps her, it's the right thing to do." "Ellie wasn't okay." A mutter that I almost didn't hear. Derwent laughed, without humour. "No, I imagine she wasn't." "Why do you say that?" "She left a dead man in her house." I hurried to soften it. "We don't know who killed him, or what he did, but I think he probably deserved it. And whatever she did, it'll be all right. She's been through a nightmare since she was kidnapped. That's a defence straight away." "No, I don't mean that she was upset or worried. Not about that." He swallowed. "She's not okay physically. She's sick. Really sick. She needs help. We should have persuaded her to talk to you, but she wouldn't." "Promise me you'll help her." "That's all we've been trying to do," I said, tiredness skinning my voice of professional calm, my frustration absolutely clear. "Can I go?" "Run." Derwent's voice was grim, and the actor obeyed, speeding away towards the island. "They conned us," I said. "Yeah, it's what I expected." "Did you?" Derwent looked at me, surprised. "Didn't you?" "I thought we'd find her." I blinked back the tears that I didn't want to shed, and his face softened. "What do you want to do now?" "Go home?" "At least it's the same direction, for once." He put his arm around my shoulders and pulled me in for a sideways hug that was as consoling as it was brief. The journey across London was quick. As we got closer to the flat, I felt my anxiety rise. I didn't want to be on my own. I wanted him to stay with me, to distract me from my thoughts as they spiraled down to a dark place. My arms ached where the actor had dug his fingers into them. We weren't popular with people like that. They thought the worst of us, and we generally thought the worst of them. There was no trust, and I didn't know how to build it. And I was tired. All I wanted to do was sleep, and I feared my thoughts getting between me and rest. Derwent was yawning too, his eyelids drooping with fatigue. We could do anything if we had hope, but despair ran the batteries right down. As the car turned into our street, my phone began to ring. Derwent groaned. "Don't answer it." I stopped with it halfway out of my pocket. "Seriously?" "No, you'd better get it." My heart jumped as I saw the number. "Hello? Ivo?" Derwent stopped the car then and there, the hazards blinking as he occupied the centre of the street. "Slow down. No. Look, hold on. Tell me slowly." "What?" I listened, my eyes widening. "She what?" Derwent pulled a face at me, impatient, and I shook my head, still listening to Ivo's disjointed sentences. "Okay. We won't be long. Just hang on." I ended the call. "She went to him," he guessed. "Yeah. I'll tell you about it on the way to Clapham. We have to go there." He kept the disappointment out of his voice reasonably well, but he was tired, and so was I. I nodded. "Right now." 40. They were sitting at the dining table in the big, glamorous basement room, squashed together on one chair. 4 unblinking eyes watched us walk down the stairs, like a pair of small owls trying to make sense of their new surroundings. Lisa Marshall, Ivo's wife, was sitting opposite them. She was a slight black woman whose hair was held back with a silk scarf, and she fiddled with the end of it as she watched them. Her expression was half shock, half wide-eyed awe, which I understood completely, thanks to the briefing we'd received from her husband before we came downstairs. "Lisa, she didn't wait as soon as Rosalie asked us to have the children. She said yes, straight away. She didn't want time to think about taking on the 2 kids and what that would involve." Derwent sounded sceptical, and Ivo eyed him, wary. "No, she didn't need to think about it." He hesitated, then went on in a rush. "We can't have children, if you must know. Tried. Gave up. This is a gift." A gift. A gift from his long-missing sister, who had phoned him and asked if she could see him, and had stood on the doorstep, refusing to come in as she pushed her children inside. "She didn't want to stay, and I couldn't make her." Ivo lifted his hands, helpless. "Seeing her again, I was crying. We were all crying. She made me promise not to ask questions when she phoned, before she came." Ivo's voice was low, even though he had shut the study door behind us. "I know you probably think it's crazy that we didn't find out everything about who took her and where she went, but she said she couldn't tell us anything, or wouldn't, and I wasn't going to push her in the circumstances. When she was here, I asked if she'd been happy, and she nodded. But I don't know. I mean, what is happy? She was happy about the children. With the children. I mean, she clearly adores them. Will and Posey." He said the names tentatively, still learning them. "Will, with 1 L. It's short for Wilbur, from Charlotte's Web. And Posy is from another book. Ballet shoes, I supplied, and he nodded with a quick smile. Derwent took a second to raise his eyebrows at me, and I knew he was filing it away for later, when he could ask more about my childhood ballerina dreams. Will is 3, Posy is 2. Rosalie, she wanted us to have them, to adopt them formally, but we know that might not be possible. Social services, I mean, it's complicated, isn't it? Depends on the family situation, Derwent said, as if he knew all about it. They want to keep families together as much as possible, so anyone with a family connection has a better chance than someone who isn't related. They won't want to take them into care unless there's a risk involved to their safety. I don't know if adoption will be possible in the future, but for now you can relax. We'll need to inform social services, but I'll make sure they understand the circumstances. Ivo swallowed, clearly relieved. She said their father was dead. Did she tell you his name? Piers, she said. She didn't tell me his surname. She said she wanted the children to be marshals. Did she tell you how he died? Derwent asked the question diffidently, but Ivo picked up on it. No. Is there something I should know? Assuming it's the same man, which is a pretty safe bet because you don't get many peers to the pound these days, he was murdered. Ivo's face drained of colour. Who killed him? Silence. Neither Derwent nor I had the heart to tell him, but he got to the answer anyway. Poor Rosalie. No wonder she was so frightened. He cried then, hacking sobs that shook his body. When he got himself under control again, he managed a watery smile. I never cried when she disappeared. I never cried about my parents, before or after they died. I locked it all away, and now I can't seem to stop crying. Grief is like that, I said. It comes out eventually. Mr. Marshall, why did Rosalie want you to have the children? Why didn't she keep them? Derwent asked. Was she worried about being arrested? No, she didn't say that. His eyes filled again. She's sick. Really sick. She said she can't look after them, and she doesn't trust anyone else. She wanted them to be with her family. What do you mean by really sick? I asked. I don't know, but she looked very frail. Unwell. His face was working as he tried to hold back his emotions, unsuccessfully. Honestly, she looked as if she was dying. And now we were standing at the bottom of the stairs, face to face with Rosalie's children. They had their father's fair hair and their mother's dark eyes, and they were utterly, stunningly beautiful, but also filthy from head to toe. Posy was chewing a corner of toast. Will sat with his arm around her, not moving. His face was thin, and his hair tangled around his shoulders. Oh, God! I said it under my breath without meaning to, and Derwent heard it. What? I saw them, I whispered, as Ivo went forward to stand beside his wife, and the two sets of eyes fixed on his face instead of mine. The first day, in the park, when I was messing around instead of going straight in to view the bodies. They were feeding the ducks. I saw them, and she was there. Are you sure? The words were barely a breath, certainly inaudible to the other people in the room. I nodded, and he took hold of my arm just above the elbow, with a comforting kind of pressure. You couldn't have known it was important. The park was full of mothers and kids. They blended in. I know, but nothing. Don't say anything about it here. It's interesting that she was there a few hours after they died, but it's not evidence of anything. Put a pin in it for now. We have other priorities. I followed him to the table, where he introduced himself and me to Lisa, and grinned at the children. All right, which one of you is Will? A solemn little lift of his chin was the answer. That means you must be Posy. She slid slowly under the table, and Derwent checked. Wait a second, she's gone. She's disappeared into thin air. Where did she go? A giggle floated up from under the table, and the rest of us laughed in surprise. Will looked panicked, though, as if this was the prelude to trouble of some kind. It's all right, Ivo said, taking the words out of my mouth. Don't worry, Will. Have you had any food, Will? Do you want anything, buddy? Derwent sounded cheerful, normal, reassuring. He shook his head. Has he said anything? Derwent asked Lisa quietly. No. Lisa looked up at Derwent, her face unguarded. What should I do? Give him time. Big day. He moved away and indicated that Ivo should follow him. I went too, amused that he was taking charge of this professional couple as if they were a pair of thick probationers, and that they were letting him. You should take them to a doctor. Get them checked over before anything else happens. If there is a question about adoption, you need to have a proper record of how they are now. How? It's late, in case you didn't notice. He was taut with tension. Got any friends who are doctors? Ivo blinked. Friends of friends? One of them is a pediatric consultant, actually. There you go. Call in a favour. Call in every favour. Get it done, whatever it takes. If someone offers to help, grab it. This isn't for you, remember. It's for them. We need to buy things. We can do some online shopping, but they need stuff now. They don't have much. He looked at his watch, distracted. She left us a list. Clothes and things. Shampoo and toothpaste. I thought we'd go to the supermarket. Give me the list, I said. We'll get everything for you. No, I couldn't ask you to. Ivo shut his eyes for a second, and I knew Derwent's words were coming back to him. I mean, thank you. That would be amazing. He scrabbled in his pocket, coming up with a credit card and a scrap of paper. I took it from him and unfolded it, looking for a resemblance to the straggling, childish handwriting of the story first, because I couldn't quite switch out of investigative mode, and then reading the words. Will is my brave wolf. He likes green and blue, dinosaurs, anything salty, and rhymes. He finds it hard to get to sleep. He has nightmares and sometimes wets the bed. But please don't shout at him because he doesn't mean to. He needs more warm clothes and t-shirts and underwear and some books and shoes. He likes reading and stories. He needs a lot of love. Posy is a sweet little rabbit. She loves food, especially sweet things. She sleeps on her tummy. She's brave. She likes putting things in order. She likes it when I sing to her. I love them both so much. I always will. The last words were a straggle, the letters unformed. I thought it had taken enormous effort for her to write so much. The pencil smudged in places where she had rubbed something out. Water stained the paper. Not too far-fetched to think the marks were fallen tears. I handed it to Derwent, wordless, and he read it too. He shook his head as he got to the end. God. She said goodbye to them. Ivor was trembling. She said goodbye for the last time, and then she left. I don't know how she could do that, but she did it. 41. You don't mind doing this, do you? Derwent asked, as we walked into the supermarket. Of course I don't mind. It was my suggestion. You wanted to go home. I glared at him. This is important. I think it is too. He flattened out the list. Can you get clothes for them? Will looks small for his age. They both do. They need everything. Socks, underwear, pyjamas, the works. No problem. Shoes? Not tonight. They'll need to get their feet measured. He stopped for a moment, and his mouth tightened. What's wrong? He was still reading the list. Nothing, just... Thomas loves getting his feet measured. I swallowed. Josh, let's get on with it. Meet back here in 10, okay? I went off, obediently, thinking about Thomas, and Derwent, and why he might be so familiar with the adoption rules and regulations. Thomas still had a father, even if Melissa was scared to death of Mark Pell. Maybe she had wanted to cut him out completely. Maybe Derwent had been looking into it for his own reasons. Adoption would give him rights that he didn't currently have. Stop thinking about it, I ordered myself, and concentrated on choosing tiny socks and vests and little t-shirts. He came back with a basket piled high with nappies, Calpol and cough mixture, toothpaste and toothbrushes, hooded towels, and a detangling hairbrush. I bet they've never had their hair brushed properly. That'll be fun. Did you get conditioner? Nope. You'd know you have a boy, I said, thinking of my nieces and their waist-length hair that had required careful handling. I don't. He dropped the last thing into the trolley. Knit shampoo, I saw with an inward shudder. He's not mine. Stupid of me. Unforgivable. He stretched, relaxed. Unless you mean Luke, of course. You can't tell me Luke doesn't know his way around the hair care aisle. He spends hours on his hair. And skincare. He has a routine, for God's sake. Speaking of which, I know you nicked some of my moisturiser when you were staying in the flat. He looked wounded. Where's your evidence? Listen, copper. I know you're just trying it on. I want my solicitor, and I'm not saying another word until she gets here. I grinned. What have I forgotten? Let's have a look. He flipped through the clothes in the bottom of the trolley. Any reason you went for the most boring options? Lisa and Ivo seemed classy. I thought they probably didn't want anything too lurid. Lurid is what kids like. He set off down the aisle and came back a minute later with some pairs of camouflage and neon tracksuit bottoms and a hoodie with wolf ears for Will. He'd picked out a rabbit onesie for Posy that was impossibly cute. What about books and toys? The section is closed. I pointed to the barrier that someone had thrown across the aisle. Bollocks. Derwent stepped over it, taking his own sweet time about choosing some picture books, boxes of Lego and Duplo, and a Lift the Flap book about dinosaurs. That actually has proper facts in it, look. Do you want a copy for yourself? I asked eventually, and he snapped it shut with a glower for me. What else? I can't think of anything. I checked the time. We should get going. Yeah. He flicked the credit card in my direction and I caught it. I want to get something else. You go ahead. There was never any point in asking follow-up questions. I did as I was told, and he caught up with me at the car, a shopping bag at his side. What's in there? Just a couple of things I thought they might need. With your own money? I had the credit card. What of it? He threw the bag in the back and got into the driver's seat. Intrigued, I left it for the time being. I would find out what was in the bag eventually. On the way back, I asked, "Why do you think she was there, at Battersea Park?" "Not killing her parents, whatever else she was doing. She'd never have had the kids with her if she was planning to off them. And I can't see her leaving them with the island lot." He glanced across at me. "She's off my list of suspects for that. Whatever about murdering Piers." I agree. So who killed them, and why? Someone who didn't want her to go back to them. Someone with something to hide. The person who took her in the first place? I assume so. I thought of Tor Grant, who was still out there somewhere, and I wondered if he was hunting Rosalie the way we were hunting him. She was so close to coming home. Do you think it would have made a difference to Helena to see her? Maybe it would have been worse for both of them to come face to face with reality, instead of whatever they'd dreamed of. Rosalie is sick, it seems, and Helena was far from her old self. It would have been difficult. If the killer's goal was to keep Rosalie from seeing her family again, Ivo and Magnus are in danger. Derwent nodded. We should warn them, especially Ivo. Rosalie would do anything for her kids. They'd be perfect bait in a trap. But Ivo, when we got back, was stubborn. I'm not taking them to a hotel. They've had enough upheaval for one day. We have a burglar alarm, and I don't think either me or Lisa will sleep much tonight. What did the doctor say? I asked. He gave them a quick once-over. He said they were basically healthy, and there was no reason why Will wasn't talking, but he'd need some time to gain confidence. He said they were too thin, and they needed to see a dentist. Their fingernails and toenails need cutting. I suppose we have to do that. After a bath. Derwent handed over one of the bags of shopping. Everything you'll need is in there. I don't know. Maybe Lisa... He looked at me. You could help her? Derwent stepped closer to Ivo, getting his attention. Listen. The best advice I have for you is to get on with it. You'll get more confident as you go on. Don't leave it all up to your wife, or you'll never feel like their dad. Their dad, Ivo repeated, the 1,000-yard stare back. Yes. Derwent's face softened. It's a huge responsibility, but you can cope. And make them laugh if you can. In the end, I did help, running the bath to the right temperature and coaxing Will into the bathroom to see it. He was rigid with horror at the prospect of being put into the water, but he let Lisa peel off his clothes. He backed away when Lisa reached out to lift him into the tub. Let's give it a minute, I said to her. And to Will, come and see the ducks swimming. We can have a race with them. Curiosity drew him over to the side of the bath, and as we pushed rubber ducks up and down the bath, on the currents we made with our hands, gradually he forgot to be scared. Behind me, Lisa was taking Posey's clothes off and singing a nonsense song she was making up on the spot. Lisa, I thought, was going to be all right. Ivo came in and stood by the door, not quite running away, but not getting involved either. I stood up. Ivo, do you want to help Will into the water? I think he's ready to get in. He came forward and picked up the little boy, who clung to him. It's all right, Will. Nothing bad is going to happen. Look, your sister's in already. Posey was crouching in the water, her eyes wide, but with joy rather than fear. Brown dirt spiraled away from her feet and hands. The bath was going to be filthy when they got out. Ivo lowered Will into the bath, and he gave a short cry as his feet touched the water. But he stood still once he was in, bolt upright. Do you want to sit down? Lisa asked him gently, and he shook his head. No? Well, that's fine. You just stand there. Here's a washcloth. Derwent passed it to her, and as he moved back, he edged me out of the room so smoothly that none of them noticed. Lisa started singing again, and Posy laughed as she pushed a rubber duck under the water to see it pop up again. Ivo held on to Will's hand, talking to him quietly. The new family, finding their way. Let them handle it now, Derwent said in my ear. Are we leaving? I want to wait until they're finished. I have something to say to Ivo. I spent the next half hour wandering around the flat, admiring the light switches and artwork and taps, while Derwent dozed on the cloud-like sofa. When the four of them came back from the bathroom, the children with damp hair and pink faces, Ivo stopped short at the sight of us. I thought you'd left. Just going. Derwent stood up. If Rosalie comes back, Ivo, let us know. We really need to find her. I'm not going to help you lock her up, Ivo said quietly, but his eyes were steady. He meant it. I want to help her. Derwent sounded sincere. I want to keep her safe. A long pause, and then Ivo nodded. Lisa had sat down in the big chair. Posy was curled up on her lap, her head lolling as she fought sleep. I noticed that Lisa wasn't looking at us, and her face was impassive, giving nothing away. Ivo might have bonded with Derwent, but Lisa wasn't convinced, and she would tell us nothing. One last thing. Derwent picked up the shopping bag and took out a toy rabbit. He handed it to Posy, who gave a little squeak of pleasure. A bunny. Lisa tightened her grip on the little girl, who had pushed the rabbit under her chin. Thank you. That's all right. He turned, looking for Will. The little boy was standing behind Ivo, peering out from behind his legs, wary. Derwent crouched. Come here, buddy. Come and have a look at this. He walked forward slowly, his eyes fixed on the bag. Derwent slid it towards him. This is for you. Will reached into the bag and pulled out a soft dinosaur with a long neck and tail. He held it with 2 hands. Do you know what it's supposed to be? Diplodocus. The room was still. It was the first time Will had spoken. His voice was soft, but every syllable was distinct. What do you know about them? It was the longest dinosaur. Derwent nodded. With a tiny brain. So, not the brightest. You'll need to look after him. The little boy nodded, then hid his face in the toy. He ran blindly, straight into Derwent's arms. 42. The car was parked around the corner from Ivo Marshall's flat, and Derwent set off towards it as if he was in a race. Slow down, I jogged after him. Are you all right? Yeah. He threw the word over his shoulder. Sure? I was trying to see his face so I could judge for myself. No reply. His head was bent as he fumbled for the car key and opened the driver's door. Instead of getting in, he slammed the door closed again, walking away with the long stride that proclaimed, as clearly as if he'd shouted it, "Don't follow me." I followed him, obviously. He made it 50 metres or so before he fetched up at a blank brick wall by the side of a house and stopped, bracing one shoulder against it. Something that might have been a sob shook him. I stopped a couple of steps away from him, wide-eyed. Josh? Just leave it, he mumbled. Come here, you idiot. I stepped in front of him and put my hand on his arm, planning to hug him. But he moved back, out of reach, straightening up. Take the hint, Maeve. His eyes glittered with unshed tears in the streetlight, but his expression was forbidding. It's nothing. Go back to the car. It's not nothing. You're upset. Anyone would be. Those little kids, and the way Will responded to you. I thought, Well, it reminded me of Thomas, and how he was when you met him first. It's not that. He shook his head. I mean, it is, but that's not the whole story. What's the whole story? I leaned against the wall too, my hands in the pockets of my coat, so he knew I wasn't going to make any unwise moves. I would never attempt to touch him again, I had decided, knowing that the way he'd stepped back would haunt me in the small hours for the rest of my life. What's going on? I've never seen you like this. A movement made us both look around. Just a cat crossing from one pavement to the other, slinking with its belly low to the ground. It was the only sign of life apart from the two of us. He lifted one shoulder helplessly. This case, not being at home, those kids, the uncertainty, it's getting to me. Is that all? Isn't that enough? I frowned. For most people. What aren't you telling me? Melissa. He said it reluctantly, drawing out the syllables. What about her? She wants... He stopped. A baby? He took a half-step backwards, jolted. No, why would you say that? I don't know. I was caught out, embarrassed. So it's not that. She wants to get married. Makes sense. I should have guessed. He was lightning fast. Why? I blushed. Because of what you said when Bill Howlett asked you if you were married. Which was what exactly? You said, not yet. I squirmed, wondering how he had turned the conversation around, so I was the one giving myself away. You didn't say a straightforward no, so I thought maybe it was on your mind. It's bothering Melissa, not me. What's bothering you? I can't talk to you about it. I was shocked by his tone, flat resignation edged with something I couldn't place, and I knew it showed. His face softened. Look, it's about what I don't have. He kicked the wall with the side of his shoe, looking down at the ground. Seeing Will and Posey, making them laugh, buying things for them, talking to them about dinosaurs and rabbits. I want that. I want it all. The waking up in the middle of the night, and the bath times, and the why is the sky blue questions, and the sensible car and the school run. I want it more than I can tell you. I missed it with Luke, and Thomas isn't mine. He feels like mine, but he's not. It explained his reaction to what I'd said about Melissa wanting a baby, at least. What does Melissa think? I haven't asked her, and I'm not going to. He glanced up at me for a second, then went back to scowling as if the pavement had personally offended him. It would be a lifetime commitment. Worse than marriage, which doesn't have to be permanent. It would tie me to her forever. Josh, you sound so unhappy. It had gone badly the last time I'd talked to him about this, but I couldn't stay silent. You can't stay with her. It's over. I know she said she wouldn't let you see Thomas if you broke up. That's the deal. He managed a small and twisted version of his usual smile. She means it. Even more reason to break up, I said firmly. She can't blackmail you into staying. He sighed. She's not a bad person, Maeve. She's just trying to be happy. At your expense. I've made my share of mistakes, and now I'm paying the price. That's how it goes. He raised his eyebrows. Have I told you enough to satisfy your curiosity? I'm not asking you about it because I'm curious, I said, hurt. I'm asking because I care about you. Of course you do. He let the sardonic mask slip for a second, exhaustion in every line of his face. I know that, really. Then stop forcing me to interrogate you to find out what's going on in your life. I have to drag information out of you. You'd never let me get away with it. You always make me tell you everything. I was trying to make him laugh, but he just looked at me with that quiet, stoical misery I'd noticed before. I wish I understood why you don't talk to me, I said lamely. I don't want to want anything from you, Maeve. I was still trying to work that one out when Derwent shook his head. But God, I just need... There weren't the words for what he needed, I discovered. Not in the split second between the two of us standing a foot apart, and him moving, his hand catching my jaw, to turn my face up to him, his mouth finding mine with unerring, practiced intent. My first reaction was pure shock that this was happening at all. Somehow I had convinced myself, despite everything, that he would never give in to the physical attraction that hummed between us like electricity. And if he did, it wouldn't be like this. Honest, unguarded, full of longing that was more complicated than desire. All of that passed through my mind in a split second, like a lightning flash. And then I gave in to the rush of heat that made me burn at his touch. He'd started it, but it was my choice to kiss him back, my choice to press against him and say his name in a small, hurried voice that I barely recognized as my own, my choice to let it go on and on and on. He tilted my head back to kiss my neck, the hollow under my ear, my mouth again, slower now, achingly sweet. I was learning his face in close-up glimpses, that curved lower lip, the precise angle of jaw and neck, the pleasing sweep of his lashes. And all I wanted to do was stay there for 100 years to study him some more. Standing on an anonymous street corner, at the end of a long, difficult day, my whole life turned upside down, and for the first time, it felt as if it was the right way up. And yet, there was an uneasy undercurrent to it, a hint of discord. I couldn't help thinking of Melissa and her suspicions, and guilt made me turn my head away from him. Sorry, I shouldn't have. You don't have to say that, I said quickly. I understand. Do you? He leaned back, frowning a little. His eyes were dazed. These things happen. They've happened before. A moment of madness. He went still. Is that what you want it to be? No, I don't know. I hesitated. You said you need me. His arms went around me and he pulled me close. All the time. As if you didn't know. I didn't. The corner of his mouth curled. At least he could still be amused. You have a brain the size of a galaxy. You pick up on every tiny detail of everything you see and hear, but you can't work out what's right in front of you, can you? Apparently not. I was struggling to put my thoughts into some kind of coherent order. Is this why you wouldn't stay in the flat with me? Might be. And it might be why I've been avoiding you. I perked up. You're admitting it. He grinned, and my heart flipped over. Tricked into making a confession. You always get there in the end, don't you? Often. The warmth of satisfaction faded slowly. Josh. I felt his sigh as if it had been mine. I know. Don't say it. It's not the right time. We both knew it. I put my hand on his chest, which wasn't enough, but better than nothing. We need to talk about it, don't we? But not here. It's just complicated. I know. I think we should head for home. And after we had driven back across London, mostly in silence, we said a perfectly civil good-night to one another on our doorsteps, without touching. He went into his flat, and I went into mine. And I stood in the dark hallway, alone at last, able to close my eyes, and imagine I could still feel his hands on me, his breath on my skin, his heart thudding against my chest, his need for me, and mine for him. It was only much later, as I lay in bed, sleepless, replaying those moments for myself over and over again, that I realised what had been unsettling me. Not guilt about Melissa at all. Something much worse. He had kissed me as if it was the only kiss there would ever be, as if this was the last kiss, instead of the first. He had been kissing me as if it was goodbye. 43. The next morning, I pushed open the office door to a room full of interested faces, and every single one of them looked away from me when I glanced around. I frowned, trying to work out what was going on. They were acting as if I was in trouble about something. Liv was looking for something in her bag, a tried-and-tested technique for avoiding conversations. I switched my attention to Georgia, who was pathetically easy to question as a rule. She was typing, her eyes fixed on the screen, a patch of colour high on each cheekbone that had nothing to do with her usual expensive makeup. What's going on? I kept my voice casual but low. The office was usually humming with noise. Phone calls, conversations, rattling drawers and squeaking chairs. Now it was deathly quiet. Georgia cleared her throat. What? I'm just working. I see that, I said evenly. Georgia? Talk to me. Look, I understand, all right? No judgment. These things happen. What things? It came out as a hiss. I don't want to get involved. She pushed her chair back and hurried away from her desk, biting her lip. Maeve. I knew Una Burt's voice, and I knew the tone. Cold disapproval. Could you come into my office, please? Of course. I followed her, aware of eyes burning holes in my jacket as my colleagues watched me going to... what? My doom? Ridiculous to be so paranoid, but... The thoughts evaporated as Una moved to one side, and I saw someone was already in her office, slouching in one of the 2 chairs in front of her desk. Derwent didn't even glance at me. He was scowling, which wasn't all that unusual when Una Burt was on his case, but it made my mouth go dry. He regretted that anything had happened between us, because now, if Melissa asked, he'd have to tell her the truth. He resented me for not having realised how he felt. He was sorry he'd kissed me because it hadn't lived up to his expectations. But no. A shiver of pleasure raced over my skin as I sat down next to him. Just being near him was enough to throw me off. I need to talk to you both because of this. Colin saw it this morning when he was checking for any new information about the case and drew it to my attention. She was turning her monitor around, but she paused. Josh was in early, and he has already seen it. I couldn't help looking at him for guidance. The scowl had deepened, if anything. Back to the monitor. Una scrolled slowly through a web page, a forum of some kind. This is a fan site for all kinds of true crime. Documentaries, books, podcasts, she added with heavy emphasis. And these were posted this morning. I don't know if you can see... I can see, I said faintly. Photographs, hundreds of them, taken split seconds apart, but making it look as if Derwent and I had been glued to one another for hours, not a few minutes. You can stop scrolling through the images if you like. I get the idea. She let another few slide up the screen, though, and stopped on one that was particularly bad, from my point of view, because Derwent had turned his back to the camera and the focus was on me. I stared for a moment, taking in the full rabbit-in-headlights expression on my face. Starry-eyed and about to get run over, emotionally speaking. I decided I simply wouldn't see the picture, and looked at Una instead. Beside me, Derwent cleared his throat and picked a piece of fluff off his trousers. Was there something you wanted to say about it, boss? A couple of things, yes. She stared him down, daring him to argue. Was there a post with the images? What did it say? I asked. It was brief. She had printed it out, which meant that she didn't have to scroll up to read it, and my picture wasn't going anywhere. Well, some you win, I thought, and steadfastly continued not to look at the monitor while Una read, in a flat voice, "The top police officers investigating the murder of Helena and Bruce Marshall, parents of missing Rosalie Marshall, getting on very well indeed. Funny, I wouldn't have thought murder and kidnapping was that much of a turn-on, but what do I know?" Is that it? Have we worked out who wrote it? Our best guess is someone who is involved with the podcast, Bert said heavily. He's posted about it before, and he seems to be very familiar with the facts of the case, the personalities of the suspects and so on. Tor Grant. That's what we think. We're trying to trace his whereabouts through the posts on this site. We've requested the IP address from the owner of the site, and he's being very cooperative. I was halfway out of my chair, panicked. If it's Grant, we need to warn Ivor Marshall. Those pictures were taken right around the corner from his flat. I rang them, Derwent said. I told him. They're going to go somewhere else for a few days. Was he upset? He wasn't pleased. Grant must have tracked us down there somehow. Maybe he was following us. Maybe Rosalie. Or he was just in the right place at the right time, Derwent said. Don't take it to heart. I didn't know anyone was there. The street was deserted. You still shouldn't have assumed you could behave that way in public. On duty, Unabert added, her face mottled with disapproval. I take it that's not a regular occurrence. Of course it isn't, I said hotly. It was nothing, Derwent drawled, with maximum arrogance, contempt for the entire conversation clearly written on his face. And we had finished work, so we weren't technically on duty. The end of a long day. You know how it is. You need something to make you feel alive again. He paused for a moment and smiled, not pleasantly. Maybe you don't know. Most unusually, Una rose to the bait. I know better than to grope a junior colleague. He wasn't groping me, I protested. The pictures are misleading. It was just a kiss. Really not even a very memorable one. Derwent glanced at me unsmiling. I wouldn't have bothered if I'd known we were going to end up here. It was an error of judgment on my part, but it won't be repeated. I warned you. Her face was hard as flint. I remember. She pointed at him. You, go. Maeve, stay for a minute, please. He got up and walked out of the room, leaving me sitting there unacknowledged, as if I didn't exist. He shook his head as he closed the door behind him. What a waste of time that was. I turned back to face Una, who had adjusted her monitor so I couldn't see the picture anymore. A small mercy. The anger had faded out of her face, replaced by something worse. Pity. I'm not going to tell you that was a mistake. You know it already. I nodded. I could see what was coming. I didn't, I said simply. Josh is... She pressed her lips together, holding back whatever she wanted to say. Anyway, I don't think you were to blame. Is he in trouble? You shouldn't worry about him. He doesn't worry about you. I nodded. He had certainly seemed not to care at all during the previous few minutes. If that was what he wanted Una to believe, I would go along with it. I hoped that was all it was. You are very talented and very important to this team. I told you before, I would choose you over him if I had to. Are you getting rid of him? Please, no. I warned him to stay away from you and he didn't. He's always been difficult to manage, but this was a red line for me. And if you think that's me being unreasonable, it was Charles Godley who told him to keep his distance from you originally. Superintendent Charles Godley, who had been our boss. A man I had trusted absolutely and unswervingly. I leaned back, shocked. When was this? I don't know. Does it matter? Josh knew the rules and he broke them for fun. Not fun, I said. He was having a difficult time. And I'm sure he told you all about it. Eventually, I had to ask. Yes, well, he's very good at manipulating people into doing what he wants them to do. He was. I knew that. Was there anything else? No. She flipped open a file. Once this Marshall case is over, we can make new arrangements. But you don't have to worry. You won't find yourself in this situation again, because you won't be working with Josh Derwent. I walked out of Una's office in a daze and made my way to my desk. Words in Derwent's voice echoed in my head from a long time ago. You don't cry at work. Don't be that girl who cries at work. You've worked too hard to be that girl. So I didn't cry. I sat and went through my inbox, replying to emails with robotic competence. And I ignored my colleagues, including any curious or sympathetic glances they might have been intent on offering me. I only looked up once, when Chris Pettifer leaned over my shoulder and said, "It'll all blow over, love. Worse things happen." I nodded, trying to smile while my throat tightened. Somehow his kindness made me feel worse. I went back to work, concentrating so furiously that I almost missed the moment when the meeting room door opened and Derwent came out, his face ashen. He waited for Liv and Georgia to go past him, both of them with their eyes fixed on the floor as they walked past me. I had just enough time to wonder what had happened when he stuck his finger and thumb into his mouth and whistled, a sound that cut through the room and brought instant silence. "All right, everyone. To save you speculating about what happened, it was all my idea. It hadn't happened before, and it won't happen again. Maeve was just there. Nothing to do with her. If you have any other questions about it, ask them now." He waited a beat. "No? Then the subject is closed." He turned on his heel and walked out. He hadn't looked at me once. To say it was awkward to be left sitting in the office after that was an understatement. Over the roar in my ears, I heard stirring and murmurs, and then, by some miracle, the ordinary sounds of the office, as a phone rang and the photocopier hummed into life. Maybe confronting it head-on had been the right way to go, but I'd have appreciated some warning. Don't think about it. I pushed Josh Derwent out of my mind, sat up straight, and focused instead on wondering why Tor Grant had spied on us, and how he had known where to find us, and where he might be at that precise moment. and what Rosalie had planned to do once her children were safe. And all of the possible answers I came up with worried me. 44. Got him! Colin Vale came trotting across the office, heading for Una Burt's office, waving a sheet of paper. I went to join him. While Chris Pettifer, Vidya and Liv had been doing everything they could to find Rosalie, I had been trying to shake some information loose about Tor Grant and finding only dead ends. The friends that I traced said they hadn't seen him in years. His main source of income was cash from his loving mother, which gave him financial freedom and no need to work, so he had no ties to a job. I found a handful of old addresses where he'd left abruptly and never returned. His life was chaotic and unhelpful, and it was frustrating me. I was determined to track him down. He owed me an apology, for one thing. You found Tor Grant? Colin was too cagey to be definite about something he couldn't prove. When I say we've got him, I mean we've traced the IP address of the computer that posted the pictures on the forum. Does that give us a geographical location? Una asked. It does indeed. A business. Rafe and Gunter. He handed the page over with a flourish. And it's not far from here, funnily enough. What sort of business is that? Una frowned at the page. An auction house, I said, dry-mouthed. How did you know that? Colin gave me a quizzical look. I had to look it up. They're a niche business. I turned to Una Burt. I know who posted the pictures, and it wasn't Tor Grant after all. Magnus Marshall. What a surprise. I closed the door of the interview room. Thanks so much for joining us. I didn't feel as if I had much of a choice. I could appreciate that. Liv and Chris Pettifer had picked him up. They found him in his office with his feet on his desk, headphones on, watching a film in his lunch break. Safe to say, his day had taken a turn at that point, even if I didn't know exactly what they had said to him. Currently, Liv was sitting at the other side of the table from him, watching him like a cat at a mouse hole, silent and focused. It was unsettling to face that kind of scrutiny, and she knew it. He dug into the table with the edge of his thumbnail, sullen. His hair flopped over his forehead. He looked like nothing more than a truculent schoolboy. Oh, you had a choice. You always have a choice about what you do. That dragged his eyes up for a moment. Whatever he saw in my face couldn't have been encouraging. He went back to the table. Nothing to say. A shrug. Am I in trouble? With me? Yes. Legally? Hard to say. This interview isn't being recorded. It's just a conversation. I don't think I can arrest you for a massive invasion of privacy, no matter how angry I am about it. You don't want to be caught out. Don't feel up your colleague on the street where anyone can see you. Weren't you supposed to be on duty? A flash of pleasure. Are you in trouble? Not in the least, I said smoothly. But let's talk about that. Why would you want to get me in trouble? I suppose I was just bored, Sergeant Kerrigan. And I thought it would be good content to share with the mouth-breathers on the internet. It was very popular, incidentally. Lots of comments about the two of you and what might happen next. Some of the posters have extraordinary imaginations. He grinned slyly. And some of them just watch a lot of porn. That's why you did it. For internet clout. Because you were bored. I was trembling. I clamped my hands around the folder I was carrying, holding it in front of me like armour. Why not? It's as good a reason as any. He slid down another inch in his chair. My job is painfully dull. Okay, So your story is that you were just looking for a distraction. I dropped the folder on the desk. 137 times over the last year. What? We've compiled a full record of the posts on that website that came from your IP address, which is the computer on your work desk, if you were wondering. Comments, new threads, details of Rosalie's disappearance that other users debated endlessly. You drummed up interest in the case, in Rosalie, and in the podcast. I sat down opposite him, folding my arms. You were working with Tor Grant on the podcast. You and he have been in touch for some considerable time. He rolled his tongue in his cheek, considering it. Yeah? So what? So how does that fit in with you vomiting your guts up outside the cafe the other day, because you were so worried about misleading the original investigators? It was a shock, all right? Yet here you are, still promoting the podcast. Still on his side, I said softly. It's almost as if you wanted us to think he was a suspect for some reason, when you knew he was nothing of the kind. He looked uneasy for a moment. That wasn't what I wanted. Look, I just wanted to do something with the pictures, and I knew they would get a huge reaction on the boards. The members of that forum are all sex-starved basement dwellers. They love speculating about Sadie, our nanny, and whether my dad was knocking her off. I knew they'd wank themselves stupid over the pictures of you and the other cop. It was just a kiss, I said, my voice catching, which made Liv switch her attention to me for a split second before she returned to Magnus. Well, it looked like a lot more. He grinned at me lazily. You should thank me. You looked very fuckable. Everyone agreed. It was a shitty thing to do, and you know it. The grin widened. Well, I'm a shitty person. No, you're not. You're faking it to hide your real feelings. When we spoke to the original SIO, William Howlett, remember him? He said you were a nice boy. His eyes widened before he reverted to nonchalance. Well, he got a lot of things wrong, didn't he? Not that. He said you were a little wild, but you were devastated when Rosalie disappeared. More than Ivo, or at least you showed it more than he did. Ivo has always been cold, he sniffed. He's a cunt. Liv smiled. If you think that's going to shock us, you're wrong. Oh, I'm sure you've both heard that word before, lots of times. Once or twice, I said levelly, from people I was locking up for a long time. Well, as we discussed, I'm not technically in trouble here. He pushed his chair back. And since I'm not under arrest, I think I'm going to leave. You were hurt, weren't you? Rosalie went to Ivo, not you. She didn't even wait to see you. My words nailed him to his seat. No. You raced over to Ivo's when he told you she had been in touch. You didn't get there in time. I tilted my head. Did you pick up when he called you, or did you let it go to voicemail? He sent me a text. And you missed it. You missed your chance to see your long-lost sister. Look, fuck you. You got to Clapham, you found his flat. It was probably the first time you'd ever been there. And you were too late. You didn't even speak to Ivo, did you? You didn't knock on the door. I've been talking to him, so don't lie. I got there, and I knew she was gone. I saw you coming out. You'd never have left her there. She would have been with you. You lost your temper, I said. You lashed out. His face was flushed. Yeah, I was pleased that you started snogging your boss or whatever he is. I wanted you to feel as bad as I did. I'll admit it. I wanted to fuck things up for you. Like a toddler having a tantrum. Again, fuck you, he swallowed. I just wanted to see her, that's all. And you're right. I was hurt that she went to Ivo, not me. I had taken a certain amount of pleasure in torturing Magnus to make him talk, but in all good conscience, I couldn't let him think Rosalie had chosen Ivo over him. That's because I gave her Ivo's telephone number. Not mine. I was hoping she'd make contact with me and ask for yours. What? Why the fuck would she do that? If you'd just given her my details, she might have called me. He swallowed. I know you don't think much of me, but I don't think you can understand what it was like for me when Rosalie disappeared. I missed her so much. She was my little sister, and I loved her. That's why I've been helping with the podcast and posting on the boards. I'd have done anything at all to find out what happened to her. I believed him, for what it was worth. This was the real Magnus, the kind boy who had hidden behind an uncaring mask because feeling had brought him nothing but pain. Even if she'd had your number, she would probably have opted for Ivo and his wife anyway. She was looking for somewhere to leave the children. The children? I stared. You didn't know? Ivo's been calling me. I didn't want to talk to him. He leaned forward, his face twisted as if he was in pain. Children? 2 of them, a boy and a girl. They're 3 and 2. And she left them with Ivo? I nodded. Why would she do that? We don't know, Liv said. We're trying to find her. He gave a little cracked laugh. So what else is new? Where did she get children? It's a long story. I was nowhere near forgiving him for the invasion of my privacy, but my anger had faded. I think you should go and see your brother, and let him tell you what he knows. Meet your niece and nephew. Why are you still being nice to me? Because I want something in return. Tell me when you started helping Tor Grant. Did he contact you? Was the podcast his idea or yours? His? He got in touch. Magnus swallowed. I hated Grant, you know. We didn't get on, then or now. I just thought it might be the best way to find out what happened to Rosalie. But I never thought we would find her. I thought she was dead. You weren't the only one, I said, thinking of Howlett and his theory about the river. If he hadn't believed Rosalie was dead, he might have handled the investigation differently. What did he want from you? The inside story. He wanted to know what happened when she disappeared, and how my parents behaved. He wanted all the little details. Magnus looked sick. I knew he was too scared to approach Ivo, and Ivo would have told him to get fucked anyway. I didn't feel any loyalty to my parents. I've only ever wanted to get to the truth about Rosalie. I wanted to know where she was and who took her. Then, when you and I talked the other day, I realized I might have been helping him hide what he did. I felt like shit. That's why I was sick. Have you talked to him since then? He shook his head. Not a word. He's not using his phone or answering emails. If he makes contact with you, don't tell him about Rosalie being alive, and definitely don't tell him about Will and Posey. Promise me, Magnus. Will and Posey? He smiled, and it was such a contrast to his usual cynical sneer that it made him look like a different person. God, those names are so Rosalie. She can't have changed much. You'll have to ask Ivo. The cloud settled back over Magnus. I bet he didn't even care that she'd turned up. He cried yesterday. He couldn't stop. Ivo? You might find he's changed a bit more than you expected too. People do that. Magnus rolled his eyes. Point taken, Sergeant. I'll call him. Speaking of calling, if Tor Grant contacts you, tell me. Don't agree to meet him. He could be dangerous. Tor? I can't believe that. He's pathetic. A cornered animal will fight, Liv said. He's on the run. Magnus's cocky air faded. What if it was him all along? The things I told him. It's high time you learned how to keep your mouth shut, Magnus. I picked up my folder. I suggest you start practicing now. 45. That evening, when there was a knock on my front door, I seriously thought about not answering it. With great reluctance, I came down the stairs and opened the door. I won't keep you for long. Derwent was standing well back, several feet of cool evening air between us. I just wanted a word. You could have spoken to me in the office, I pointed out, instead of ignoring me all day and leaving without me. He shrugged. No privacy. I don't think we need privacy for an apology, I said evenly, and his face darkened. For what exactly? When you said what happened last night was an error of judgment, when you made Una think I was an idiot and you were a shit. He looked pained. She thinks I'm a shit anyway. She always has. And isn't it better that she thinks you're an idiot than the kind of woman who would be happy to sleep with a colleague even if he was cheating on his partner? That's not how it was. That's exactly how it was. He was watching me, his gaze steady. Don't dress it up as anything more romantic. That's not what I meant at all. I swallowed, trying to put into words why I was so angry with him. And we didn't sleep together. It was only a kiss. Exactly. Not worth getting upset about. Whatever it was, I didn't expect you to dismiss it as a mistake or announce to the entire office that I was just the nearest convenient female. Maeve. He made to move towards me, but checked himself. When he spoke again, he was brisk. Look, I wanted to make Una believe it wasn't important, so she didn't overreact. She was furious with me. I spent the day talking her round. And as far as the team went, I felt I should take responsibility for what happened. I wanted them to leave you alone. Better to head off the gossip than let it get out of hand. You and I both know it wasn't how I made it seem, and that's what matters, isn't it? I folded my arms as an answer, and he took a deep breath. Having said that, I meant it when I told everyone it wouldn't happen again. I'm here to make sure you understand that. Why do you feel the need to tell me that? Where is this coming from? Una? Or was it whatever Liv and Georgia said to you in the meeting room? Did they tell you to put me off? Or is that just an excuse because you crossed a line and now you regret it? My anger was a hot, heavy stone in my chest. His mouth thinned and he stepped into the hall, sweeping the door shut behind him as I backed away. He took hold of my shoulders and spun me around, so I was staring into the mirror that hung on the wall, my eyes wide and dazed. For a moment, neither of us moved. His expression was tight with determination, the planes of his face hard, where mine were curved. What light there was came from upstairs, and it was soft and dusty, like a Vermeer portrait. Slowly, he tucked my hair behind my left ear, and murmured into it so quietly, I felt what he was saying more than heard it. It's a fantasy, Maeve. A dream. Make-believe. That's all it was last night, and that's all it is now. The reality wouldn't be like that. It wouldn't be anything other than grim. It would ruin you with guilt and jealousy, and I won't do that to you. I flinched, and he went on, relentless. I don't want to be afraid of getting found out. I don't want to have to tell lies, and I really don't want you to have to lie too. His voice was lower and slower as his hands moved down to cover mine. His fingers slid over my knuckles and tightened, locking my hands within his. I don't want to know you're wondering when I last slept with Melissa while I'm inside you. I don't want you to think about what she likes in bed when I hold you down and make you come. I caught my breath. I don't want your friends to tell you I'm lying about how unhappy I am or how much I need you. I don't want to leave you in bed on your own while I wash away every trace of you before I go back to her. It was mesmerizing, watching him in the mirror, as he dismantled the dreams I had almost allowed myself to have. I wriggled free from the hold he had on me, breaking the spell. Then don't do any of that. I was just making sure you understood. I got it. Thanks. With an effort, I pulled myself together. Where are you going? He stopped, halfway to the door. I was leaving. You may think the conversation is over, but I haven't had a chance to speak. You owe me that much. All right, Derwent said, a world of reluctance in his tone. He left as much space between us as he could when he moved past me to sit in the stairs. He braced his elbows on his knees and stared at the floor instead of risking eye contact, and that was enough to remind me how angry I was. The least he could do was to pay attention to what I had to say. I don't know why you think I'm not capable of reaching the same conclusion as you. I don't want that kind of life any more than you do. What do you want, Maeve? That question again. At least this time I had an answer. I've already said I want you to break up with Melissa. Not for my sake, for yours. You know I can't. I know you won't. I folded my arms. And I know you should. You're unhappy. If you cared about me, you'd keep your distance, instead of trying to break up our relationship, Derwent said tightly. I felt my temper slip away from me again. You're the one who's made all the running. Why do you want me to stay away from you? Because you don't have any self-control and you wouldn't be able to resist me? That sounds like your problem, not mine. Maeve, he snapped, a one-word reproof. You were the one who kissed me. You're the one who made it clear you have feelings for me and acted on them. None of that was my fault. You need to learn some self-restraint instead of telling me I did something wrong by standing too close to you. He glowered. I have no difficulties with self-restraint. It would be nice if you gave me some credit for not sleeping with you since we've been working together, even on the 10 or 12 occasions when it would have been the easiest thing in the world to let it happen. 10 or 12 occasions? My face was hot. First of all, no. Twice, maybe, if I'm being generous. And secondly, if we're handing out medals, what about every single day we've worked together when I could have had you any time, anywhere? I am very good at not having sex with you. Absolute rubbish, I snapped. It's just that I never tried. A muscle tightened in Derwent's jaw. Really? No. Don't flatter yourself. I walked over to stand in front of him, staring him down. We are in the middle of an argument that started with you telling me how vital it is that we don't sleep together. And I could still make you want to. And that's what you're afraid of. You don't know what you're talking about. Furious, I pushed him back, pinning him against the stairs by the shoulders, so I could kneel with one knee on either side of his thighs. That took him by surprise, I could tell. But he didn't resist, letting it happen. I settled into his lap slowly and deliberately, and in a cold state of rage. He tipped his head back to look at me, the tendons of his neck in lovely relief. I thought about kissing the notch at the base of his throat and felt dizzy. Focus. What was it you said to me last year? Oh, yes. I leaned forward and whispered. It would be the best thing that ever happened to you. His hands came up and tightened on my hips. But instead of lifting me off him as I had expected, he pulled me a couple of inches closer to him, tilting my body by a fraction. And suddenly, there was no gap between us at all. And it wasn't about winning the argument anymore. I found myself staring into his eyes, which were ink dark with desire. I assumed mine were the same. My heart was thudding, and I seemed to have forgotten how to breathe. He let go of me, but only to reach up and pull my face down to his. There was nothing tender about the way he kissed me this time. It was utterly ruthless and demanding and intoxicating. I kissed him back because, of course, I did. I was lost completely. I had known him for years, and I would have said I knew what to expect from him, after all the times we had shared a moment of mutual attraction, whether it was a look or a touch or the time he had made me melt with desire in a stranger's kitchen. This was different. I realized the iron control he'd shown before, the restraint that he was abandoning. His hands moved again, sure and deliberate, and I gasped against his mouth, a small sound that sent a tremor through him. I knew he wanted me as much as I wanted him, maybe more, and that it would be easy to let it go on. But one thought emerged from the haze of desire that fogged my brain. It was both concise and unarguable. He had said this couldn't happen, and he'd been right. So I had to get up. Prehistoric animals scrambled out of tar pits with less panic and more elegance than I managed as I went into reverse, struggling to my feet and stepping out of reach. He let me go, but stayed as I'd left him for a few seconds, sprawling on the steps, his elbows braced at shoulder height, his legs spread wide. He gave me a heavy-lidded look, lingering in the moment like a lion in a sunbeam. Then, reluctantly, he sat up. All right. You've made your point. I'd won, but triumph was on hold. I had very nearly lost my grip on the situation, even if he didn't realize it. I'm glad you agree. So we've established that you would, in a heartbeat, despite the consequences. I don't want you to cheat on Melissa. I don't want to be the other woman. You came here to put me off because you can't stop thinking about it, and you can't choose between us, and you don't trust yourself. I pushed my hair back off my face, striving for dignity. My knees were trembling. And you could have said all of that. You could have talked to me like an equal, instead of trying to manipulate me. I'm trying to do the right thing, he said quietly. For you too. I know. Your trouble is that you go about things the hard way. You seem to think whatever happens is up to you to fix on your own. Life has taught you that no one is coming to help you and it's all up to you. He nodded grudgingly. There are two of us in this stupid situation, I said. We both know it would be wrong to act on our feelings while you're still with Melissa. So we won't do it. You make it sound easy. Not easy, but possible. And if I broke up with her? Then it might be different. A glint. Might be. I hesitated. I don't want to be the reason you can't see Thomas anymore. I don't want you to resent me. It wouldn't be your fault. I had time to be grateful for that before he added, "Then again, it's not his fault either, and it would be tough on him. I can't do that to him. I should have known you'd understand." "Yes, you should." I swallowed hard. A stupid, romantic part of me had been hoping he would tell me it wouldn't matter. And it was vital he didn't realise that. "Honestly, you go on about my trust issues, but you don't trust anyone." "I've learned not to," he said, with a wry smile. "As you just found out, I can't even trust myself." "I wish I'd put money on it. I could have won my tenner back." "You'd have deserved it." He stood up and gave me a look that could have started a forest fire. "Quite a revelation, Kerrigan." "Good night, Josh." I went to the door and held it open, and he walked out without another word. 46. I opted for a tight bun, small gold earrings, minimal makeup, and a severe black trouser suit the following day, to signal that I was in professional mode, and whoever had been sitting in Josh Derwent's lap the previous evening was not going to be making an appearance again, in the office or out of it. I might as well not have bothered. By the time I walked in, I could have been wearing a clown costume and he wouldn't have noticed. He was talking to Una, Pettifer, Vidya and Liv in front of a big map of the UK, and all of them looked worried. Una saw me before anyone else did and beckoned me over. "What's going on?" "Ivo's bringing Lisa in." Derwent said it over his shoulder, his attention on the map. "These three spent all day yesterday trying to trace Rosalie and coming up empty-handed." "She didn't go back to the island?" "No." Vidya sounded certain. "I went and spoke to them. I spent quite a bit of time there. I think I got them to trust me." "Or they took great pleasure in misleading you," I said. "Just because you're still angry they tricked you," Derwent said absently. "They probably liked Vidya more than you." "You were the one who was rude to them," I snapped. And Pettifer patted the air with his big paws. "Whoa, whoa, whoa. Calm down. Stop squabbling about who did what. We know Vidya did a lovely job on talking to them yesterday, because they told us what they could about Rosalie." "They were worried about her," Vidya explained. "She was earnest by nature, small and serious. I was pushing an open door, really." As she said it, I remembered what it was like to be a new member of the team, and young, and good at your job, and aware that the very fact you were all of those things might make people not like you, and I was ashamed of myself. "I'm just cynical, Vidya, and Josh is right, I am still angry they tricked me. You were there yesterday and I wasn't. You'd know better than me whether they were being honest." "What did they tell you?" "She knew they were living on the island because she'd met one of them, Jessica, in the Lake District last year. Jessica caught at the house. She was walking from Scotland to Blackpool, apparently, and she went looking for some food and shelter for the night. Initially, Rosalie turned her away, but then she came after her. The two women got on well, and Jessica told her where she was planning to go after Blackpool and described the island. That little community of travellers has been using the island for a few years, so Jessica told her to head there if she ever needed help." "She was already planning to leave," I said. Vidya nodded. "But then, when she got to the island, she was sick. She was struggling with a shortness of breath and exhaustion. She slept a lot. They thought she was in pain, but she wouldn't talk about it." "Doesn't sound good," Una commented. "I wonder what's wrong with her." "Well, whatever it is, she thinks it's serious, or she wouldn't have given her children away." I still found it hard to believe she'd been able to do it. "They said she was an amazing mother," Vidya commented. "They showed me all the children's things that Rosalie left with them. When she took the kids to Ivo, boxes of books and clothes and toys. They didn't know if they should keep them or not." "Why would she leave them behind?" I asked. "Too much to think about when she was taking the children to her brother, maybe," Derwent said. Packing all of that up would have taken a lot of energy. But she took them from the house, I said, recalling the bare, comfortless rooms. She might have been focused on getting the kids settled before she goes to prison for murdering her bloke, Pettifer said. Prison's hard on the mothers. They know no one can really take their place as far as the kids are concerned. It's a nightmare for the staff. They're a suicide risk, the ones with long sentences especially. And visits are horrible. It feels like the kids are the ones being punished too, not just the mums. It all takes a toll. She must know how this is going to end, Unabert said. Why doesn't she just hand herself in? Derwent turned his head to look at her, his expression just the right side of scornful. Because she's free for the first time in her whole life. Why would she want to be locked up when she can go anywhere and do anything? She'd stand out, Liv said. We should be able to find her easily. And yet, no luck. Derwent frowned at the map again. Did she tell the islanders where she wanted to go, Vid? The casual intimacy of the nickname. They had been working together a lot, I reminded myself, and it was nothing to do with me anyway. Melissa could be jealous of Vidya, with her glossy black hair and her 1,000-watt smile that was a rare treat. Vidya was going through her notes. She talked about the seaside, and Stonehenge, and Cornwall. She really wanted to see Tintagel. All right, that's a start. And we haven't picked up any trace of her on public transport? Una checked. Nothing, Pettifer said. I started in Clapham because that's the last location we have for her, and we have some idea of when she might have been there. I've checked buses and the tube stations. Clapham Junction is walkable from Ivo's flat, I said. You can go just about anywhere by train from there. If she did, we haven't spotted her, he said simply. Vidya, did you find out who drove her from the island to Clapham? I asked. It was Cameron, the older guy with grey hair. The prison tattoos, I said. I know the one. Where's his car now? Parked by the river. He's the only one of them who has a vehicle. It's a VW camper van. Of course it is, Derwent muttered under his breath. He wouldn't talk to me, Vidya went on, but Jessica, the one with the plaits, said he came back without her. She thought he'd probably dropped Rosalie and the kids off and then come straight back. Jessica was the one who went to the house in Richmond with Rosalie, by the way. Of all of them, she was closest to her. But she won't tell us what Rosalie's plans were, and Cameron definitely won't. I sat on the edge of the nearest desk. Rosalie can't walk to Cornwall. She must be somewhere. Hitchhiking? But that's difficult if you look alternative. Truckers don't love New Age hippies. Derwent turned around at last, and I tried to assess his appearance without staring at him. Normal, I concluded, which was something, even if I wasn't sure what. So let's assume she has transport, or she's relying on public services. Have we circulated a description to BTP? Yesterday, Pettifer said laconically. Nothing. So far, Unabert corrected. Nothing so far. If we can't find her here, Pettifer leaned forward and circled the end of his pen over the very small area of the map that covered southwest London, I think we'll struggle to find her here. His pen swung in a huge circle that covered most of England and Wales. Yes, thank you, Chris. I don't think we have a choice. Why are Lisa and Ivo coming in? I asked Derwent. He just said they have some information we might need. He turned to Una. They want to talk to me and Maeve. I think he trusts us. Fine. That's fine, Una said. But her eyes flicked from him to me and back again, as if it wasn't. I met Ivo and Lisa in the lobby, smiling in welcome as they came in through the revolving door. How are you? Yeah, okay, Ivo said. Lisa said nothing. Her hair was scraped back off her face, and she wore tracksuit bottoms under a long pearl-grey cashmere coat. A fine scarf wound around her neck, and she ducked her chin into it, hiding her mouth. She looked as if she was there against her will. Ivo's hand was holding hers tightly. "How are Will and Posy?" Ivo's face softened. "Amazing. They're with Lisa's parents. They were so excited to help out for a couple of hours." "I'm sure they were." "We should be with the children," Lisa said. Her eyes were red. "We shouldn't be here." "This is important." Ivo looked at me. "Can we get this over with quickly?" I took them straight up to the meeting room, where Derwent was already waiting. He read the situation from the expression on my face. In a matter of seconds, they were sitting down at the table, having refused his offer of tea or coffee or water. No messing, he went straight to the point. "Ivo, you said you had some information for us that we might need." "I may have been slightly misleading." He looked at his wife, his face tense. "Lisa?" She didn't respond, staring at her hands which were folded on her lap. "She won't tell me anything," Ivo said to us, "but I found out today that her car keys are gone, and her car is missing. I went downstairs, when Rosalie was at the flat, to get her some water and painkillers. It took a couple of minutes. That must have been when they talked." "Lisa's car is missing." Derwent looked at her. "Did you give it to Rosalie?" She sank an inch further into her scarf. This wasn't working. "Did you promise her you wouldn't tell us anything?" I asked gently, and Lisa bit her lip. "I understand you want to be loyal to her. She's given you the one thing you wanted. You owe her everything. That comes before any other consideration." Lisa looked at me, her eyes wide. "But Rosalie needs help," I said. "Everyone says she was sick, really sick. I think she's scared to go to a hospital in case she gets arrested. But my priority is to find her and make sure she's all right. It always has been. I want what's best for her. We can talk about whatever she did or didn't do after she's better, once she's safe." "I promise we'll look after her if you help us," Derwent said, with that direct compassion of his that was so persuasive. "All right." Her voice was husky. She turned to Ivo. "I'm so sorry, darling. I didn't know what to do." "It's fine. I understand." He put his arm around her and held on to her. "This is difficult." "I don't want her to be ill and on her own. I want her to be all right." She gave a long, quavering sigh. "It's a vintage Mini." "Write the registration." Derwent slid a piece of paper across the table, and she wrote it down, which was psychologically important rather than essential for our purposes. We could have found out the car reg in about a minute, but Lisa writing it down herself was the first step in sharing whatever she knew with us. "Did she ask you for it?" I asked. Try to remember exactly how the conversation went. "She asked if I had a car she could borrow, and I said yes. I checked she could drive it, and she said she learned on a manual. She asked if it had a full tank of petrol, and if I had a map. And I said I usually used sat-nav on my phone, but she didn't have a phone, and she didn't know how sat-nav worked. So I gave her an old road atlas that we had in the study. She asked for money, and I gave her all the cash I had." "Did she say where she was planning to go?" Lisa blinked, tears welling up in her eyes. "She said she was going home." "What did she mean by that?" Derwent's voice had an edge, and I knew what he was thinking. What did home mean to someone who had been taken from hers? "She didn't say." "Did Rosalie ever talk about her life before she was adopted?" I asked Ivo, thinking about what William Howlett had told us. "No. I know she didn't want to see anyone from her foster family after we took her away, and I was surprised. Looking back on it, I don't think they were kind to her. But she did ask about her actual relatives from time to time. And my mother, well, he tried to smile. She wasn't always a nice woman. What did she say? I asked. She always said, forget about them. No one wanted you, Rosalie. Only me. Christ, Derwent said, caught off guard, and Ivo nodded. It was never the dream family, whatever my parents pretended after Rosalie disappeared. We kept them for another few minutes, trying to shake loose any other scraps of information. But this time, Lisa's silence was because she'd told us everything she knew. Ivo ran his hands through his hair. Can you find her now that you know about the car? It'll help. Derwent paused. No tracker, I take it. Lisa shook her head. Too bad, but not the end of the world. You've done the right thing, I said. I'm going to feel guilty whatever happens, Lisa replied simply, and I knew it was true. After I'd taken Ivo and Lisa down to the lobby and said goodbye, I went back up to the office and found Derwent loitering outside the lift. What do you think? I asked. I wish I could have a word with Helena Marshall. I know. It's starting to feel as if Rosalie was rescued, not kidnapped. Poor kid. He was frowning. What's wrong? I've made a mess of this case. All the way through. I've been distracted. It feels as if there's a lot we don't know yet. We've been too slow, over and over again. That's not your fault. He looked at me, his eyes bright. Una Burt says it is. Since when did you listen to her about anything? He nodded and started to move away. Halfway down the hall, he turned to walk backwards for a couple of paces. Hey, Maeve. Yes? Nice suit. He reached the door to the office, shouldered it open, and was gone. 47. The question of what might constitute home for Rosalie occupied Una Burt for all of 3 minutes before she decided how to deploy her resources, having briefed the media and the Met's response teams. I'd like to think she meant Richmond, mainly because it's convenient for us, which I'd assume means that won't be where we find her. But you never know. Who wants to go to Richmond and wait to see if Rosalie makes an appearance? I don't mind going, Chris Pettifer said. Isn't it on your way home? Derwent asked, and Chris whipped a finger up to his lips to shush him. Una ignored them both. Georgia, you go with Chris. Don't just sit outside the house. Drive around. That Mini is going to be distinctive. You don't see many of them on the road anymore. And it's bright red, Derwent said. Georgia sighed. I'd love a car like that, wouldn't you? I had one. My first car. I rebuilt her from scrap. Pettifer folded his arms above his belly. You wouldn't think I'd fit into one, would you? We were all thinking it, Derwent said. You were never a small man, I imagine? No, I always had these shoulders. Yeah, that's what people always say about you. Chris, with the big shoulders. I think that's enough banter, given that we're looking for a killer, Una snapped. Derwent looked down at his notes, his face impassive, but I knew he was irritated by the reproof in general, and specifically by the description of Rosalie. I was too. She was a victim as far as I was concerned, not a murderer, until she was safe, and we could find out what had happened in a room where a man died. Obviously, we also have to cover the house near Keswick. Una looked around at us, considering her options. I did ask the locals if they could handle this, but they declined. They're keeping an eye out for Rosalie, and for the car, but they're struggling to cover their current commitments, and are understandably reluctant to drive miles into the middle of nowhere on what might be a wild goose chase. So, Maeve, you can do it. I nodded, trying to muster a smile. Typical Una. A flick of discipline dressed up as duty. All the way back to Keswick, to hang around the cheerless farmhouse, waiting for something to happen. On my own? I'll go with you, Derwent said, and Una stiffened. You certainly will not. You're needed here to coordinate the investigation. He smiled, but there was nothing friendly in his face. It was more a baring of the tips of his teeth than an actual smile. Yes, I thought you'd say that. I'll go with Maeve. It was Liv who volunteered, which surprised me, and it nonplussed Derwent and Una to the extent that they forgot about squabbling. What about Cornwall? Vidya asked. It's a big place, and she could be anywhere between here and there. Una shook her head. There's no point in sending you all the way there to wander around without knowing what you're looking for. If we can narrow it down to some specific locations, then yes. I could make a list of the places Rosalie lived before the Marshals adopted her, Vidya suggested. One of the private detectives tracked down a foster home. There's a folder somewhere in the boxes that's about Rosalie's early years, Liv said. I didn't think it was important, given that she was so young when she was adopted. I looked at her quickly and then looked away, hoping no one had noticed my frustration. Maybe it didn't matter, but I caught Derwent's eye and knew he was thinking along the same lines as me. Great. Vidya didn't sound happy, though, and I thought she would have preferred to go up to the Lake District and see the crime scene, while I would very much have liked to stay in London. Which was exactly why I assured myself it was a good thing that I was going. We'll head off this afternoon. I need to go home first and get some clothes, I said. You don't have time, Una said. When she saw my face, she added, We need to move fast, Maeve. It may be 16 years since the girl disappeared, but that's no reason to think this isn't urgent. Don't you have a change of clothes at work? I nodded. I had a navy blue suit hanging up in my locker. I had been at some bad crime scenes in my time, and I knew better than to rely on being able to go home in what I wore at the start of the day. Me too, Liv admitted. But no pyjamas for overnight, and no toothbrush. You can buy something on the way, Una said, unmoved. I can't say I'm looking forward to sleeping in my gym kit tonight, I said, dropping my bag into the boot of the car. At least you have gym kit, Liv grinned. On the other hand, I'll be sleeping on my own, undisturbed. I don't actually need to wear anything in bed. As long as there isn't a fire alarm, you should be fine. What are the chances? She put her bag beside mine and shut the boot. Do you have a toothbrush? No. Shower gel and shampoo, yes, but I don't brush my teeth at the gym. We can buy stuff at the services. Liv slid her sunglasses on. I'll drive. Do you think we're going to find her? She's a day ahead of us. I honestly don't know. She's not well, and she's probably staying off the main roads, so maybe she's taking her time, wherever she's going. ANPR had come up short so far. The Mini hadn't gone through the congestion charge zone in central London, and it hadn't been seen on the M25, or any of the major routes out of London. Colin was working his magic, but I actually agreed with Una this time. The sooner we went, the better our chances of locating her. I waited until we were on the outskirts of London to ask the question that had been bothering me since Liv had volunteered to come with me. How come you're able to leave London? What about Sunny? I had a conversation with Joanne. I created a spreadsheet to show her how much time I was spending on Sunny admin and home stuff compared to her. Not a spreadsheet. Ouch. Straight in with the big guns. Don't laugh. I know what she's like. Facts and figures mean a lot to her. She didn't even argue. I think I was pushing an open door, really. She knew she was leaving a lot up to me. And? She said she wants to be more involved. Get this, she said she feels left out. She isn't confident with Sonny because I'm so quick to know what he wants, and he goes to me whenever he needs help with something. I looked across at her. She wasn't suggesting it was your fault for being too good at being his mother, was she? No, genuinely not. She said it was her own fault for working so much and not being around. The more I did, the less she felt I needed her. Meanwhile, I felt completely overwhelmed, but she had no idea. I think it'll be good for them both to spend more time together. And I get a trip with my pal. Just you and me and the open road, I replied automatically. I had snagged on one word. You said overwhelmed. Is that what it's like? I thought you loved being a mum. I do. I really do. But you lose something of yourself. You stop being just you and start being someone else's life support system. Sonny needs me, and what I need has to come second. That's a huge change, but it's a privilege too. And you know, I'd die for him in a heartbeat. But the further I get from Sonny, the more I feel like me. I'd forgotten what it was like to be free. She sighed. It's complicated. I don't know how I'd cope. Well, it's not in your stars at the moment, so you don't need to worry. A pause. Or is it? No, definitely not. Not something you've been discussing with anyone? I shook my head. Derwent's yearning to have a baby wasn't something I wanted or needed to talk about. And it was nothing to do with me anyway. My phone rang, and I looked at the screen where his number was flashing, as if I'd summoned him. I bit my lip before I answered it. Hi. It's work, he said immediately, which I appreciated. I'll put you on speakerphone. His voice filled the car, loud with triumph. You'll never guess what's happened. You found Tor Grant? Not personally. He sounded disappointed. How did you know? Did someone tell you? Lucky guess, I said. Where was he? It's no fun if I just tell you. I could hear by his voice that he was grinning. Want to make it double or nothing? Just get on with it, Liv said. I know you two never get tired of playing games, but I want to know. Cornwall, he said, just outside Falmouth. He's staying in a holiday cottage because it's cheap at this time of year. But he doesn't look like your typical holiday maker. He stuck out a mile. I thought about it. She mentioned Cornwall to the island folk, didn't she? Do you think she was going to meet him? That's a possibility. But get this. Vidya found out Rosalie lived there for a while when she was little, with her aunt and uncle, after her parents died, but before she went to the foster home. Near Tintagel or Falmouth? St Ives. Oh. Well, maybe he couldn't get a holiday cottage in St Ives. Or it's a coincidence, Liv offered. We're going down to interview Grant anyway, Derwent said. Is there anything you think I should ask him? Why is he such a creep? That's on my list already. Are you going with Vidya? I had to ask, even though I was aware of Liv turning the big sunglasses in my direction. Yep, we've managed to get out of the office, in spite of the boss's best efforts. Well, have fun, I said, lamely. And don't be too nice to Grant. You don't need to worry about that. He ended the call, and I held onto the phone for a fraction too long before I put it back in my pocket. You told him to back off, didn't you? You and Georgia. We staged an intervention. Liv pulled a face. I know. Nothing to do with us. No, you were right. Her eyebrows shot up. What? I wasn't expecting that. I told her about the previous evening, the edited highlights, rather than the full details that made me feel weak with desire when I thought about them, as well as faintly mortified. And I told him I didn't want to be the other woman. Actually, he told me I didn't want to be the other woman. And then what? Then nothing. I was glad she was driving and couldn't see my face. He's with Melissa, and he won't leave her. Well, he won't leave Thomas. She drove on for another mile. Then, is that why you were asking me about being a parent? Sort of. Okay. She hesitated. Look, Maeve, have you thought about this in terms of what you want? People keep asking me that. What I think is that I should try to find someone else. Yes. Good. But I don't want anyone else, I said, in a small voice. And don't tell him I said that. I'm pretending I don't care. More games. You should try being honest with him. He's never honest with me. Break the cycle? She suggested. What good would that do? I can't have him, and that's that. Look, I know he's attractive, even though he's not my type. You don't get more heterosexual male than Josh Derwent. But there are other men like him. There are also other men who aren't like him, and they might be a better choice. In what way? I could hear the ice in my voice, and if Liv couldn't, she wasn't listening. Nicer? Kinder? I've never met anyone kinder than him, I said curtly. And she pushed her sunglasses up to the top of her head to look at me, wide-eyed. Seriously? Okay. Well, here's one thing he definitely isn't. Available. I know that. Yes, but honestly, Maeve, isn't that part of the appeal? He's unattainable. You don't have to risk anything. You can kid yourself you're in love with him, but really, he's the safe option. He's your excuse not to get your heart broken again. As we drove on up through England, on the straight, tedious motorway, all I could think was that it was probably the first time Josh Derwent had ever been described as the safe option. And if having feelings for him was supposed to save me from hurt, it wasn't working too well. 48. Windholt House didn't look any better without the hum of police activity around it, especially at the end of a long and tiring drive. The dry spring weather meant that the track up to the house was firmer, and we were able to make it all the way through the many gates to park in the yard, where the muck was still soft and unspeakable. Something about the house looked different, as if it knew it was abandoned rather than neglected now. The windows weren't actually broken, but it gave me the impression it was only a matter of time before decline set in. Bleak house, Liv said. They should have called it that. Windholt sounds too nice. It sounds cold, and it is. She pulled her jacket around herself, flipping the collar up. Can we go inside? Yeah, but it's not going to be any warmer, I warned her. Out of the wind, though. She stopped on the doorstep. Mind you, look at the view. Beautiful. There's a lot of it, I agreed abstractedly. What? Just trying to work out if anyone has been here recently. The marks from our car ran straight across the mud, over any number of prints and tracks. But then again, the local police had been in and out. I'd never seen the yard in a pristine state. No sign of a red Mini. Liv's teeth were chattering. Can we go in? Of course. I had picked up the key from the police station in Keswick and had a chat with Superintendent Eli Parker, who was more than happy for me and Liv to be at Windholt House. More than likely we'll come across her before you do in this bright red Mini. It'll stand out around here. If she comes here. If she's still driving the car. A lot of ifs. He hesitated. Are you staying up at the house? I booked the same hotel as before. We should probably stay there for surveillance, but... The Superintendent Parker shuddered. I wouldn't like to think of you staying there overnight. Me neither, I said emphatically, and Liv rolled her eyes. It can't be that bad. Now she caught her breath as I pushed the door open and ushered her in. The cold sank its teeth into us immediately. That's brutal. These flagstones keep the place nice and chilly. I pointed down the passageway. The kitchen. Let's go and see if anyone has been living here. That's where I'd camp out. The range was dark and cold in the kitchen, though, and there were no fresh crumbs or splashes of water in the sink, the telltale hints of occupancy. I held a hand against the chilled kettle and shrugged. Nothing. No one here but the mice. Liv wrinkled her nose at the tiny brown pellets that freckled every flat surface. I'm pretty sure there are rats, too. They did some damage to the body upstairs. Oh, yuck. Why did I volunteer to leave the office? She looked around. It must be cosy in here when the range is working. On a second visit, the room wasn't as bleak as I'd believed. Handmade cushions on the chairs around the big table, plant pots on the windowsill, and a procession of homemade clay animals on a high shelf. Maybe it wasn't so impossible to imagine Rosalie living there with the children. Come on, upstairs is more interesting. Warmer? Not as such. We toured the house, Liv taking it all in for the first time. I was still trying to spot anything that might have changed since my first visit. You have a brain the size of a galaxy. You pick up on every tiny detail of everything you see and hear. But you can't work out what's right in front of you, can you? He was heading to Cornwall, with Vidya, for work. At home, he had a girlfriend. Not mine. Never mine. The dining room, with its stiff, dark furniture and cold linen. The sitting room, where something small and fast hurled itself under a fat leather sofa, and I caught my breath. The hall, dark and unwelcoming. Upstairs, to the room with the tiny handprints, where Liv's eyes filled with tears. A bathroom that was pure vintage, with tiles and sanitary ware that had to be 100 years old or more. The cluttered bedroom at the end of the hall, where there was still a smell of death. So, no one's been here. I can't blame her for not coming back. I stepped around the area of the floor where the body had been, the rug absent for forensic analysis, so the old floorboards were bare. It's not what I would think of as home. If I got away, I wouldn't rush to return. The kitchen could have been cosy if the fire was lit. In here, too, without the smell. They used to light a fire. Look, there are ashes in the grate. She rubbed her arms, shivering. What do you want to do? We should wait. Ugh. In here? I suppose. I was looking out of the window, trying to imagine being Rosalie. How on earth had she ended up here? Had she been happy? The blood on the wall and the dead body on the floor suggested a very definite no. I was going to have a proper look around the house. The local cops searched it, but you never know. I might find something they overlooked. If it's all right with you, I'll go down and sit in the car. I've got some phone calls to make, and it's more comfortable than anywhere in here. No problem. In some ways, I'd prefer to be alone. I had the nagging feeling I'd missed something. I'll see you outside in a while. After Liv had gone, I wandered through the upstairs rooms again. They were sparsely furnished, and it didn't take long to look at everything and stare out at the imposing, oppressive view and imagine the grinding misery of short, dark winter days. I took out my torch, though, and looked at the carpet, seeing indentations where furniture had stood. Someone had moved everything into the main bedroom, and the rooms downstairs, I thought, making a note to check what was in the outhouses. The children's room had been stripped, dust marks showing where furniture had stood against the walls. Vidya had said there were toys and books on the island, left behind when Rosalie took the children to Ivo's house. I tried to imagine the room full of colour and life. Was that how it had been? And if so, why was it so bleak now? I spent most of my time in the bedroom where Piers Wilmington had died. I wasn't sure what I was looking for, but I couldn't stop myself from looking, sliding open drawers and checking behind pictures. The only movement was my own reflection in the starry glass of the broken mirror. I paused to look at myself, at the shadows under my eyes, and the unhappy downturn of my mouth. The last time I had looked at myself with that close attention, I had been standing in the hall of the flat with Josh behind me, and he had warned me to stay away from him, for his sake. Una had said our old superintendent, Charles Godley, was the one who'd forbidden Josh to make a move on me, at some unknown point in the past. He had believed I needed protecting, presumably, and Godley knew Josh better than anyone. But the thought of my boss at the time, a boss I had worshipped, thinking he needed to intervene before anything had happened, my skin prickled with embarrassment. I would rather die than ask Josh about it, I decided, and looked past my reflection to the background, and the fine spray of blood that marked the wall. Rosalie's blood. It was as close as I'd got to her so far. I went over for a closer look at the blood and spent quite a long time there, shining the torch on it, considering what it told me about what had happened, and frowning to myself. Before I went downstairs again, I used the bathroom, wincing at the ice-cold water that gushed from the tap labelled hot. A towel hung behind the door, stiff and rough. As I dried my hands, I looked down at my feet and saw a small yellow duck, a bath toy that had been stuck behind the door, unnoticed. I picked it up and set it on the edge of the bath, ever more unsettled by the feeling that we had been primed to see one thing when reality was quite another. On the ground floor, there was more furniture, but less of a sense that the rooms had ever been inhabited. It was like a museum, as Georgia had said. I wandered into the dining room and opened drawers in the mahogany sideboard, finding a treasure trove of string, matchbooks and old crumbling corks. I looked at the pictures and the dust in the corners of the room, and I was just about to leave when I idly opened the huge Bible. One ribbon marked the family history of the Wilmingtons in spidery ink and impeccable calligraphy. A few different types of handwriting, recording the births, marriages and deaths down through 3 centuries. The last entries were in black ink, in awkward small letters, and they had smudged. Wilbur Magnus Wilmington. Posey Ivy Wilmington. Magnus and Ivo, commemorated in her children's names. I took a photograph of it. Magnus would want to know, I thought, that he had been her first thought, not Ivo. And then my eye travelled up to the previous entry, where the same hand had written of the common law marriage of Piers Wilmington and Eleanor Wilmington. The bride had written her maiden name in pencil. Pale, but legible. I read the name, and stood rooted to the spot, and read it again, and realised that we had been entirely wrong from the start about pretty much everything. And the facts of the entire case slipped into logical order like a run of dominoes falling, one after another. I had to talk to Derwent. Urgently. A glance at my phone confirmed my worst fears. No reception. Not even a bar of it. I held the phone up uselessly, and tried to remember if I'd used it at Windholt House the last time I was there, or if anyone else had been able to use theirs. The local police had radios, I recalled. Shit. I hurried to the back door and out across the yard, my eyes on my phone screen to see if, by some miracle, it managed to connect to the network. And it was only when I was right beside the car that I glanced into it, to see Liv, slumped sideways in her seat, her face waxy, her eyes closed. Liv? I scrabbled at the door handle, clumsy in panic, horrified. No reaction from her, no signs of life. Something had happened. Someone had done something to her. She had only come with me because she loved me, and I'd told her she needed to get out of the office more often, to show commitment to the job that absolutely was not worth her life. Liv? Oh, God, please be all right. Please, wake up. Please. And then something was in front of my face, clamped to my mouth, my nose, a wet cloth of some kind that I couldn't escape because the hand that held it was too strong, and it was pushing my head back at an awkward angle, hurting me, and I couldn't get free or get any purchase on his arm, and my lungs were aching, and I had to breathe. And that was all I knew. 49. The police station in Falmouth was modern and uncompromisingly blocky. It was still a sight for sore eyes after the drive from London, which had taken almost 7 hours and all of Vidya's patience. It wasn't the first time she'd worked with Josh Derwent, but it was the first time she'd seen him behaving this way. Snapping with energy, intolerant of delays or distractions, impatient with her attempts at conversation. He'd insisted on loud music all the way and the briefest of stops. This was the Derwent they'd warned her about. A good copper, but an awkward sod. Don't get on the wrong side of him. He only really likes working with Maeve. And you know why that is, Pete Belcott had added with a smirk. Because she knows how to handle him, Georgia said earnestly. And Pete crowed. Bet she does. And Vidya had assumed it was all talk. He had been polite to her on their previous cases, professional, a little distant, as if his mind was on other things. What she was realising now was that he had been that way not because he liked her, or thought she was good at her job, but because he fundamentally didn't care about whatever they were doing. Now that she saw him driven, focused, taut like a strung bow, she realised she'd been fooling herself. Vidya wished that she'd spent more time watching Maeve deal with Josh. There had to be a better way than sitting in silence, hoping he forgot she was there. Vidya wanted to spend more time watching Maeve in general. If she had a role model on the team, it was definitely Maeve. One day, she promised herself, she would be as confident and astute as the sergeant. Until then. At last. He slung the car into a space behind the nick and leapt out of it. Come on. Why are we in a hurry? Vidya was slower, stiff after the long drive. He's not going anywhere. I can't wait to see his face when we walk in, that's all. He thought he'd skipped away in time. Derwent looked across the roof of their car, his eyes bright. I don't like people who lie to me, and I don't like him. The feeling was entirely mutual, Vidya thought. sitting opposite Tor Grant half an hour later. His hair was lank and sweat glossed his face. He stared at Derwent with a kind of sick fascination. "How did you track me down?" "Easily." Derwent leaned back, his arms folded. "Why were you so keen to head for the hills? You knew we wanted to know where you were." Grant sniffed, rubbing his nose with the back of a hand. "I don't like being arrested. Questioned. Well, you're out of luck, aren't you?" "I don't know what you want with me. I have an alibi for the night the Marshalls were murdered. I'm just an interested bystander. You're wasting your time on me." "Rosalie Marshall." Grant wriggled. "I don't know what happened to her. That's why I'm making the podcast, to find out." "Is that so?" Derwent's voice was soft, and Vidya felt a chill run down her spine. She was discovering the inspector was actually less intimidating when he was shouting than when he was quiet. "I didn't have anything to do with her disappearance. You have to believe me." Grant ran a tongue over his lips, fidgeting. "Why did you leave early for university? Why did you change your plans?" "I was fed up with Magnus. I had saved enough money. My mother was driving me insane." He touched his forehead, examining his fingertips as they came away wet with perspiration. "You'd have run too, and it was long before the girl disappeared." "Conveniently?" "No!" He slammed his hand down on the table, panicked now. "Whatever you're implying, you're wrong." "What made you leave, then?" "I wanted to." "Why?" Derwent was implacable. "What made you decide it was the right time?" I don't know." "Did it have anything to do with being caught masturbating in Magnus's bedroom?" Derwent leaned back in his chair. "Just a suggestion." The air hissed out of Tor Grant. "Fuck. He told you." "Yes, he did." "Don't read too much into it." Grant shifted his weight, still fidgeting, still sweating. "I was embarrassed." "Why were you touching yourself in a child's bedroom?" "I wasn't. Well, I suppose I was, but... Look, I don't know. I just wanted to. I did it a lot back then. It was comforting." His eyes darted to Vidya's face. "Does she have to be in here?" "Yes." Derwent leaned forward. "You'd been in there on your own with Rosalie, hadn't you?" That wasn't relevant." He was almost sobbing. "I wasn't attracted to her. If anything, she scared me. I tried to talk to her, and it went wrong. She laughed at me. She was bright, you know, and tough. She was 9 years old." Derwent said it through clenched teeth. "Yes, well, she wasn't like any 9-year-old I'd ever met. Understandably, when you know about her background." Derwent was still for a second. "What about her background?" "Her parents." Grant sniffed. "Rosalie's dad went insane and murdered her mother. He stabbed her 50 times. It was a bloodbath." "So what?" "Rosalie was in the room when it happened." Grant looked from Vidya to Derwent, triumphant. "You didn't know that, did you?" "No one knew. She was only 3 years old. She saw the whole thing." Vidya knew that Derwent didn't like being caught unawares, especially by Tor Grant, but he managed not to show it. "How did you find this out?" "I found her mum's sister and husband. The podcast, you see. Their son saw some reference to it on Reddit or Facebook or something and got in touch. And then I got them to trust me. They didn't like the police who investigated Rosalie's disappearance, so they wouldn't tell them much. Your colleagues fucked that one up. Vidya thought it was exactly the kind of detail the original investigation should have found out, and from the look on his face, so did Derwent. He made a meaningless note on the pad in front of him, and without looking up asked, "What are you doing in Cornwall? Looking for Rosalie?" "No. I wanted to do another interview with the aunt and uncle. They live in Falmouth now, but they were in St. Ives before. I wanted to ask about the time they spent looking after her before she was fostered. They didn't want to keep her. Guess why?" Grant didn't wait. "She was a little weirdo. A freak. They were glad to see her go. And the foster family were the same. Helena never understood what she was taking into her home, but the girl was damaged goods." A hush settled on the interview room, and Vidya resisted the urge to fidget. The tension was almost visible. Derwent stirred. "Let's go back to the start again, shall we? One more time." He conducted the rest of the interview with cool professionalism, turning Grant inside out. What was absolutely apparent was that Grant was exactly what he had said, an overzealous podcaster on the trail of a big story. As time passed, Grant warmed up enough to start getting cocky, and at the end, after the recorder was switched off, he winked. "I'd like to interview you for the podcast, Inspector. I think that would be really fascinating. You have a perfect voice for it." Derwent's expression was stony. "I'm busy." "I can do any time that suits you. Name the day. I'm at your disposal." He didn't even look up. "It'll never suit me." Vidya waited until Grant went back to the cells. The room felt twice as big once he'd left it. "What did you think?" "Total prick." I meant what he said about Rosalie." Derwent shrugged. "Check the details for me. You might as well chase up the aunt and her husband. Find out whatever you can, in case it's useful. There's nothing in the files which could confirm what he said about the marshals not knowing Rosalie's background. But I don't necessarily believe him about any of this. And alibis can be broken." His phone rang, and he sighed before he answered it. "Una, this should be annoying. Hello? Yes, just finished." There was a pause before he spoke again, and in that few seconds, his face changed. Vidya shivered in spite of herself. Something was very badly wrong. "I'm on my way," Derwent said into the phone. "If she's missing, I'll find her." 50. The ache in my right knee was the first thing I noticed. I groaned and tried to move my leg to ease the tension in the joint, but it was impossible. Something was pinning my legs. I was stuck, sitting upright, unable to move my hands, unable to lean forward because of a line of pressure that ran across my throat. I was blind, confused. There had been an accident, I thought. I was trapped. I was awake? The voice was familiar, and yet it had sounded different the last time I'd heard it. It had been more tentative. Now it was clipped and totally lacking in warmth. "What?" I said, brilliantly, and then stopped. The question wouldn't form properly in my mind. It was as if my brain was smothered in a thick blanket of fog. The reason I couldn't see anything, I worked out, was because my eyes were covered with something soft. I was sitting on something that felt like a dining room chair, hard and unyielding. There was a vile taste in my mouth. As far as I could tell, I was indoors. But this wasn't Windholt House. My hands were warm. What happened? Where am I? I think those are the traditional things people want to know at this point. I heard a movement near me and jerked my head back as something touched my lips. It's water. You'll need it. You'll be thirsty. Never drink the water, I thought, and drank it anyway, because as soon as he said it, I was aware of a raging thirst that I couldn't begin to satisfy. While I drank, I tried to force my thoughts into some kind of order, knowing that I needed to be alert, that this was the kind of situation that could slide out of control easily if I panicked him or myself. He took the water away. Do you know where you are? I shook my head. Do you know who I am? Yes. You do? He sounded surprised. How? I didn't answer that one. I certainly wasn't going to tell him that I'd only worked it out 2 minutes before he'd grabbed me, and that I hadn't had time to tell anyone else. They'll be looking for you, I said instead. They've always been looking for me, and they haven't found me yet. His breath close to my face. I found you. You're in my custody, not the other way round. And considering where I found you, I don't think you had the least idea where to start looking for me. They would start at Windholt House when they didn't hear from me. They would start with the last known point and work from there. Wherever I was, it couldn't be far from Windholt House. I couldn't have been unconscious for long, so all I had to do was stay alive until they came and found me. They would start at Windholt House and find the car. The memory jolted me. Liv, slumped and unconscious. What did you do to Liv? Who is Liv? Oh, the other woman. She was looking at her phone when I went over to talk to her. I had a story prepared about being a lost hiker in need of help, but I didn't need it. The car was unlocked. I tried the door, it opened, and then I knocked her out. You hit her? No, she had the same treatment as you. A little chloroform. That explained the filthy headache, I thought, and the lack of response from Liv when I'd knocked on the window. My brain was working more efficiently now. Given that I had woken up with the mental capabilities of a potato, that wasn't a huge leap forward, but it was better than nothing. Where did you get chloroform? I made it. A giggle. He was pleased with himself. There are videos on YouTube. Did you know that? A simple chemical reaction between acetone and bleach. Amazing what you can do with household products. Chloroform. Another piece of the puzzle. I squashed down my worry about what homemade chloroform might have done to us and tried to focus. Is that what you did to subdue the marshals? Knock them out so they couldn't fight back? I don't think they would have been able to fight back, but it suited me to be able to take my time. I wanted to get it right. You didn't do a very good job. Silence for a beat. What did I get wrong? Where do I start? I allowed myself to be waspish to see how he reacted. The position of the bodies. The bedclothes were too neat. The window was open in the bedroom, and they never opened their bedroom window at night. You forgot to shut it. Ah, I should have remembered. I wanted to let the air clear. Maybe the fumes had affected me more than I knew. It must have been difficult, even if they were unconscious. Killing them, holding a pillow over her face, shooting him. He sounded as if he was gritting his teeth. I don't want to talk about it. Did they see you when you went to kill them? Speak to you? Did they know you were there to harm them? Shut up! Shut up! I backed off. I didn't want to panic him. How did you know how much chloroform to give us? I didn't. I guessed. But you could have hurt Liv. My anxiety had been fading because if Liv felt the way I did, she was probably miserable, but she would be all right. And if he had left her in the car, she was better off than I was currently. Now it went right back up to the red zone. You could have killed her if you gave her too much. Did you check she was all right? Did you make sure she was breathing before you left? No, I didn't. He leaned in. Because I didn't give a fuck about her, and I don't give a fuck about you either. You were in my way. You were hoping she'd come back to the house, I guessed. Rosalie. You don't know where she is, do you? You've been desperate to find her all this time, and you were afraid we'd scare her off. Well, you weren't likely to help. Why were you there? He hesitated and came out with the question he really wanted to ask. Do you know where she is? Is that why I'm here? It's not because I wanted the pleasure of your conversation. I have other things to do. Like what? I wanted to keep him talking. I had worked out that my arms were restrained, and that, moving them, tightened the rope that ran around my throat. With small, careful movements, I was trying to work out how much play there was in the ligatures. Why don't you take my blindfold off? I don't want you to see me. He leaned closer. I don't think you do know who I am. I think you're bluffing. Really, Dennis, you have to get over the idea that you're some sort of criminal mastermind, I snapped. No one ever seems to have thought of you as a suspect in Rosalie's disappearance, but that was just luck. Let's be honest, no one seems to have thought much about you at all. You barely came up in the original investigation. Bruce never mentioned you. It wasn't luck. He pulled the hat off my head so he could stare into my face. Angry now. Dennis Hood. Still neat, his beard perfectly trimmed, but his eyes were red-rimmed. Dennis Hood, who had tracked the Marshalls from their old house and had inserted himself into the family again, knowing that Rosalie would come to find them. Dennis, who had decided Bruce had to die, and Helena too, to make it look like suicide. Dennis had pretended to be devastated. Dennis had limped around London bravely, bewildered, playing the part of a kind old man. He sat back into the small armchair that faced me, looking whip-thin and fit, and a world away from the frail, lame man I'd met before. It wasn't luck, he said again, and I'd wounded his pride. It was planning and organisation. We had already left London as far as anyone knew. Which is why Bruce wanted to check the dates, I realised. He was trying to remember where you'd been. What? He left a note. A note? He knew that there was something wrong with your story. You must have given yourself away. He lifted his upper lip in a snarl. We were talking about Nell. They called her Rosalie, and the things she took with her. She didn't have much. A book, a toy dog, the bloody gun. I could have murdered her when I found it in her bag. She said she thought it might be useful. He was listing everything, and I suppose I was impatient. I said, yes, and the back door key, trying to hurry him up. But they hadn't told anyone except the police that it was missing. The police had made them keep it quiet. B-D-K. How? Back door key? How did he know? Why did you kill them? To stop Rosalie from being able to see them? No. I was only there to try to talk to her. I was hoping I'd find her first. Then I put my foot in it with the key, and I saw Bruce react, even though he tried to hide it. I pretended to leave and said a big goodbye to them both, banged the front door, and went back to hide behind the boxes. I stayed there while the carer put them to bed. I waited until they were asleep before I went in. He beat his hand on his thigh, irritated. I was kind. I put them out of their misery. They didn't feel anything after the chloroform. I'm the one who suffered because I had to see it all. You never left after the murders, did you? You made it look as if the killer escaped by using the balcony, but that was just to mislead us. We were looking for someone able-bodied, not an old man. A smile. I stayed. I let myself out while the carer was cleaning the bathroom and went to the park. It didn't matter if anyone saw me then, because it was long after they had died. I waited for her to call me. It worked perfectly. I had been focused on him completely. Now, I looked around, taking in the details of his small cottage. It was a comfortable home, if simple, with plain furniture and good amateur art on the walls, and a few low shelves crammed with books. It felt like somewhere he had lived for many years. The curtains were drawn, and I couldn't begin to guess what time it was, or how long I had been unconscious. You're good at hiding, aren't you, Dennis? Did you hide in the house the night you took Rosalie? The breath hissed out of him. How did you know? When something works, you keep doing it. You hid at the Marshall's flat. You hid in Windholt House just now. Just now, he repeated, and smiled as if he knew something I didn't. You were very deeply unconscious, weren't you? Easy to manage, but heavy to carry, I won't lie. If you have a few bruises, that's my fault. I swallowed, knowing that he was enjoying my discomfort and the power he had over me. Why did you kidnap Rosalie, Dennis? A spasm crossed his face. You talk about her being kidnapped. But she came willingly. Willingly! She wanted to leave. She was unhappy. She missed her brothers. She was a loving child. She gave love freely. Piers took advantage of that when he came across her in the mountains. He persuaded her she loved him. She didn't know any better. You took advantage of that loving nature too. What did you do to her? Did you hurt her? Abuse her? He looked scandalized. No, nothing like that. She was ours, our child. My wife was the one who decided to take her, not me. I didn't want to do it, but I had to. I couldn't leave it up to her. She would have been caught. Whereas you knew exactly what to do and how to get away with it. He shrugged. I got away with it, as you say, for 16 years. That's longer than most. Why are you looking for her now? You first. Untie me, and I'll tell you. Tell me, or I'll tie you up even tighter. His eyes were implacable, and I reminded myself that this was a man who had killed 2 vulnerable people with ruthless efficiency to protect himself, when he could have left Helena alive. He was thorough to a fault. I told him what we knew about Rosalie, and where she had been, and what she had done with the children. She gave them to Ivo. He sounded shattered. He'll look after them. He and his wife are good people. I tried to rotate my wrists. There was no give in the ropes at all. We're worried about Rosalie, about her health, and they suspect she killed Piers. He swallowed. Are you going to arrest her? There's an investigation, I said. I'm not running it. I'm not involved with it, so I don't know for sure. But it's a possibility. They need to leave her alone. Hood took a deep breath. I killed him. Why? He knew who she was, because she told him. Practically the first person she'd met after we came here, and she told him. Piers said he'd tell the police if I ever got in his way. He'd send them after us. I had to protect my wife. And then she died, and I was afraid. I knew there would be consequences if I was found out. He spread out his hands, and I noticed a tremor in his fingers. I only ever tried to do what was best. Piers wasn't a bad man. He wasn't very bright, that's all. He loved her, absolutely, but he wouldn't let her go. She wasn't well. I wanted her to see a doctor, but Piers refused. She never saw a doctor after you took her, I spat. So don't pretend you were worried about her. He looked at me as if I was insane. She had my wife. Your wife? Lydia. Dr. Lydia Fuller. My wife. She used her maiden name because she was already qualified when we met. I closed my eyes, beyond frustrated. How many times had my eyes slid over the name in the files? How many times had witnesses mentioned Dr. Fuller? That was on me. I had assumed that Dr. Fuller was a man. I had never made the connection with Dennis Hood. Rosalie had been a regular patient, which explained how the doctor had got to know her so well. Above reproach, utterly respectable. No wonder the Hoods had never been suspects. Rosalie was worried about the children, Hood said, almost to himself. I was going to take them, but then I didn't get the chance. So you killed Piers. I did it for her. I didn't know she would run away. I thought she'd be happy. I didn't feel sorry for him. I didn't need to, because he was sorry enough for himself. It was Rosalie who haunted me. Rosalie, who had suffered alone. Rosalie, who had gone from one prison to another. Rosalie, whose choices had narrowed down to what it took to survive. He made a vague gesture towards the kitchen table, where there was a small notepad. I've written a note. I've said that I was the one who killed him. You don't need a note. You can go to the police and confess, just like you confessed to me. I can't go to prison. That's the thing. I'd never get out. I can't do that. Dennis, I began. And his eyes came back to me. I'm sorry. Why are you sorry? I tried to loosen the ropes again. The one that ran across my throat dug deeper into my skin. Look, untie me and we can talk. I'm sure there's a way to help you. I don't need any help. He stood up and walked away, moving like a sleepwalker. And it occurred to me, with a chill that went right through me, that Dennis Hood had absolutely nothing left to live for. 51. Don't you want to see her again? Rosalie? My voice cracked. Don't you want to say goodbye to her? He looked at me vacantly. What's the use of waiting? She could have given me the children to look after, instead of Ivo Marshall. She chose not to. And she's not here now. She wanted them to have the life that she didn't have. We gave her a wonderful life. Lydia and I gave her everything. And she adored Lydia. If my wife was still alive, maybe things would have been different. You miss Lydia? All the time. There are people who will miss me if anything happens to me, Dennis. Josh's face flashed into my mind, serious in the streetlight after we had kissed, tender and sad. People who love me. He went to the kitchen, ignoring me. I turned my hand within the rope tie, trying to loosen it, and only succeeded in burning my skin. Every time I moved, the rope around my neck tightened, which threw black spots across my vision and made panic spiral through my mind. One last try. Lydia wouldn't want you to hurt anyone else. She would want me to protect Rosalie. Nothing else matters. He read through the note one last time. Everything I've done was an act of love. Even this. A wave of anger swept over me, and I let it out. I had nothing left to lose. Let's be serious here. If she had turned up here, sick, in need of help, you wouldn't have taken her to a doctor, would you? You had the chance to do that, and you didn't, because you were afraid you'd be found out. You put yourself first, and you left her to suffer. So all this talk about protecting Rosalie is bollocks. We both know if it was up to you, you'd have left her to die alone. Everyone dies alone, Dennis Hood said heavily, and walked out of the room. Nothing I could do. Nowhere I could go. I struggled against the ropes and made no progress. I listened to him walking around the rooms of the small cottage, the legs of a chair squealing as he dragged it across the floor. At some point, he opened a door and a cool breeze washed into the room. Clear, iron-hard air that smelt like the early morning. It was a small thing, but I wished I knew what time it was, and how long I had been there, and what Dennis Hood was planning to do next. I was lost in every sense of the word. What he did at last was to climb onto a chair in the small hallway of the cottage. He took the rope he'd hung from the stairs, I found out later, looped a noose around his neck, and kicked the chair away. The clatter of it made me jump, and the noise of him choking, his legs kicking as he died, was something I knew I would never forget. He died hard, and I couldn't do anything to stop him. I would have saved him if I could. In spite of everything, I would have tried. When Dennis Hood was silent and still, and the only sound was the slow creak of the rope, I sat up. I needed to get out of the chair and get help. It didn't occur to me then that I might not be able to free myself. It was many long, agonizing minutes later that I realized I had underestimated Dennis Hood's talent with knots. I could see and feel that the rope looped around my body in a complicated sequence of ties, circling my upper arms as well as my throat, tying my forearms and wrists to the chair and holding my shoulders back. The actual knots were too far away for me to be able to reach them with my fingers, and the rope was too tight to allow me to work my arms free. The more violently I struggled, the more the rope sawed against my throat. Something else he had seen on the internet, I guessed, with a vague recollection of elaborate Japanese bondage. And it was very much not the kind of thing that the tied-up person could undo on their own. My hands were numb already. I needed a new plan. I thought about tipping the chair over and trying to break it, but a couple of experimental hops confirmed my worst fears. It was solid, and I didn't think I could count on the force of a fall to break it. Also, there was every chance I would fracture both of my arms, given that they were in a stress position behind me. And if the attempt to break it didn't work, I would be stuck on the floor, in even less comfort than I was already. That left only one solution. Wait to be rescued. I shut my eyes for a while and imagined the efforts of my colleagues. Liv would have sounded the alarm if she was able to. But if she had died... I couldn't think about that. She hadn't died. She had recovered and gone for help. Even now, she was standing in the police station in Keswick, helping to coordinate the search. Maybe she had seen him, or his car. Maybe she was on her way to me at that very moment. I thought I had probably dropped my phone when Dennis Hood attacked me. But if it was in my pocket, or if Dennis Hood had taken my phone, assuming it was connected to the network now, they could pinpoint my location. Or they might find something that directed them towards Hood. I had, after all. They might have found Rosalie. They might... It wasn't a good moment when I faced up to the fact that these were little better than fairy tales. Stories with a happy ending. A comforting nonsense. It's a fantasy, Maeve. A dream. Make-believe. I felt tears squeeze out from under my lashes. Josh. Don't think about him either. I don't know how long I sat in that chair. Long enough to ache in every bone of my body. Long enough for every muscle to burn. Long enough to cry. Not long enough to pull the rope tight around my neck for the sake of hurrying the inevitable, but long enough to register that it was a possibility. I still hoped. Stupid, unreasonable hope. The dogged determination that meant I never gave up. But I went through 20 different kinds of hell holding on to my hope. And time passed. When I heard footsteps coming from the back of the house, I thought I was hallucinating. I lifted my head and found myself staring at a figure in the doorway. A stranger. It was a woman, painfully thin, with long, tangled dark hair, a long skirt, and a big, hand-knitted grey jumper swamping her frame. Her skin was yellowed, and her face was gaunt, but her eyes were wide and dark. Unchanged, and I had spent weeks looking at photographs of them. Rosalie? The word was a ghost, soundless. I tried to clear my throat. What happened? She faltered forward a couple of steps. Who are you? She was here, in front of me, and all I could think was that I had to get free. Cut the rope, I said, in a rush. She stood still instead, her eyes wide. Oh, God, I had to be patient. I'm a police officer. Please, help me. I tried to gather my thoughts. My name is Maeve. I was looking for you. Instant, total panic. She scrambled backwards, her eyes wide, and I cursed myself. Rosalie, it's all right. I'm not here to arrest you. I tried to smile. Not that I could, from here. No. She was taking in how I was tied, my total helplessness. Who did this to you? Dennis. She started and looked around. Where is he? I think he's in the hall. Her mouth straightened to a line, and she turned towards the door. Wait! Don't go out there. I said it with as much authority as I could manage. She looked back at me, dubious. Why not? You don't want to see him like that. Like what? Her eyes widened. He's dead. I nodded. Why? He confessed to killing Bruce and Helena, to taking you, and to shooting Piers. Did he? She seemed stunned. His confession is on the kitchen table. She stumbled over to it, staring down at the written pages that Dennis Hood had left behind. I never thought he'd admit it. He was worried that you'd get the blame. If he hadn't confessed, Rosalie said slowly, would I have been in trouble? I don't know. My lips were dry, and I tried to moisten them. Could I have some water? I should let you go. She said it in an unfocused way, her thoughts elsewhere. Please? Sorry. Her hand went to her head. I'm not feeling well. I get distracted. It's all right. I know. I managed not to scream at her. If you cut the rope, I can get myself something to drink. I'm just tired. She slid into one of the chairs at the table, with her back to me, and leaned her head on her arm. Rosalie? Please. I felt a tear slide out of the corner of my eye. So close and so far. I can get us both help if you let me go. There was no sound but the ticking of a clock somewhere, and Rosalie's breathing, and my heart thumping. She wasn't well. She might collapse, unconscious. She might die too, and then it would be a matter of time until I followed suit. I needed her to get up. Rosalie, it's the last thing I'll ask you to do, but please, let me go. I begged. I coaxed. I let her sit for a few minutes to gather her strength. I talked about her children, about Will and his love for dinosaurs, about Posey's laugh. I talked about Ivo and Magnus. I got nothing back. A long, long time later, she shifted on her chair and looked around at me. Clear-eyed. She hadn't been asleep or unconscious. Why are you here? She asked. He took me from Windholt House. I was looking for you there, waiting to see if you'd come back. He wanted to find out where you were. He wanted to know what we knew. You shouldn't have let that happen. There was pure steel in her face, and I understood how the small child had survived, had lived, had given everything to her children, and not minded the sacrifice. I had felt sorry for her all of this time, but now I felt I understood her. It was a mistake, I agreed. Are you good at your job? As a rule. Maybe not today. I tried to smile, but I couldn't. There are people who miss me, just like you. People who wonder where I am. There's someone who loves me, I think. You think? Don't you know? Yes, I said. I do know. but he hasn't said it yet. She got to her feet, slowly, as if everything in her body ached, and came towards me, holding onto the furniture for support. Up close, she looked even worse, the skin stretched tight over the bones of her face, her eye sockets hollow. "You need something to cut the rope," I said gently. "I have a knife." Offhand, laconic. Why did she have a knife? I twisted my head, trying to watch her hands as she moved behind me. The hair stood up on my arms, the nape of my neck. Say nothing. Maeve, say nothing. "Did you come here to kill him?" The silence was heavy. I listened to my heart pounding, to the short breaths that Rosalie was taking, and I shut my eyes. Oh, Josh. Her voice sounded as if she was a long way off. "He wanted Will and Posey. I couldn't let him have them. I couldn't take the risk. He was a coward, and I thought I'd done enough to keep him away from them. But I was wrong. I thought he'd be too scared to come after us." The skin on my neck tensed, waiting for the cold kiss of metal. How long would it take to bleed out if she got the right angle and hit an artery? Not long. Slower if it was a more superficial injury, but I would still slide into shock. "Where did he learn to tie knots like these?" She said it almost to herself. I felt the knife catch against the skin of my wrist, and I bit my lip to stop from crying out. "Sorry, it's tight." She set to work on the rope, dragging the blade against it, pulling it lower so it seared the skin of my throat. I could have wept with frustration as she sawed at it, her breathing laboured. She was pitifully weak. She was all I had. "Why didn't you go to the police when you ran away from Windholt House?" She went still for a moment. "I was brought up to avoid the police. I was afraid. We would have helped you. You didn't save my mother, my real mother. No one helped her." I bit my lip. It was true. "Do you remember what happened to her?" "I remember a little." She sounded fierce, her breath hot against my skin. And I wondered again at my inability to play it safe, my need to know the truth that drove me beyond what was sensible or rational. "She was pretty. She sang to me. She used to shut me in my room when Da was angry, but there wasn't time that day. The sun was shining, I remember that, and the blood was very bright, and I remember she stopped moving, and I thought she was asleep. And afterwards, he cried." A rustle behind me was her picking up the knife again, and I tensed, but it was the rope she cut, not me. "Getting there." Her breathing was harsh, and she was shaking with effort. I pushed against the ropes, and a second strand went, and a third. It took a long, long time, even after that, for Rosalie to saw through the remaining rope. So long that I thought it would be better to call for help and let someone else do it. But when I suggested it, my throat raw and burning, inside and out, she shook her head. "There's no phone here. Internet? He uses the library." She looked around. "This place isn't even on the electricity grid. There are solar panels and a generator. It's genuinely the middle of nowhere." Bad news. I reached somewhere deep inside myself for the resolve to wait. and she had enough determination to persevere, and at long last, the rope gave way. I slid forward, not meaning to, and collapsed on the floor. Every muscle in my body was protesting. I couldn't move even if I'd wanted to. I was vaguely aware of Rosalie slumping to the ground beside me, her head tipped back, struggling for air. Rosalie. The fact of her being there was incredible. The woman I had searched for, the child who had been hidden, who had been lost. A stranger now to the people who had loved her most. I'd thought I might save her, but she'd rescued me instead. She was staring into space, her body slag, her mind somewhere else. The effort of cutting the rope had been too much for her, I realized, and stretched out my hand to hers. Thank you. We'll have to drive out. I was looking at an ordnance survey map of the area, which Rosalie had found, and the tiny rectangle, far from any proper road, that was the cottage. She had shown me Windholt House too, and I saw Hood had moved me further than I'd realised. There was nothing to connect the two properties, nothing to tell rescuers where we were. I was glad I hadn't known that when I was tied up in the chair. I had recovered enough to be able to hobble around the cottage, avoiding the hall, where a quick glance confirmed Dennis Hood swayed at the end of his rope. My body ached, and my knee was screaming a warning with every step that it was damaged and I was making it worse. Rosalie had slept for a while, flat out on the sofa. We can't drive. I can manage, I said, with more bravado than I felt. No, it's the car. I turned to look at her. What about the car? What about the car indeed? I leaned against the wall of the cottage, staring at the Toyota Land Cruiser that Dennis Hood had driven straight into a ditch. It was nose down, wedged, unrecoverable, except with the tow truck. Why did he do that? She shrugged. Maybe it was an accident? Or it was his way of ensuring he had no choice but to take his own life. A coward needed to have no alternative to do something final, something selfless. He had trapped himself, and in doing so, he had trapped us, like spiders under a glass. What about your car? I asked. The Mini. It ran out of petrol. I left it a few miles from here. I had to walk across the hills to get here. No wonder she was so exhausted. It was a blow all the same. Even if the police found the car, it wouldn't tell them where we were. She sat down on the doorstep of the cottage, huddled in her clothes, worn out. I can't do it again. I can tell you where to go if you want to try to walk. I don't want to leave you. I sat beside her with some difficulty. Also, I'm not sure I'm capable of walking anywhere with my knee like this. It's surprising what you can do when you have to. Well, we know you can do anything. I was running through the possibilities, feeling increasingly dismayed and trying not to show it. No phone, no internet, no transport. Both of us weak to the point of failure. The mountains surrounded us. Overhead, the sky was clear, blue, empty of anything except a couple of birds that wheeled and swung on invisible currents. There wasn't a breath of wind. Nothing moved. No one was coming. No one knew where we were. And currently, we were as invisible as if we'd been hiding. I thought about hiding and what gave people away, and an island in the Thames came to mind. Stay here. I went back into the cottage to find one of Dennis Hood's tea towels, and a box of matches, and a bottle of whiskey. And, averting my eyes from his livid face, The keys to the Toyota, which were in his pocket. "What are you doing?" Rosalie asked when I came back. The tea towel now saturated with whiskey. "Smoke signals." I limped over to the Land Cruiser, and by great good luck, I could just about reach the petrol cap to unlock it. I shoved the tea towel into the tank, leaving a tongue of it sticking out. It probably wasn't long enough to get close to the petrol that was left in the tank, and I was crossing my fingers that there was enough petrol left in it anyway for my purposes. But first and foremost, I just needed vapour. "Go inside. Stay away from the windows." I waited until Rosalie had disappeared into the kitchen and lit the end of the tea towel. A flame ran up it, and I made for the cottage at my top speed, which was not going to break any records. I was just shutting the door when the cloth charred through to the petrol tank and ignited with a sound like the end of the world. I heard Rosalie scream, and I hurried through to where she was huddled behind the sofa. "Are you hurt?" "No." "I wasn't expecting it." She uncurled herself, staring out of the window. I looked out too, at the column of dark smoke that was billowing out of the burning Land Cruiser, stretching up into the sky already, swirling higher and higher, marking our position for anyone who cared to see it. "They'll come now," I said. "They'll know we're here, and they'll come." 52. "Here you go." Georgia came in carrying a mug of tea, the most beautiful sight I'd ever seen. I took it from her with a sigh of happiness. "Thank you." "Are you sure you shouldn't be in hospital? You look—" "I know how I look." I was sitting in the police station, in the small room they had set aside for us, wearing tracksuit bottoms and a hoodie that I'd borrowed from one of the local police officers, who was about my height, but much bigger. I knew the clothes swamped me. I had taken off my poor abused black trouser suit, now sadly mud-stained, bloody, torn and filthy, and dropped it into a bin in the bathroom of the police station. The hoodie didn't hide the red marks across my neck and wrists, the tiny blood bruises that bloomed wherever the ropes had dug into my skin, or my pallor, or the dark circles under my eyes. Nothing could make me look like anything except someone who had barely escaped with her life. "It's fine." They checked her over. Liv, who was standing with her back to the window, watching me worriedly. They said it was just bruising and dehydration and a sprained knee. "No lasting damage, nothing that time won't fix. So I'm very grateful for the tea," I said, and meant it. It really is what I need. "They told you to rest too," Liv pointed out, "and it's late. You should get back to the hotel and get some sleep." "I can't yet." I was still fidgeting with leftover adrenaline, and the thought of closing my eyes did not appeal. When I did that, I was going to have to confront what had almost happened to me, and I wasn't ready. I wanted any distraction I could find instead. "Do you still have a headache?" I nodded. "The chloroform is taking a while to wear off. You?" "Same," she shuddered. "It was horrible." "He wasn't much of a chemist." Georgia dragged out a chair from the table and sat down. "What's the news about Rosalie?" "Nothing good," I said. "Ivo and Magnus are coming from London to be with her." "Magnus?" Liv's voice was sharp. I shrugged. "She brings out the best in him. He truly loves her, you know. She was his little sister, and he was devastated to lose her. Now at least he has a chance to see her again." "Is she dying?" Georgia was still trying to understand what was going on, and I got that, but I wished she hadn't put it so baldly. From what I've heard, the doctors can't help her. All they can do is make her comfortable. They don't think she'll last until this time tomorrow, but they can't be sure. Is it cancer? Yeah. If they'd seen her when she first felt unwell, they might have been able to help. As it is... It's so sad, Georgia said, and I nodded. She's in and out of consciousness now, because she's on so much morphine. She was in agony, but she never complained. It had taken an hour or so for there to be a response to the smoke, and it came in the form of a drone that circled the cottage. Then it had been another hour before the first engine noise, the first vehicle in the distance, the lights bouncing and dipping as it lurched up the track towards us through the gathering dusk. I wish you'd been there when we realised Dennis Hood was the one we were looking for, Georgia said dreamily. That was big. How did you know? The last photograph you took. Liv found your phone in the mud beside the car, and we checked it to see if there was anything helpful on it. I mean, we were desperate. We were trying everything and anything. Rosalie's name was just visible in the top right corner. Eleanor Hood. The travellers had told us they called her Ellie, so we guessed that was Eleanor. I didn't think anyone else would spot it. I'd only just worked it out when Hood caught me. We almost missed it, Liv said. Who noticed it? The two of them exchanged glances before Georgia answered, Josh. He usually leaves that kind of fine detail to me. I was trying to sound casual, but the very mention of his name was electric. Actually, where is he? I thought he'd want to give me a hard time about all of this. I thought he'd be furious with me for not noticing Dennis Hood creeping up on me. I'm not sure where he is, Liv said slowly. What does that mean? Another look passed between them, full of meaning. One of you tell me what's going on, I said quietly, but with enough menace to get some answers. He was in Cornwall when I raised the alarm. As soon as he heard, he wanted to come up here and look for you. Liv looked across at Georgia, who was chewing her thumbnail. There was a conference call. We were all on it. Una told him we could manage without him, and if he was finished with Grant, he should go back to London. I pulled a face. I bet that went down well. Yeah, he wasn't happy. She told him to be a professional for once, Georgia said, round-eyed, and then he really lost his temper. What did he say? Liv shrugged, wordless, and Georgia shook her head. I don't think we can do it justice. The highlights? It's for him to say, really. Liv glanced over her shoulder for maybe the 30th time, and visibly relaxed. Sorry, I just have to... Don't run away. I was too late. She was gone, slipping out into the hallway, leaving me with a very apprehensive Georgia. I decided to be kind. So, everyone was worried about me. You were missing for 24 hours, but it felt like forever. I came up from London with Chris yesterday, so we could help Liv and the locals. Once we had Dennis Hood's name, things moved a bit faster. Josh and Vidya went from Cornwall to Bristol and found the address he'd given us was unoccupied. The neighbours had an address for him on the Isle of Wight, so Josh and Vidya went all the way there and found it was the same story. A derelict shop. Hood was really good at covering his tracks. So Josh had crisscrossed the country looking for me, on a wild goose chase that must have driven him insane. And then, once he knew I was safe, he had, what? Backed down when Una Burt told him to? Gone back to London, because there was no reason to come and find me? I nodded brightly, not letting any disappointment show. We got on to the Royal Mail, Georgia went on, and they gave us the redirect information, which went to a P.O. box in Keswick. Basically, we knew he was living in this area, but we weren't any closer to actually finding you. We showed his picture around town, and a couple of people recognised him, but no one knew where he lived. We would have worked it out eventually, though. Maybe, and maybe not. I wouldn't have lasted, I thought, if Rosalie hadn't come to confront Dennis Hood. I owed her my life as she was losing hers. It felt important somehow. It felt as if I should do something better with mine. The door opened, and I looked up, expecting to see Liv. And she was there, but Josh was standing in front of her. Neither of us spoke or moved for a second. We just stared at each other. Then my tea went flying, and careless of my knee, I ran to him. 53. Derwent hadn't been there for 5 minutes before I was furious with him. I'm not going back to the hotel. You are, you know. Tell me what happened with Tor Grant. Not a lot. He was looking around. Where are your things? What things? Your actual clothes. He paused to eye my borrowed outfit. Don't tell me you were walking around in public like that. I closed my eyes for a moment of pure irritation. Forget it. What does not a lot mean in the context of Tor Grant's interview? I'll tell you tomorrow. Josh! Maeve? He gave me his most inscrutable blue stare. If I wanted to know more, I was going to have to cooperate. Liv and Georgia had withdrawn to one side of the room, watching us as if they were at a tennis match. Liv's expression was conflicted. Georgia's was pure glee. It's just nice to see someone boss Maeve around, she said. That's my job. He jerked his head towards the door. Come on, let's get out of here. I went because there was no point in arguing with him when he was in that kind of mood. Liv followed us out into the hall. Can I come with you? I waited for Derwent to say no, but he shrugged. Of course. His car was thrown in a space outside the station, and I stopped to admire the way he'd blocked the spaces on either side by parking at an angle. In a rush? He grinned at me. Maybe. You wouldn't have wanted to miss the chance to tell me what to do. That's it. That's why I spent the last 24 hours breaking the speed limit on every single journey. He held the passenger door open. Come on, hop in. I hopped, and he shut the door. I had to be looking even worse than I felt, I thought, if I was getting the door open for me. And a quick look in the mirror confirmed it. Maybe that was why he didn't mind Liv climbing into the back seat. I waited until he had started the engine. On the way to the hotel, you could tell me about Tor Grant. Give up. Never. Tomorrow. He battered away every other question I asked him during the short drive. I'll take her to her room, Liv said, after we'd parked, and Derwent went to check in, not noticeably bothered about Liv taking charge of me. The hotel room was the same one I'd had the last time I stayed there, and I stared at the watercolour on the wall opposite the bed, wondering who had chosen it, wondering what I had made of it on my previous stay. Somehow I couldn't remember. Should I draw the curtains? Liv had her hand on them. No, leave them, thanks. Do you want to get changed? I sat on the edge of the bed and looked down at my clothes. I only had gym kit to sleep in, remember? I might as well wear this. You should try to lie down. She sat beside me, looking at me with concern. Just see if you can sleep. I will. Do you want me to stay? No, that's okay. She hesitated. Maeve, you and Josh. I said nothing, waiting. I didn't realise how you felt. The things he said about you on that call. I mean, he didn't care that we were all listening. And then, seeing your face when he got here tonight, I thought it was casual, and it's not. I was wrong. So? So be careful, that's all. I don't want you to get hurt. Is that why you escorted us to the hotel? I smiled. Having actual feelings for one another doesn't mean he's any more available. I suppose not. She got up. Are you sure you don't want me to stay? I shook my head. You need a good night's sleep to get rid of your headache too. She bent and hugged me. I'm so glad you're okay. After she'd gone, I curled up on top of the covers. I was aware of being tired, but I couldn't bring myself to try to sleep. The horrors were all too close to the surface. And something else was nagging at me, like a stone in my shoe. I needed to talk to Derwent. My phone hadn't made it back to me. I thought there was a good chance I'd never see it again. I used the phone by the bed to call down to reception and got them to put me through to Derwent's room. I listened as the phone rang and rang and rang. He wasn't there. He'd gone somewhere. A lurch of sadness and uncertainty swamped me. I put the phone down and had time to feel bereft before there was a soft tap at the door. I hurried to open it. He was in shirt sleeves, his hair ruffled, his eyes narrow with tiredness. But he smiled at me. I was just calling you. His eyebrows drew together. Everything okay? I have a question. The frown cleared. So what's new? I can't sleep until I know the answer. All right, one question. He came in and shut the door behind him. I sat back down on the edge of the bed. Do you think Rosalie killed Piers after all? Not what he had expected. Why'd you ask? She had a knife when she came to the cottage. She was going to kill Dennis to keep him away from her kids, after what he'd done to the Marshalls. She had to make sure he wouldn't harm Will and Posey. I don't think she was expecting him to take the initiative by killing Helena and Bruce, and when he did, that changed everything. That explains how she behaved towards Dennis, not Piers. She was prepared to kill for her children. And she was surprised at Dennis's confession, not what was in it, but that he'd written it. She knew it was a lie, and she knew she was the top suspect. What else? He was watching me closely. The blood on the wall in the bedroom. It was a fine spray. That's not how it looks when someone beats you up and splashes your blood on the wall. I tried to smile. I should know, after all. That's how it looks when you spit blood at something. She staged it. She made the house look miserable before she left it. But the children had books and toys and clothes that she left behind on the island, and it would have been warm enough in the kitchen and their bedrooms with the fires lit. So I don't think the house was as bleak as it seemed when we saw it. It was an insurance policy, in case she needed a defence for murder. If Piers had been abusive, she had a reason to kill him. She was going to get Dennis Hood locked up for killing him, I think, or at least threatened him with that. But if it didn't work, for some reason, she had a backup plan. He slid his hands into his pockets and leaned back against the wall. I don't know, is the short answer. But Tor Grant said she watched her father murdering her mother and said her aunt and uncle were scared of her. That's how she ended up in foster care. He also said she was cleverer than him, even aged 9. She was capable of terrifying him. I can't imagine that 16 years have changed her that much. It's entirely possible she had detailed plans for every eventuality. When she came, she didn't untie me straight away. She thought about leaving me there. I took a long, quavering breath. She let me live, but she waited until the very last second to decide about that. I don't think she'd have hesitated if she'd thought she'd be better off with me dead. He shook his head slightly, as if he didn't want that thought in it. Does it matter if she killed Piers? To me, yes. I want the truth, don't you? No. He looked down at me, somber now. Even if she only did one good thing, she saved your life. That cancels out everything else for me. When I believed she was going to kill me, I said slowly, knowing there was no way back from it, I thought about you. Be careful, Liv had said. Apparently I was incapable of that today. He looked surprised, and then compassionate. It was bad. I nodded. But you don't want to talk about it? No. I was shivering. I wanted more than anything to ask him to hold me, but I couldn't. He wasn't mine. I had no right to tell him I needed him. He sat on the edge of the bed so he could yank off his shoes. Then he settled himself against the pillows and held out an arm. Come here. I crawled across to him and put my head on his shoulder. He drew me in close, so I was curled up against him. You were never lost, you know. His voice was quiet, a low murmur. I wouldn't have let that happen. Wherever you were, I would have found you. I woke before he did in the morning, instantly aware of where I was and who was lying behind me. I stayed still for a moment before I began to extract myself from the bed. Every time I had stirred towards wakefulness during the night, he had gathered me against him and soothed me back to sleep. His instinct to comfort, to reassure, even when he was barely awake himself. We had been wrapped around each other, but too tired for anything except sleep. Now he was sprawling across the bed, still fully dressed, his face unguarded. I watched him, the rise and fall of his chest, the tilt of his chin, his hands open and relaxed. I never saw him like this, and I committed every detail to memory. The angle of his eyebrows, the line of his jaw, his mouth when it wasn't tight with anger, or curling into a sardonic smile. Then I went to the bathroom and locked the door and set about making myself presentable. He was loitering outside the bathroom when I opened the door, looking troubled. When he saw me, his expression changed instantly to the usual detachment. He raised his eyebrows at the suit I was wearing. Navy. Not my favourite, but clean. Off to work? I want to go to the hospital to see Rosalie. I looked down at myself. This suit is all I have with me. Unless you want me to wear the hoodie again. Anything but that. He yawned. I don't suppose you have a spare toothbrush. The one I bought on the way here came in a packet of 2. Convenient. He flashed a grin at me and went into the bathroom, humming under his breath. I came to 2 conclusions. He managed to hide the strain he was under pretty well, except for every now and then when I caught him off guard. So what I saw was only a fraction of what he was feeling. And I couldn't let things drift on as they were. Something had to change. 54. She was in bed, in a room full of soft white light, a clean room, with clean cotton sheets under her and over her. Her fingers found the sheet and folded it over and over again, pinching the fabric. It reminded her of a skirt she had worn as a child, a skirt with a pattern on it, and she couldn't remember the pattern exactly. Apples or circles? Who to ask? No one seemed to know. They were all dead, she remembered. All the people she could ask. All dead and gone. Was it when she was Rosalie Marshall that she had worn the dress? The sheet pleated between her fingers and thumb. There was a graze on her knee in her memory of it, and she had looked down from high in a tree, past her skirt and her knees, to where someone was standing looking up at her. "Hello, Sally. Funny to see you here." Yes, it was Magnus who had looked up at her and laughed and called her Sally. He was here now, in the bright room. She looked at him and saw him as an adult. A man. Handsome now, but still very definitely her brother. He took her hand, freeing it from the sheet. "Magnus." She wanted to say, "I never thought I'd see you again." But the words were too clumsy and difficult. "I missed you most of all." "It's all right, Sal." He sniffed, and his eyes were wet. "I'm here now. We both are." The other side of the bed was too far away for her to look. Turning her head was exhausting. But she felt someone take her other hand. "It's me, Ivo. We love you, Rosalie. And so do Will and Posy." "My babies," Rosalie managed. "They're well. They're doing really well. They're wonderful." His voice broke on the last word. She was still looking at Magnus, whose face was wet. The children. They were the only thing that had ever belonged to her, and she had let them go. She let them fall away from her like petals from a beautiful flower. A rose. They were safe now. They were the future. And this was what was past. "There you are." Her father, slipping into her bedroom in the villa. The shutters were drawn against the evening sun, but it crept in around the edges of the wooden slats, golden and hot, as if the earth was burning outside the dim, bare room. "I've got something for you." "What is it?" Rosalie sat bolt upright, pleased. She hadn't wanted to go to bed yet. The days of the holiday were slipping by too quickly, and bed was a waste of time. "Something to help you sleep. Like Sleeping Beauty." Bruce smiled, pleased to have come up with a reference his small daughter would understand. She regarded him gravely. "Sleeping Beauty pricked her finger on an enchanted spinning wheel. There was blood. I don't want to prick my finger." No, nothing like that." He held out his hand, showing her a pill on his palm. "Just swallow this with some water. You have some water, don't you? Ah, yes, here it is." He poured out a glass from the carafe by the bed, which Rosalie knew was as flat and hot as bath water, but she didn't argue with him. Obediently, she took the pill and managed to choke it down. It felt as if it was stuck in her throat, and her eyes watered, but Bruce nodded approvingly. "That should be the end of the waking up. We want you to get a good night's sleep, don't we? So your mother gets a good night's sleep and doesn't get cross with you. Or me." He reached out and tweaked her nose, and Rosalie smiled back. "Did you check I get the whole pill?" Rosalie had learned to check this after Bruce tried to give her a massive overdose of Calpol, having misread the bottle. But at least this was only one pill, even if it was a big one. He pulled the packet out of his pocket and frowned at it. The prescription was in Helena's name, and the pharmacist's label covered most of the box, but even so, Rosalie could read, "Not to be given to children under 16, in bold letters across the top of the instructions. There was a short pause as he took it in, and doubt in his eyes when he looked back at her. "I'm sure it's fine. They always put warnings on these things. Ridiculous." He leaned forward and kissed the top of her head. "Now, get to sleep. I'll come in and check on you." Rosalie put out a hand, and grabbed her father's wrist. It felt clammy in the heat, and his watch dug into her. "Am I going to die?" "No, you're going to sleep well. No nightmares." He shoved the box back into his pocket. "But, don't say anything to your mother, will you? Or Sadie. Let's keep this as a secret between us. And I'll come in and check on you during the night." A wave of dizziness passed over Rosalie, and she closed her eyes. "Okay." Bruce's voice seemed to be coming from a long way off. "Rosalie?" Their secret. She was groggy the next morning, and she was glad Bruce never tried to give her a pill again. But she kept the secret. She never told anyone. "I'm bored," Rosalie said, and slid off the chair, pushing her hair off her face with the back of a hand that was none too clean. "No, don't go. Stay here for a while." JV got to the door before her, just in time to slam it shut and hold it there. He was very tall when he was standing over her. Enormous. "Stay here, little one. There's something else I want to show you." "What?" She had already decided that Magnus's tutor was hopelessly tedious, getting excited about rectangles, as if he was a toddler playing with shapes. But she was prepared to see if he had anything more exciting to share with her. "In my bag." He reached for it, suddenly awkward. It was a very ugly blue rucksack with brown leather edging. "You remind me of this anime character. Have you ever heard of Sailor Moon?" The book was a small, battered hardback. A girl in a short sailor dress filled the cover, her eyes huge, her hair dark blue and curling around her face. She wore white gloves, and her fingers were long and spidery. "Pretty Guardian Sailor Moon," Rosalie read from the cover. "Who is she?" "The character's name is Usagi Tsukino. She's really cool. There's a whole series of books about her. This is the second one, actually." "Can I have it?" Rosalie had flipped it open and was staring in wonder at the artwork, which was like nothing she had ever seen. No, it's one of my favourite books." His voice cracked, a giveaway that he was uneasy. "It's for children, though." She looked at him severely. "Are you a child?" No, but you should read books for grown-ups. Give it to me." Manga is hard to find. They have to import it from Japan." "I want it," Rosalie said, holding the book with both hands. "I want it." I was just showing it to you," JV said, desperate now. "I'm sorry. I can't let you have it." There weren't many people who were scared of Rosalie, but she knew what to look for when it came to fear. And she saw it in JV's face. Fortunately, she knew how to exploit it too. She remembered one of the girls in the foster home and her foolproof way of getting what she wanted. "If you don't give it to me, I'll tell Mummy you tried to take off my knickers." "What?" "And she'll believe me." Rosalie blinked, her eyes wide, innocent. "She said you were a weirdo." "Keep the book." JV scrambled away from her, holding his rucksack in front of him like a shield, as if he could use it to ward her off. "Just leave me alone. There's something wrong with you. Something sick. You're not right." Rosalie felt her triumph dissolve. If even JV noticed that, she wasn't doing a very good job of hiding it. The sun was slanting across the lawn at the front of the house, through the trees. Rosalie was playing a game about being a high priestess in a temple, like in her myths book, because Ivo was out with his friends, and Magnus was playing on his Xbox and told her to fuck off, and her parents were drinking gin on the terrace at the back of the house, languid and uninterested in what Rosalie was doing. There was an illustration of a beautiful woman in white, tending a sacred fire, and Rosalie had studied it carefully, deciding that her mother's dressing gown and the bird bath might stand in for the robes and plinth in the image. She had some crumpled paper and a box of matches, palmed from her father's desk the last time he'd let her into his study. He put a lot of effort into pretending to read her work. It would have been easier, Rosalie felt, if he actually read it, and that gave her an opportunity to liberate anything useful. His study was full of interesting things. A compass, a fountain pen that spurted black ink all over her fingers when she tried to write with it, bullets in a desk drawer at the back, loose, and the gun in a box on a low shelf, hidden after Magnus had knocked it down from the top of the bookcase. As if she wouldn't find it. She had visited it a few times, early in the morning when everyone else was asleep. It was heavy and old, but she liked to point it at things. Her father's chair, a portrait of a woman in a pink hat, her own face in the bathroom mirror. It was only going to be a small fire in the bird bath, which was dry. No one ever seemed to fill it up. She looked around carefully, though. Her mother didn't like fires, and she didn't like Rosalie borrowing her clothes, but she was distracted. Part of the fun, most of the fun, was getting away with things, Rosalie found. She pushed back the sleeves of the dressing gown, which were far too long for her, and fell over her hands. She needed them out of the way for when she struck the match. Hey! Hey! She looked around and saw a man standing at the gate. His dark hair flopped over his forehead. The man who took her story. What are you doing, Rosalie? Nothing. She crossed the lawn, trailing the dressing gown behind her. It was embarrassing to talk about things you made up. Grown-ups never seemed to understand, or they were horrified, or both. What do you want? I wanted to see if you were okay. Was everything all right after I left? Rosalie considered it. Yes, because she had certainly not missed him. But also no, because her mother had been angrier than ever before. She settled on a shrug. He looked past her, wary. I couldn't stop thinking about whether you were in trouble because of me. I'm sorry. It's okay. I loved your story. He smiled. You're a very talented writer. You should keep going. Keep inventing things. Imagining, like you're doing now. A noise came from the house, and Rosalie gave a tiny gasp of fear, not pretending. The man backed away, then ran for his car with an impressive turn of speed. The car roared as it accelerated away, and a cloud of exhaust hung in the air afterwards. Who was that? Her mother was crossing the lawn, furious. No one? Was it the journalist who was here before? She grabbed Rosalie's arm and squeezed, and it was always worse when she had been drinking. Don't lie to me. I don't know what you mean. What are you wearing? What were you doing? Are those matches? Without waiting for an answer, her mother's face tightened. Come on, you're going in a cold bath. She dragged the little girl across the lawn as Rosalie screamed and tried to free herself, her legs tangled in the dressing gown, her arm burning in her mother's implacable grasp. What happened here? Dr. Fuller's face was kind, as always, warm and concerned and understanding. Rosalie looked forward to seeing her bedroom door open when she knew the doctor was coming, and even though her body was aching, she still felt a little lift of happiness. "Fell downstairs," it was a whisper. Fell? Or did someone push you? Rosalie giggled weakly. Jumped was the actual answer. Jumped because it was now or never. Where does it hurt? The doctor's hands were strong and certain as they ran over Rosalie's limbs, checking, pressing. My neck and my ankle. She pointed at her stomach. And here. Oh dear, everywhere really. The doctor took out a stethoscope. Let's have a listen. Can you lift your top up? The pyjama top was too small, and Rosalie struggled with it. Maybe take it off? That was a better idea. She pulled it off and sat there in her vest, waiting for the cold kiss of the stethoscope on her back. Dr. Fuller was frozen, halfway through reaching out to her. What are those bruises? The marks dappled the skin of her arm, blue to green, oval in shape, overlapping in places. Who did that, Rosalie? Mummy, she whispered, with a sudden lurch of fear that she might be hovering in the hall, listening, that there might be terrible consequences for saying it. But she didn't mean to. She was angry with me. The doctor's eyes were wet. Oh, Rosalie. You can't go. Rosalie held on to the doctor's hand. You can't leave now. The house is sold. I was only here to say goodbye, and then Helena said you'd hurt yourself. Take me with you. She dug her fingers in. They don't have to know. I want to go wherever you're going. They wouldn't let me. I can't. It's madness. Dr. Fuller hesitated. I would if I could. I really would. I don't have a little girl, and I wish I did. I've always said I'd like one just like you. I wish you were my mother, Rosalie blurted. She leaned forward and wrapped her arms around the woman's neck. I love you, not her. By the time she went downstairs, madness or not, Lydia Fuller had made up her mind. Rosalie hadn't meant to go to sleep, but she did, wearing all her clothes under her covers. She opened her eyes to see him bending over her in the darkness, a black shape against the night, and she almost screamed before she remembered. Are you ready? Don't make a sound. His breath was bad, and it came to her in a flash that Dr. Fuller's husband was nervous, that he was scared they were doing the wrong thing, and that there was still time for him to leave her there if he lost his nerve. Thank you, she whispered into the darkness. Thank you for helping me. What's that? Her bag had swung against his leg as she picked it up, and it was heavy. I thought you weren't taking anything with you. Just a book, and my dog, Gilbert. And the gun, which Rosalie had decided might be useful to have, but she knew better than to mention it. Gilbert, he sighed in relief. A toy. Yes, obviously. Rosalie wasn't allowed to have a dog, which was one of the things that made her feel leaving was a good idea. Mr. Hood was a bit slow on the uptake, but you couldn't have everything. She was sure, as she followed Mr. Hood down the stairs and into the kitchen, and watched him slide the bolt out of its socket, and when she turned the key in the back door and opened it on the night, that she was doing the right thing. Mr. Hood left the door open because he was afraid it would make a noise when he shut it, and they slipped down the garden to the river, to the small boat that he would row downstream, to where Dr. Fuller was waiting for them by the car. And Rosalie found she was still holding the back door key, but it didn't matter. She looked back as the house disappeared around a bend in the river and felt safe for the first time. She was sure no one would miss her at all. A skitter of paws and a flash of black. A sheepdog, nosing at her hair. She was lying at the base of a big slab of rock high on the mountain. The satchel was nearby, spilling its contents. The food and money she had scraped together, and her favourite books. It wasn't that she didn't need more than that to run away. It was that she had nothing else to take. She didn't want to stay in the mountains without Dr. Fuller. That was the thing. A real mother. She had gone into hospital, grey and gasping, and there had been an operation, and she hadn't made it. That's what Dennis said, through his tears. She hadn't made it. Rosalie was going to make it. There was a world out there, and Dennis was never going to be ready to let her experience it. He was scared of losing her, scared of being found out, scared to death. But she wanted to live. She wanted to get away from the cottage where she'd grown up. She wanted to experience the world that she only saw in books, to travel, to work, to fall in love. She was an adult now, and she wanted to be independent. Lydia Fuller had wanted that for her, but Dennis Dennis had scared her when she talked about leaving. Dennis had more or less told her that he'd kill her before he'd let her go. Rosalie had learned to take that kind of threat seriously. The plan, such as it was, involved getting away from the cottage, hiking through the mountains, finding a town, and making her way back, somehow, to the house by the river and the Marshalls. Their long-lost daughter, returning in time to benefit from the wealth that she had often considered in the tiny cottage, where Dennis and Lydia had tried to give her a good education, but life had been dull, limited. The Marshalls would feel guilty that they hadn't looked after her properly, and guilt meant money. What she hadn't planned on was a fall, and a sprained ankle that was too painful to attempt to walk on it. She was far from the cottage, and nowhere near civilization, and the sun was slipping down behind the mountains already. She knew what that meant. Could she survive a night in the open? Maybe. 2? No. The dog was all paws and lolling tongue and bright eyes. He barked and barked again, and she shut her eyes at the sound of footsteps. When she opened them, a man was standing in front of her, staring down at her, his mouth hanging open in surprise, and after a moment, he introduced himself as Piers. Rosalie blinked up at this square-jawed farmer, wide-eyed and sunburned, and she knew immediately he was her way out. He carried her all the way back to the cottage, where Dennis was beside himself, and she looked at Piers as if he was Prince Charming and Mr. Rochester and Mr. Darcy and Heathcliff rolled into one, and saw him fall head over heels in love, there and then. Piers, not the brightest of men, but surely among the best. Sweet-natured and kind. He came back every day, and she told him who she was, and explained to him what that meant for Dennis Hood. And Piers went and towered over Dennis and threatened him the way they'd rehearsed it. And she'd got away. Well, she'd got somewhere. It was only ever supposed to be temporary, that was the thing. She had been 18 and ready to be romanced, and Piers was more than willing to oblige. And then... what? It wasn't the children. They had come later. It was more that she had found her limitations, like an injured animal that can never return to the wild. She had spread her wings and then discovered her flight feathers were gone. She told herself that she wasn't ready, that there was no rush, and she let the days slide by, and even when the children were born, she thought there was time. Then she started to feel unwell, and it was too late. And she discovered one more use for Piers, who didn't want her to leave him, who wasn't capable of looking after the children, whatever he thought. So it was up to her to give them to someone she could trust. She knew what it was like to shuffle from one home to another, never belonging. That wasn't what she wanted. They deserved a home, and opportunities, and love. When she looked into herself, Rosalie found darkness. She'd come to understand that other people weren't like that. Other people hadn't watched their mother die. Other people didn't know what it took to survive. Other people wouldn't have cleared away every trace of life and comfort from their house to set a scene for the police in case they caught up with her, pretending he was an abusive husband, that she had managed a lucky escape. Other people wouldn't have decided, lying within his arms, that he was better off dead so he couldn't get in her way. Sometimes She thought about what would have happened if the dog hadn't found her on the mountain. A slow death, like the one Piers had endured, while she waited for Dennis to literally get the message and come to the house. So he'd understand she wasn't going to let him interfere with her plans either. So he'd know she was capable of anything. Death with the sky above her and the earth below her. She thought of all the things she would never experience again. The wind on her face. Rain. The stars. Piers had died with a stained plaster ceiling above him, and dusty floorboards below him, and blood seeping into spaces within him where it was never meant to go. If they had known what was going to happen, he might have lain down beside her on the mountain all those years ago and stayed there until they were both dead. The bed lifted and swung under her, and it was the sea. She was floating in the endless blue of it all. She had been in the sea, on holidays, with Mummy and Daddy, and Ivo and Magnus. She had waded in the water, amazed by the glitter and sting of it, the energy, the way it pushed and pulled, like her breath, like her heartbeat. "Water," Rosalie said. And Ivo leaned forward to put a straw to her lips, but that wasn't what she meant. It was kind, though. Loving. The room was full of love, Rosalie thought. From the two men on either side of her bed, to the nurse that was hovering nearby, checking the machines. And in the corner, although her sight was dim and clouded at the edges now, there was the police officer and a man who was watching her, the only person in the room who wasn't looking at Rosalie. "There's someone who loves me, I think." "You think? Don't you know?" "Yes, I do know, but he hasn't said it yet." "Love," Rosalie said. "We love you, Sally." "Yes, we love you." Magnus looked up urgently. "Come this side, Ivo." A shuffle and a scrape of chairs on the floor. She had been loved, she thought. She had loved. She remembered Dr. Fuller coming to check her latest injury, making her laugh. She remembered the way she had looked at her, smiling in that special way that made her feel warm inside. And Piers had loved her fiercely, and had been so shocked when she shot him. But that had been loving too, in a way, because she couldn't leave him on his own in that lonely house. He would have been lost without her. Now she was coming back to find him, and everything would be all right. "It's all right," Ivo said. And she opened her eyes and smiled at him and Magnus. Their faces side by side, so different, so alike. Their hands were on hers, all of them knotted together. "You can go now," Magnus whispered. "You've done enough. You can go." All that anyone wanted, Rosalie thought, was to be loved. She had known nothing but love, if you understood people, and why they did what they did. She had been lucky. She closed her eyes and slipped out of the world so quietly that even though they were watching her, it was a few seconds before they realized she was gone. 55. I took some holiday before I went back to work. It wasn't entirely my idea. Unabert insisted that I'd been through too much to go back immediately. I suspected she wanted to keep me and Derwent apart. No one had told me exactly what he'd said on the conference call, but I had some idea. Enough, anyway, to know that he'd made a few things clear to everyone else, if not me. I went away to a small coastal village in Norfolk, miles from anywhere, the landscape flat as paper. I had had enough of mountains for the time being. I switched my phone off the day I arrived. I told my parents how they could find me if they needed to, but no one else knew where I was. The sun shone every day, and I walked on the beach and plunged into the cold sea for as long as I could stand it, thinking about life and what mattered most. My knee gradually stopped aching. My hair tangled and the bruises faded. Only the marks on my soul remained. I thought about requesting a transfer to Norfolk Constabulary. I thought about not being a police officer anymore. I thought about the conversation I'd had with Derwent before I left, in the small hotel room where he'd held me all night. I had packed. I was saying goodbye. Be honest, Liv had said. And I'd tried, as he stood with his arms folded, listening. In the cottage, I realised that I want you to be happy. I can't bear that you're tearing yourself apart. I need you to know, Maeve, I need you to know, I repeated with more emphasis, that I understand you have to choose Thomas. I could never resent you for it. Sometimes things don't work out. We both know you and I would be special together, but we just have to make the best of what we have. Friendship. That's important too. He considered it for a moment. This is what you concluded while you were waiting to die? I suppose you were a bit oxygen-deprived. I shouldn't be surprised. Don't make a joke out of it. I'm serious. I took a deep breath. I'll find someone else. I know there won't be you, but I'll make sure it's someone good for me. You won't have to worry about me anymore. He flinched. Why are you saying this? I think you need permission to stop trying to make it work out. This way, it's not your decision. You'll get over me. You'll be happy again. I picked up my bag. And it's the right thing to do. He had let me go without an argument, without a word of reproach, because he knew I was right. When I'd been there for a week, I went for an early walk on the beach. The gulls wheeling and screaming overhead, the sand deserted. The tide was going out, and the wind had dropped to a gentle breeze. The sun was warm on my skin, and I felt soothed at last. I turned back after a mile and saw someone coming down through the dunes, a long way away, moving with purpose. I knew him immediately, and all the peace I'd been cultivating blew away. As he came nearer, I looked at him, trying to be objective. He was thin, but not excessively so. Whatever had been driving him for weeks had relaxed its grip, it seemed. He looked like his old self. When Derwent was close enough, I called, "How did you find me?" "Your parents." "You asked them where I was?" I wasn't sure how I felt about that. He looked amused as he closed the distance between us. "Your mum rang me." "She did what?" "She was worried about you going off on your own. She wanted me to make sure you were okay." "I'm fine. I'm coming back to London in a couple of days." I did tell her that. "And you couldn't convince her?" I frowned. "She usually listens to you." "Well, I didn't try too hard. I wanted to talk to you before you got back." Before I could guess at what he meant, he went on. "I need to tell you I've moved out of the flat downstairs. Johnny's coming back from his trip tomorrow." I nodded, as if it was all right. Of course, he had only had the place for a month. "I've gone back to Melissa." I felt the shock run through me. and knew he'd seen it before I could stop myself from reacting. It was kind of him to tell me now, so I had time to recover, I thought, dully. But I wished he hadn't felt he had to tell me face to face. I talked to Luke, Derwent went on. I asked him about what it was like, growing up without me in his life, and how he felt about it now. He said he was glad to have got to know me, and it had come at the right time. He said Thomas would know I only wanted what was best for him. I can be there for him when he's older. Listening to me and his mum fighting isn't good for Thomas, and if that's the only reason I'm staying with her, I'm not helping anyone. He paused. So, it's over with Melissa. I'm only there because I need time for her to get used to the idea. I owe her that. Josh, just to be clear, I'm not choosing you instead of Thomas, Derwent said. Melissa and I would be finished even if you didn't exist, because our relationship has turned into something I hate. She's angry with me, and I probably deserve it. We should have broken up ages ago. I've let it drag on for too long already. He paused. It's going to be a rough couple of months, and I want clear blue water between me and Melissa before anything else happens. Anything else? I raised my eyebrows. What does that mean? You'll have to wait to find out. He dug his hands into his pockets, uncharacteristically awkward. But I can't guarantee you a happy ever after, Maeve. It's not that easy. And I'm pretty sure I'm not good enough for you. The truth in a rush, when he had always maintained a veneer of self-confidence in front of me. This was uncharted territory for us in all kinds of ways. I grinned at him. Come off it, Josh. You've seen my exes. The bar is very, very low here. His smile warmed his eyes, and it was like the sun coming out. I really want to kiss you, but I'm not coming any closer than this. You know I can't control myself. I remember. He sighed. I promised myself I'd never tell you how I feel about you. And you never have. Not in so many words, anyway. A breeze tugged at my hair. But I'll find out the truth. You always do. I studied his face, needing to tell him how I felt. You know, I'm willing to bet this will all work out in the end. What do you want to bet? A tenner? The corner of his mouth lifted. Haven't you learned anything? You always lose. Yes, I said, but one of these days, my luck is going to change. Epilogue. Catastrophe comes when you least expect it. And I should have known that. But I had no sense that anything at all was wrong when my phone rang. I was in the middle of a crowded platform, hoping against hope that the next District Line train would be empty and going my way. It was rush hour. The last 3 trains had been cancelled, and I was a long way from home. The only positive was that the station, West Kensington, was above ground, so I had both phone reception and fresh air while I waited in the swelling, jostling crowd. I had just been reminding myself that things could be worse when my phone hummed in my pocket. Out of habit, I glanced at the screen before I answered it. When I saw it was my father, a tiny knot of worry drew itself tight inside my stomach. He never called me. Hello? Daddy? The childish name for him came out of nowhere. Maeve! His voice burst out of the phone, loud and panicked. Maeve! Yes, it's me. A train slid to a halt at the platform opposite, brakes squealing. I jammed my knuckle into my free ear and pressed the phone hard against the other one. Sorry, it's really loud here. Are you all right? Maeve, He broke off, to hush someone who was making noise in the background. "Daddy! Is everything all right?" I was cold all of a sudden. "Is it Mummy?" No. Is that Thomas?" They had been looking after him that afternoon, I knew. "Is he crying?" "It's Thomas." "What's wrong with him? Is he okay?" "He's fine. You're fine, Thomas. Stop your whining, there's a good boy." My father, infinitely patient, sounded almost irritable, and that made me more worried than anything else that had happened so far. I could hear a siren in the distance at his end of the call, and it was getting louder. "Daddy? What's going on?" "Maeve, my darling. I'm sorry. What is it?" The tone of his voice, his reluctance to get to the point. I knew what he was going to say, and I needed him to say it. But when he spoke, I sank to my knees in the middle of the platform, careless of everything that was happening around me. 2 words only, but they brought my world crashing down around my ears. "It's Josh." Acknowledgements. Huge thanks, as ever, to the team at HarperCollins, who saw this novel through from an outline to a finished book. Julia Wisdom, the wonderful publisher to whom this book is dedicated, Catherine Cheshire, Liz Burrell, Fliss Denham, who has made publicity such a joy, Maddie Marshall, and everyone else who has offered their support and encouragement, from the most junior members of staff to the most senior. I'm very lucky to have Ariella Feiner as my agent. She is unfailingly kind, thoughtful, astute and reassuring. I'm also so grateful to Amber Garvey, Jennifer Thomas, and the entire team at United Agents. They look after me and my work so well. I'm so glad to have so many friends in the writing world and outside it, especially Catherine Ryan Howard, Catherine Kerwin, Andrea Carter, Vanessa O'Loughlin, Sam Blake, Andrea Mara, and all the Irish murderesses, Sarah Hillary, Erin Kelly, Ruth Ware, and, of course, Colin Scott, who knows just about everything there is to know about crime. Alison, Claire and Sarah, the best fat babies, Harriet Evans, Anna Carey, and Sarah Manning. Cressida McLaughlin, who is one of the kindest first readers I know, and, last but not least, Sinead Crowley and Liz Nugent, who get the first and last word on all subjects. Philippa and Kerry, thank you for the trips, wisdom and moral support. Edward and Patrick, thank you for providing a reason for continuing with writing by growing out of your shoes roughly every 3 weeks. James, thank you for being you, and for that one line in chapter 14. Thank you to Felix for adding a regular dose of violence and disdain to my day. And to Rory for the companionship, even if it is bordering on obsessive. And finally, readers and listeners, my thanks to you for trusting me with the characters you've come to care about. I'm so grateful for your messages and for your support. Maeve and Josh will be back very soon, with a full explanation for that ending.